ABC Listen.
A lot of us want to know exactly how a major Silicon Valley bank could have failed, how a former comedy star is holding off a nuclear superpower, and how did a country a lot like Australia end up with 100% inflation. I'm Matt Bevan. Join me for a new season of my podcast, If You're Listening, helping you make sense of major news events shaping our world with new episodes weekly. If You're Listening, hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio. Your home of NRL.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Opposition leader John Pesutto is calling for a proper investigation into allegations of branch stacking in the Victorian Labor Party after an internal probe into the renewal of party memberships of two dead men failed to find any answers. The men died in 2017, but their memberships were renewed for 2 years in the now abolished Laylaw South branch in the northern suburbs, which is associated with Energy Minister Lee D'Ambrosio. Labor's party monitor John Thwaites investigated the matter, but his report said everyone he spoke to denied forging signatures or completing renewal forms for the deceased men. Mr Pesutto says it's unacceptable.
The Labor Party has conducted a sham investigation into this branch stacking scandal, whitewashed the results, and it's only left the loved ones of the deceased feeling even more aggrieved when what they deserve is an explanation.
The state government has announced it will extend its sick and carers pay scheme to more casual and contract workers. Yvette Gray reports.
The Victorian Sick Pay Guarantee pilot will now continue to March 2025, with more than 400 new jobs now eligible for the payments. Eligible casual, contract and self-employed workers can access up to 38 hours of sick and carers pay a year under the $245 million scheme. Fitness instructors, hairdressers, factory workers, early childhood workers, taxi and rideshare drivers are among the jobs potentially covered. Since launching in March last year, more than 76,000 workers have signed up to the scheme, which has covered more than 1.8 million hours of sick and carers pay.
The Victorian Chamber of Commerce and Industry Chief Executive Paul Guerra says the scheme unfairly benefits casual workers as they already have their sick and care leave factored into their higher take-home pay. Voters in Melbourne's northeast are returning to the ballot box today, less than a year since the state election, in a must-win battle for the Victorian Liberals. More than 50,000 people are enrolled in the Warrandyte electorate and will elect a new MP from 12 candidates in today's by-election, which was prompted after Liberal MP Ryan Smith quit in July. Labor won a third of the primary vote last November but is not contesting the seat, making the Liberals' Nicole Werner favourite to win. Surf Life Saving New South Wales is reminding people to swim between the flags following a shark attack on the state's mid-north coast. A 44-year-old man suffered serious leg injuries after he was attacked near Lighthouse Beach in Port Macquarie yesterday morning. He underwent emergency surgery at Port Macquarie Base Hospital before he was flown to John Hunter Hospital in Newcastle in a critical condition. CEO Stephen Pearce says people need to be mindful when entering the water.
There's a few things you can do to be shark smart. To try and prevent yourself from being put in that situation. And that's obviously not swimming or surfing on dawn and dusk or in murky water after large storms and runoff as well. And trying obviously not to surf on your own.
Spain's victorious Women's World Cup soccer team is refusing to play if the head of the country's football federation doesn't resign. Luis Rubiales is refusing to stand down after kissing midfielder Jenny Hermoso on the lips after the final in Sydney. The midfielder says the kiss wasn't consensual and made her uncomfortable. The president of the Spanish Football Women's League, Beatriz Alvarez, says Mr Rubiales needs to go.
I did not contemplate the option of him not resigning because his ego is greater than his dignity and honour, but I did not imagine that the government would not act forcefully in the face of the social clamour. I think more people are going to join in, but given the lack of determination of Luis Rubiales, other people are beginning to speak out.
Wildfires have forced thousands of people to leave the town of Hay River in Canada's Northwest Territories. Authorities have ordered everyone in the town, including emergency workers, to head to the local airport for evacuation. The director of the British Museum is stepping down over the way the institution, under his leadership, handled a series of thefts that have shaken its reputation. Hartwig Fischer has acknowledged the museum hadn't responded appropriately to the reports when they emerged in 2021. Hundreds of items, including gold jewellery, semi-precious gems and antiquities dating back to the 15th century BC, were reported missing. The Conservative MP Tim Lawton says Mr Fischer has decided to take responsibility.
What action did the British Museum take at that stage, and should that action have been more comprehensive? At the moment, we don't know, and part of the problem has been Hartwig Fischer and the British Museum have got one hand tied behind their back because the police have asked them not to disclose many more details at this stage whilst there's a police investigation underway.
To the weather now for the state. Cool, cloudy in the south. For Melbourne, cloudy, a top of 15. It's currently 14 degrees. ABC News.
Step into the heart of creativity on ABC iView. A place to embrace a national treasure with Inside the Sydney Opera House.
Opening nights are always stressful.
It's ridiculous how emotional it makes me.
We just need to make sure we get it right.
And enjoy artworks, Last Night of the Proms, Knowing the Score, and so much more.
Do you expect to be that mood?
I didn't.
Your heart's desire in arts, music and culture.
It is magic.
All streaming for free on ABC iView. ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL. This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas and Cameron Ling.
100% pure footy. The Lead. On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Some are striding to the finishing line, others are limping through. The lead items for the final round of the 2023 home and away season. Collingwood finish on top and on a high, locking in the minor premiership and turning up before September, while Brad's Bombers finish in a nosedive.
Laverty to centre field to Hempel, hand pass to Hobbs, his hand pass a turnover. Hoskinell in for Collingwood, gives it to Pendlebury, kicks inside 50, Dacos to bring the house down. The 100-gamer makes it the first 10 for Collingwood. And the Pies qualify in pole position. Number one, front of the grid, a first minor premiership in 12 years.
Can the Dogs avoid disaster and win in Geelong for the first time in 20 years to put the pressure on the Giants heading into the final game of the round? Which team would you prefer to be?
The opportunity to play finals is a carrot right in front of you, and sometimes I think depending on the individual, you can seize up a bit around the prospect of a loss rather than the prospect of a win. So maybe we've just seized up a little bit in that regard.
Yes, there's a lot riding on this game, obviously. We win, we're in, as I've said, but our focus must lie on our preparation in the process as opposed to the results of our game and others.
Damien Hardwick's footy exile lasts just 3 months, the biggest signing for the Gold Coast Suns since Gary Ablett Jr.
I'm very much looking forward to coaching you young men and take us to where we need to go, and that's to raise our first Premiership Cup, which I'm pretty sure will be in the not too distant future.
Hello and welcome to The Lead for Saturday afternoon footy. Matt Clinch with you from the MCG. We're here for Hawthorn and Fremantle as the curtain comes down on a couple of sides not competing in September. Collingwood in a one-sided 70-point win over Essendon last night. After a tough month, the Magpies found their best form. 11 unanswered goals to start the match, and the Bombers barely firing a shot. 8 goals to 3 after quarter time. A man who was a part of the commentary team last night was Cameron Ling. Lingy, welcome to you. What impressions were you left with last night, given it was Collingwood's highest first quarter of the season? They did what they wanted to do.
Yeah, they did. Good afternoon, Clinchy and Rama, and to everybody out there listening. You're right. It was exactly what you want from a good team, a top team who are preparing for finals. Put the game to bed early by being hard, ruthless, playing great footy early on. And they destroyed Essendon. That's exactly what you want from Collingwood. They got a big tick for that. It means the rest of the game, the second half, can just be cruised through easy. You do the right things, you try and do the right things, but you don't need to overly exert yourself. So they were perfect in their preparation. They get the week off, and they head into the finals in top spot on the ladder, and a well-deserved top spot. The Bombers, Clinchy, geez, they were bad. They were awful. And I know the players who were out the players who were out made it hard, but the way they played was awful. And Rama, I know you're going to find it tough talking about this being an Essendon great, and you wouldn't have enjoyed watching your old team play like that, probably for the last 2 weeks.
Adam Ramanauskas is here and ready to go for the lead. He's looking sharp, but I don't think it's for us. Welcome to you, Ramo.
No, definitely not for you, Clint. It's birthday week in my house, so good afternoon to everybody. So
happy birthday, Belinda.
Yeah, my wife's birthday today, and then it was my youngest son on Thursday and my middle son last Sunday. So it's
lots of cakes.
Yeah, it's a big week of birthdays in the Ramanauskas household, so it's quite good. But I'll start with Collingwood first. That was important for them last night, to play in that manner, to play in that defensive manner that they did, to score as freely as they were able to do in the first quarter and a half. So they now go into a final series just with confidence. I think going in with confidence rather than questioning yourself or questioning what you're doing as a team is really, really important. And I think they were. I think they were over the previous weeks. You could hear a little bit of trepidation in Craig McRae's voice when he was talking through his media conferences. But regardless of opposition, okay, yep, they possibly would have liked a harder game last night, but to do that early in the game when the game is meant to be at its hottest, Lingy, is really, really important. Essendon, on the other hand, last night, they were witches' hats. That's plain and simple. There's no other way to describe the way they played, and yet you can use the excuse of their season was over or the players that were out and the like, but it's still another game of football. And when you get the opportunity to play another game of football, you don't waste it. And I think the previous two, the last week and this week, has been two wasted games of football for the Essendon Football Club and their playing group when they had a real opportunity to make a statement and potentially play in a final series. You've got to remember, Essendon was sitting 5th after round 17. So their destiny was in their own hands and they weren't capable of taking that.
I want to come back to the Bombers. John Noble is going to join us from the Magpies, and as always, we'd love to hear from you. 0437 774 774. If you've got a thought on last night or the rest of the weekend's footy, with the equation pretty simple. The Bulldogs need to beat the Cats in order to keep their finals hopes alive, and then the Giants, when they come to their match against the Blues, will know how much they need to win by, either to guarantee their spot in September or, if the Bulldogs lose, to work out how high they can get on the ladder. Collingwood claim the minor premiership for the first time in 12 years. I guess the questions leading into the last 3 or 4 rounds is, are they still the premiership favourite? They've been on top for a long time of the season. How do you have Collingwood now off the events of last night, or do you feel like they were biding a bit of time before finals arrived?
I don't think they were biding time. I just think they were playing. They had an ordinary little patch, Lingy. So I think they were comfortably premiership players, the midpoint, just after the midpoint of the season. But I think that gap has narrowed a lot over recent weeks now, where Lingy and I have spoken about teams working out Collingwood and how they need to play against them, how they need to attack their defence, how they need to attack with the ball through the middle of the ground. So I think teams would feel quite comfortable now playing against Collingwood, where probably Lingy earlier on in the season, teams were scratching their head going, how do we beat this juggernaut?
Yeah, that's a good call. You're right, and that has that intimidation factor when it's like that. And you're right. Tactically, I think clubs are more comfortable. Throw in some attrition and the fact that there's some sore bodies and there's a couple of injuries have mounted up for Collingwood. It's brought them back a little bit. And then other teams have risen up. I think Melbourne have worked themselves out a little bit. I think Brisbane have built their season really nicely. Port Adelaide went through their lull. They dropped 4 in a row, I think it was, and they've worked through their little lull, so they're coming up as well. Carlton, they're the ones rising sort of out of nowhere. So that the bottom part of that top 4 and maybe the next couple in the 8 have come up, and Collingwood have just come back, and that's just tightened what's going to be a terrific final series. It's not as clear cut. I've still got them as number 1 right now because you throw in Moore, Murphy, and McCreery to that team from last night. And then maybe Nick Dacos for a prelim final if they get that far and he's right to go. Who knows? I still have them as number 1, but Rama's right. Clinch, it's not a clear-cut number 1 like it was midpoint or even 2/3 of the way through the season.
Well, you look at last year, of course, Collingwood were able to get to a prelim before they were eventually beaten by the Sydney Swans. So I think you can make the case that they've certainly improved, but having won 11 of their first 13, they've now lost 3 of their last 5 to close out the home and away season. And here was the Collingwood coach, Craig McRae, on winning the minor premiership.
Start of the year, you're here to qualify and we've won 18 games. So you can't deny that. 18 games in this tough 24 round competition. The first time it's been 24 rounds, and it's a marathon, and the bumps and bruises, the losses, and the resilience to get up and go again, and the challenges from the opposition taking things away from it. This is a tough competition, and it's so even. There's small margins. You know it. You see every game. We know it's small margins. There's not a massive gap between us and others. We know that. But to qualify in this position, we're proud of our efforts. Everybody, the whole club should be proud of our efforts.
Collingwood coach Craig McRae following the victory last night. This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling with you. John Noble is about to join us. I love the positivity of Craig McRae. Lingy, the focus on the process, not necessarily the outcome. So confidence, that's an outcome, and form, that's an outcome. That's a reflection of all the hard work you do at the end of the day. That's not what drives you. And maybe their biggest challenge will be what their best 22 look like for the first week of the finals, as to whether they can play Bo McCreary alongside Ginnivan, with the inclusion of Bobby Hill, because Jack Ginnivan looked pretty good last night.
Oh, didn't he? Yeah, looked sensational. And even the game, I think it was the Geelong game, he came on as the sub and was just outstanding and lit a fuse amongst the team and has been terrific. So you're right, that is going to be a challenge for them. Ever since Craig McRae, we first spoke to him on The Lead when he first got the job, I think all of us just looked at each other and thought, wow, that guy is good. His message is quite simple, yet really strong and positive, really clear, and he hasn't wavered with that. Even with building a team last year and the heartache of the prelim final loss, then having to deal with being favourites this year, and everybody in the footy world looking at them, has not wavered. It's been really positive, really strong, really consistent. And now he's got some selection headaches, but that's what good teams have. You want selection headaches when you're hitting September. It means there's good players who are part of your 25, 26, maybe 27-man group who could step in at any stage. That's the sign of a really good football team.
So it'll come down to, what does he want? Does he want the firepower of Ginnivan, or does he want the defensive pressure of McCreary? I think Billy Frampton, particularly if they're going to play Mason Cox and Darcy Cameron, he'll possibly come out. Darcy Moore comes back in. Nick Dacos takes McRae's spot, and there's one more missing.
In terms of
players coming back in for Collingwood.
Nathan Murphy.
Oh, Nathan Murphy.
Yes,
Murphy will come back in. He will probably maybe Markov, maybe.
So we're working through the possibilities. I'm going to come back to that in just a moment. John Noble, the Collingwood defender, has been listening to us. Who we missed, Nobes? Who should be in Collingwood's best 22 come the first week of the finals?
Yeah, be a selector.
Nah, I think I'll leave that to the coaches, boys.
But John, in all seriousness, it's a nice problem to have going into a final series where you've got four blokes coming back into a lineup, and we know Nick Dacos won't be there for round one of a final series, but it must make training so fun and enjoyable, I guess, that there's this level of competition.
Yeah, it really does. Our training standards even the last month have really improved. Our white team, I guess you could call it, have really driven those standards. Taking our training standards to another level, and it's really exciting. It's an amazing position to be in. It's a good problem to have, and when everyone's fit and firing, that's what you want this time of year.
Did you feel like last night, John, there was a bit to prove, given your recent form and the questions from the outside as to whether Collingwood were just starting to get a bit tired at the back end of the season, or whether you were sort of biding time until the real stuff finally got underway?
Yeah, there was a little bit. We were disappointed with a couple of things in our game that we wanted to readjust and get back to our best in that. And Fly was really strong with his messaging during the week, and that links to our training. And it was just nice to put a plan in place and execute it.
John, what was one of the number one thing on the board, or the number one focus for last night early? Because you did it early. It was outstanding how just hard and ruthless and everything you were early on in the game, put it to bed. What was that? What did you have to lock into?
I think there was a couple of things that we wanted to go in and focus on, but mainly our pressure all year has been really strong, and we know when we apply our pressure, it's hard for teams to play at their plan A. Our team defense, and our spirit and connection all came into that. So we were really buying in with what we wanted to execute. We adjusted to the game, and like I said, we trained it really well. And it was really pleasing that we could execute last night.
Hey, John, I'm keen to get your thoughts on this. So last year, you're the team that came out of nowhere a little bit, no expectations, and then just played incredible footy. Just breathtaking football, those thrilling wins, everything like that. And there was this feeling of just excitement and energy. This year, you're the number one team in the competition for basically the entire year, almost from round one. Everyone's put a circle around your team. How different and how much harder is it mentally to be the team that's out in front and everybody's looking at and everybody's talking about and everybody's trying to hunt down?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think a lot of it comes down to, Fly and the environment that he's created for us. Last year was obviously a really big roller coaster with, like you said, not a lot of expectations. We had a lot of belief in our team and our club of where we could go, but probably, exceeded a lot of expectations throughout the competition. And then this year has really just been a week-by-week sort of approach. We have a lot of belief with what we're capable of, and Fly and Bolts and Lepper and all our coaches have really put a lot of belief in our group through pre-season. Under Jared Wade, he's got us fit and firing, and then to see what we could do to some teams early with Geelong round one and take that momentum into the season's just been really positive. Like I said, we just take it week by week, and that's been the main focus.
So that week by week notion, John, the previous couple of weeks weren't that great. It's fair to say you were getting scored against heavily. You weren't playing probably with the energy that we had seen previous to that. How was that addressed? How was that discussed? And then how was that overcome?
Yeah, you're right. We did have a couple of weeks there where, even we weren't happy with some of the standards that we were playing at. Just a few things in our game that wasn't quite clicking. But I mean, you're on top of the ladder, and when you're the best in the comp for a period of time, you do become the hunted. Teams look at you very closely and want to take away your strengths. And credit where credit's due. Brisbane were able to do that. And we've had some challenges against other sides throughout the year, but that comes with the territory, I guess, of being up the top for a while. And it's addressed by, identifying what we do need to improve on each week. And we're at a club that's driven through getting better every day. Fly really bangs on about that message, and that flows throughout the whole club. We come in Monday not knowing whether we're won or lost, and we all want to get better, and that hunger stays. So, we identify what we need to improve on, and we action that through training. But, footy's up and down all the time. So, and when you get hunted, it's hard to stay on top. So, we address it through the week and we train it.
So I just want to take your mind back to last year's final series. You play a brutal final out here at the MCG against Geelong, where that just could have went any way. Then you overcome Fremantle, and then it's such an exciting prelim final against the Swans, where you just couldn't get over the line late. What do you take out of that personally in terms of the way you need to play in this final series coming up, and what do you take away, or what did you take away from that as a team, just in terms of learnings and what you need to do?
I guess in terms of learnings, it's a tough caper finals. It's a completely different feeling. It's a different game to home and away seasons. And you might have a few games during the year that feel like finals, but I guess what we could take from last year is, our best is good enough. To get to a prelim and lose by a point was really shattering. Like I said, we had a strong belief last year of there was no expectation, so we were playing with a bit of freedom. This year we've really capitalised and seen what we are capable of. So I guess our learnings is taking that feeling of being so close but just a little bit off to get to the big dance is something that the players will hold on to. And we want to be the hunters again, take that into the final series and play to our strengths.
Collingwood defender John Noble is with you on the lead on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Was there any celebration in the rooms last night, John, after winning the minor premiership? Did Fly make any more of it than the result?
Not overly, to be honest. Just more so look after yourselves, recover, a little bit of a break now, so just reset, put energy in. Awesome to be the minor premiers, and that's a little bonus that's added. It's not a huge focus for us. It's like I said, it's a little bonus, little cherry on top of the cake that we've put a lot of work in this year. So more so just energy in, reset yourselves, because the real work's gonna come in the next couple of weeks. So.
And it sounds like you're at the footy. Do you get a bit of time off this week in preparation for the first week of the finals?
Yeah, we do. So we've got a 4-day break now. A few of the boys will head off to different parts of Australia, or some hang around and get some time off. I'll just be hanging around Melbourne, spending some time with my partner Annabelle and my brother Mark if I can. And just laying low, trying to get as much energy in as we can and recover and get ready for the real work.
Who are you watching today?
I'm actually just on a walk. Currently St. Kevin's and Old Collegian. So just going for a walk with Hannibal. Just got a coffee. So this game was on, so we thought we'd pop by and have a little watch for a bit.
Our apologies for interrupting your quality time with your partner. I know what that can be like and how much pressure you can get. So tell Annabelle we've only got a couple of questions and we'll let you go. But when you're lining up last night and you turn around and there's no Darcy Moore, there's no Nathan Murphy, are you kind of curious to see what it looks like, Billy Frampton getting opportunities this year? And Jeremy Howe obviously has shown he can be a pinch hit forward, but he was back there last night in probably his preferred role.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the amazing part of our group, particularly the backs. We've got a lot of leaders that can adapt to players not being played or injuries or whatever the way that Fly wants to set up our team. And Howie coming back there is a real steady head for us. He's an amazing leader. And, not having Das there, it almost feels like you don't really notice it. I mean, obviously you do because he's an amazing player and he's an amazing leader. But in terms of leadership, we've always got that covered through Howie, through Braz. And yeah, it's just awesome because we've got a lot of depth and, we've got players that are keen to play different roles for the team and whatever needs to be done. So it was awesome to have him back there.
John, how's your dad going? Because this will be the first year that he's had out of football in a very, very long time. Do you talk much football with him now that he's not with an opposition club?
Yeah, I do. More as a father. I guess it's probably the first time in a long time that he's been able just to sit back and watch as a father and not really worry about, a different team or analysing it from a coach's perspective. I think that's been a real breath of fresh air for him. He's really enjoying his time up in Queensland and doing his thing up there with the V8s. It's been a good challenge for him, but he's really embracing that and he's absolutely loving it. So we still talk footy. I'd be silly not to take his advice. He's got an amazing knowledge of the game and he's been around it for a long time. But it's just nice that he can support myself and Collingwood now as a father more than anything.
Now, John, as I let you go, one of our panel members is an All-Australian selector, so there are some questions around where Nick Dacos, I sort of feel like surely he's in the side, but whether he's half-back or midfield, who of your teammates are you really keen to give a push to make sure he doesn't miss them?
Obviously Nick, his season's been amazing, as everyone can see. I think Isaac Quaynor has had an amazing year as well. His one-on-one defence has been nothing short of elite. Darcy Moore, I mean, you can go through so many.
Josh Dacos has got to be there, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he's got to be on a wing.
Yeah, he's had
none of these midfielders
year.
on the wing sort of stuff.
No. Don't get sucked in by these two who just keep at me. No, you make some very good suggestions there. I will say they've all been very much discussed.
And John, as we let you go, do you care about whether you play Melbourne, whether you play Brisbane, whether you play Port Adelaide, or do you just sit with the knowledge that you'll be playing them on your home deck?
Yeah, I think it's for us. It'll be on our home deck, and whoever we come up against, it will be what it is. So we'll go to work, we'll train hard, and whoever we play. So
Perfect. We really appreciate you letting us interrupt your walk. Take Annabelle somewhere nice for lunch and give her our best as well. Good luck in finals, and we look forward to seeing you in action.
No worries. Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
John Noble from the Magpies joining us on the lead on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app, Rammer.
He's had another rock-solid year,
Yeah.
John Noble. To pick him up in the mid-season draft and the way John's performed, that was a great selection by Collingwood.
Yeah, and the blend of their defenders, he just complements it. You know, he can play on the small dangerous. He can still run and attack and join in that part of the game. He's right about Isaac Quaynor. The year he's had, it's just been elite in those one-on-ones, playing a little higher up the ground rather where Johnny goes a bit deeper. They all just work together so well. And he's right, even with Darcy Moore missing last night, they just got it done. And Billy Frampton just fits into that and work. If he's needed, he'll step up and do the job. They're a really well-organised group, and you're right, what a pickup in the mid-season draft. You've got a bloke who's now, what's he up to, nearly 100 games of AFL football and playing in big games and going to play a big part in the finals.
And he's played about 85 of them consecutively, so showing there's plenty of talent out there if you look wide and search far. Jordan De Goey, would he be in your All-Australian side? It was eye-catching last night, his ability to just burst out of centre clearances and deliver the ball inside 50, Rammer.
As a half-forward flanker?
Half-forward, midfield, bench? That's not a yes.
No, I don't. I think just misses.
I'm glad that Rammer's finally said no to something. He likes to just keep putting players in and ends up with about 38 blokes and doesn't realise you got to pick a team of 22. He finally said no.
Look,
I love it.
You just worry about picking a balanced team, a team that we see most weeks out on the field, rather than a dream team that you play with in video games.
It's always easy when there's no consequences associated with it. Lots of correspondence on the SMS 0437 774 774. There's one that's coming for you, Lingy, and one that's coming for you, Rammer. So this is not from me. Fran from Melbourne says, I love that Rammer asked about John's dad David. Great to hear he's doing well. Just heading to Sandy Creek to see the Yak and Dander in the under-17 seconds and seniors play. That's from Darren. Enjoy the day. Does Lingy rate the Saints after last week's game? That seems to be a constant theme, Lingy, that's coming through. Would you like to respond?
Do I rate the Saints? I thought Geelong were awful. I thought the Saints were excellent last week. Do I think the Saints are going to do that much damage in the finals? No, I haven't changed my tune on that, but I do have to back down and a little mea culpa. They're going to play finals, and I thought they were just going to completely fall out of that top 8. So well done to them, but I don't think they're going to be in the finish when it comes to the top 4 on preliminary final weekend. But I've got to cop that. They smashed the Cats last week. I don't know what the margin ended up, 20-something points, but it was a 12-goal win. They destroyed Geelong.
How are you feeling putting 2 Saints in your All-Australian team? Because I imagine Jack Sinclair's in there, and I imagine Cal Wilkie's probably been spoken about pretty heavily.
I would have no issues at all because I love both of those players and I love rewarding excellence. And how good was Jack Sinclair last week against the Cats? So, no, I would not have a problem at all, Rammer. We've got our final meeting on Monday. It's scheduled for about 2 hours. I think it'll be about 6 hours.
There's TV cameras there as well.
Yes, this is how big it's getting now. It's like
I don't mind that, Rammer.
We're making sort of a little docu-series about it now.
Yeah, so that was the meeting, what was that, about a week ago, which is a bit of a, you can get about, I'll call it 60-70% of the team in place, but obviously the last 2 rounds are very important and number of spots up for debate. So we had the cameras in there early, and it was very entertaining watching everyone politely debate which players were in and who they were strong for, but it was all very polite. The argument started when the cameras left.
We might have to tune in, have a bit of a look at that and just see who is the biggest influencer power.
Yeah, I hope Lingy has an actual say.
Fight for our team, Lingy. Make sure you're giving your best.
Yeah, does he just fall in like a sheep?
Never fall in, but you gotta pick your times to bite. You sit back and listen, and then strike when it's right.
Yeah.
On the SMS, continuing 0437 774 774. Greg wants to know, afternoon, gents, who will be Richmond's next coach? Of course, the shortlisters were announced after, or certainly made public after our chat with Brendan Gale. So we know Xavier Clark's one alongside Andrew McWalter. Adam Uze is going to be part of that consultation process. Chris Newman, the former Richmond captain, will also be another one.
Daniel Jean Syracusa?
Daniel Jean Syracusa is the other. So I think 5 was on their shortlist.
Yeah.
Who would be your pick if you were just picking it from watching the current Richmond team as to what they might need?
I think McWalter has done enough. Like, particularly, look, he got the spike out of the team after he took over. Yep, okay, it's been a little bit scratchy sort of after that, but like, it's been a fair endorsement from the playing group. And I know that's difficult for a player to say, no, I don't want him, but I don't think there's been any hesitation from any player.
So that's a short list of 5 there. Is that right? McWalter, Clark, Uze, Newman and Jan Syracusa.
Which we're assuming is correct. I don't know if it is, but that's what's been publicly reported.
I found it interesting that in that shortlist there's not another coach who's already coached a team. I'm not saying that's necessarily where they want to go to, but I thought there'd at least be one as a contrast to compare against when they got down to those final few.
Well,
Josh Carr and Justin Leppich were the two who said they didn't want to be a part of the process, and Stephen King wanted to stay at the Gold Coast.
So, but all those coaches there are almost 10-plus year assistant coaches. So if you look at the success that Craig McRae and Adam Kingsley have had coming in, you know, they're both 15-year-plus assistant coaches. So I think the experience level is there, Lingy. But, yeah, I agree. You would expect probably now somebody who has coached a team to be on that list.
Some other SMSs coming through is around, 26th of October is to raise your bat day for the Bombers fans, bringing up 7,000 days since they won a final. That's from Brendan in Hobart. I told you both of you are getting waxed along the way. Cheerio to Sam and Tom Oakley who are listening into the MCG. Great to have you guys here to see the Hawks and the Dockers this afternoon. Someone will be able to finish on top. Cheryl says the Pies should play McCreary, Hill and Ginnivan. Howe up forward with the return of Moore and Murphy. Drop Frampton and McStay. The latter has done very little. So everyone's a selector at this time of year. And M from Melbourne hoping the collywobbles, that we don't hear that word come September. So and there's a fair thesis around, the Saints slinging and...
No, I've got a couple of those. That's fine. Clinchy, don't ever be afraid to give me that feedback.
So just the first couple of lines from Paul. For Lingy, I've been waiting to send this all season. Lingy, I eagerly await your unreserved apology to the St Kilda Football Club and Saints fans everywhere. All I've heard all year is that you're no good. They're no good. I'll accept your apology, Lingy, and watch you eat the humble pie. Give him heaps, Rammer and Clinchy. So there you go, Paul. We've passed on your feedback. Now it's Rammer's turn. Here was Brad Scott, the Bombers coach, with his assessment as to where it went wrong.
We need to improve our list. We need to improve our football department. We need to improve right across the board, But and the recency bias is real. Like it's in a perverse way, the players leave with a sick feeling in their stomach, and that should drive their off season. And this is the first opportunity I've got to drive an off season, not even a pre-season, an off season, as to what that looks like and the expectations that we have. Because the observations of the last 9 to 12 months is nowhere near where it needs to be. So we'll get that right.
Essendon coach Brad Scott with his assessment last night. All of a sudden, they looked like they were flying, as Lee may mention. They were inside the top 8. They were 5th with 7 rounds to go. But unfortunately, the season has fallen away. And you look on last year, the question around have they improved? 7 wins last year, 11 wins this year. But a few questions to be asked around their list management and the direction heading forward.
Well, I think Brad Scott was enormously strong in his comments there. So if you're a player and you haven't listened to those comments, you're silly. Because I don't think he's going to be accepting mediocrity moving forward. I think he made the comment around, this is basically his first off-season now where he has been in charge. When he was appointed last year, I think it was more of a get-to-know-you and the like. They won 11 games this year. 4 of those games were against North Melbourne and West Coast, though. Okay, so
and the last two we got to see, they didn't win them by much.
They didn't win. Their best win of the year was probably against Melbourne in round five. Gather round. They played really well against Carlton here on King's Birthday Eve. But I actually thought their best game of the year was Anzac Day when they lost that game, but they're up by 25, 26 points against Collingwood. Then they ran them. So, look, what the really tricky part for Essendon is, and it's not mentioned enough, is they simply don't have their best 22 available often enough. And when you're a team in the middle of the ladder, it's very hard to improve if you don't have continuity of those players playing. So that's where those words from Brad Scott, they would be ringing in my ear about the off-season I'm having and how fit I need to get and what I actually need to do to cement my spot in a team, Lingy.
Rama, how hard is it at Essendon? It is a massive club financially and just one of the traditional powerhouses, but success hasn't been there. And we know what that number is of days since finals wins and all that sort of stuff. But it demands, or a lot of influential people demand success and they want success and they're impatient for success. So how does Brad Scott now balance between making some potential really tough calls and saying, you know what, Darcy Parish, if you keep wanting lots more money, see you later. Jake Stringer, if you're not stepping up and playing often enough and being in great shape and being ready to play AFL footy often enough for the money you're on, we'll let you go and we'll go with our younger players and get more games into them. That potentially has an even further backward step for a little bit in order to probably end up in a great place eventually. The balance of impatience of, no, we can't take another step back. We need to be going forward. What's it like?
I think that would be very tricky. As we just, as Clichy just read that text message, it's coming up to 7,000. I played in the club's last final win.
They've had 10 coaches in that time, Rema. 10 coaches since they last won a final.
It's just been one misstep after another, I think, at the football club. But you're exactly right in what you're saying, Lingy, with around, well, you know what, Jake, if you're not going to get yourself fit enough, well, you're just simply going to play in the reserves until you are. So you've got to create those standards. And I think Brad is all in on that. I think he's all in on wanting to create those standards, live those standards. And I think, and I know, Lee, the sooner you do it, the sooner you'll get success. And I don't think it might need to be a step backwards if you do that. I think that's making a statement to go, well, you know what? If we're doing that and these kids that we've got are playing better than whoever that may be, a senior player playing in the reserves, we're going to be winning games of football anyway. So if that senior player then doesn't want to toe the line, get himself fit, or come back in and perform, well, you just continue down the path you are, and you'll get that success.
Because that midfield could be next year, a Merritt, Perkins, Hobbs, Caldwell type midfield. You could probably throw some other names, Sardis, these types of players, super young.
Yeah.
Or you could go with a midfield of Merritt and Parrish and Stringer in centre bouncers and that type of midfield.
Yeah.
Dylan Shield.
Yeah. I think it's going to be fascinating how they evolve over an off-season and a pre-season, Essendon.
So my big question to you, Rama, is do you feel like they have the core? Do they have the nucleus, Brennan Zirk-Thatcher, says contract in front of him, Darcy Parish as well? So there's a clear statement being made that we're willing to offer you what you're worth, and if you don't want to take it, you go off elsewhere. But I heard the same tone from you around Brad Scott, that we need a bigger group of core leaders, and the lifestyle for 18 and 19-year-olds around coming in and playing AFL footy, that was the thing for me, that be prepared to work because he's going to make them work.
Yeah, and this is the problem. The club haven't seen enough of Harrison Jones to make a definitive, I'll give a definitive answer. Is he going to be the key forward that we're looking at? Zach Reid has been injured for such a long period of time. Now, is he going to be the key defender that they are looking at? I think he will be. Can Sam Draper play a full season at absolute elite level and be probably the dominant ruckman that we see Max Gawn being? Can Peter Wright get back to kicking 50 goals a season? So it's more questions than answers.
Were you a little bit surprised Dyson Heppel was given another year?
No. There's a void of leadership at that football club. And I just think, if you throw those guys out quickly, Lingy, when they still are capable of playing. I actually thought for probably what they're paying Dyson, they got a really good year of footy out of him.
Do they need to somehow, and I wish I had a player in mind here I could give as an example, do they need one or two absolute pros who are 29, 30 years of age into the club almost for a year or two to set the example of those standards that Brad wants to drive? Because there's nothing better than actually seeing firsthand, that's how that player goes about his training and his preparation.
Yeah, no, I think they do. But you're going to have to pay for that player. Like, they don't just... Clubs don't let those players go, Lingy, because, they're the absolute backbone of your football club. They are the players that drive Monday to Friday. What no supporter sees. No supporter sees what happens Monday to Friday inside a change room, inside on a training track and the like. They only see what happens, Saturday, Sunday when the team's playing. But the Monday to Friday stuff, the real pros, and that example, then if you do have a young list, and Essendon do have a young list, they're the third youngest list in the competition, okay, they need to see that. Sometimes you need to see it. It's very hard to just come in and go, I know how to train. You need the example to know how to train.
Adam Ramanaskas with his thoughts on the Bombers. Josh Marnie's going to depart, so there will be changes on the administrative side of things. It'll be interesting to see what their list management looks like when they get to trade period. Matt Klitsch and Cameron Ling alongside Rama with you for the lead on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. We're at the MCG. Our match for broadcast today to kick off the final round of the home and away season is Hawthorn and the Fremantle Dockers. Which camp would you want to be in, Rama, heading into this weekend? Would you prefer to be in the Western Bulldogs, who are not in great form? They need to win at Geelong and keep control of their destiny. Or would you prefer to be in the Giants, who have been playing some pretty good footy? You wait till the end of the weekend to find out whether you have to win, how much you have to win by, and all the scenarios against a Carlton side who, all of a sudden at the start of the week, they had a few good players coming back in with Walsh and Cherub, but now Cripps has been left out. Jesse Motlop is out this morning, so maybe Carlton are thinking that after winning so many games in the run to finals, we need to make sure we get our ducks in a row.
100% the Giants camp. It's okay. Western Bulldogs, you go and do your thing tonight. Whatever happens, happens. But then we know exactly what we're the last game of the round. We know exactly what we need to do, exactly how we need to play. So, 100% GWS. And look, the Giants, I think their back part of the season, Lingy, has been terrific.
Yeah. They're playing good football. They're playing a sustainable brand of football. They've actually got a bit of an identity this year where they've got superstars in Toby Green and a couple of other players, but they've now finally got players playing roles. They've got players who are actually having career best years, who aren't superstars. They're just good players. And, I agree with you. We can't overstate just how bad it is losing to the Western Bulldogs when you're a team who is supposed to be playing the West Coast Eagles, sorry, when you should be playing finals and you should be locking it away. The Dogs are in really bad form. Bad form. Now, they're going to get themselves out of it because they'll win tonight, I'd say. Whenever I'm asked to tip tonight, I always go with the heart and I just tip the Cats. That's just automatic. But you've seen the outs of Geelong. You've seen who's what it means for the Dogs versus what it means for the Cats. So the Dogs win tonight, but that doesn't make them back in form, I don't think. The Giants are playing good football. And even with those losses to Port and the Swans, they're a good team playing some really good footy that's pretty sustainable footy, even if when it comes to September footy.
So give me your best snapshot on the Dogs, Lingy, and is the criticism of the coach accurate in terms of where the problems are lying?
I think it's so easy. We just go to the coach every single time. I mean, there's players as well out there, and the accountability lands at both lots' feet. You've got Marcus Bontempelli, who standards are so high, and clearly his preparation is so good, and his drive to be the best is so incredible that he's probably going to win the Brownlow medal and he's the best player in the competition in a year where he hasn't got a hell of a lot of help. So his responsibility and his standards are where they need to be. How many other players can really seriously put their hands up and say that they're doing that? Libba, yes, in some games has been outstanding. Tim English, yes, absolutely. He's shouldered the whole ruck load. Well done. I mean, okay, keep going. How many others? So we want to blame Luke Beveridge straight away because the coach is the focal point. But how about we start asking the questions of these players, are they actually taking accountability for their own preparation, their own form, their own health, their own attention to detail in the way that they play their game, their own improvement, their own unity as a team? Are they doing everything they possibly can? And if the answer is yes to all that, then it lands at the coach's feet. But if it's not, it's a shared responsibility.
How do you view it, Rama? They won a premiership in 2016. Yeah. They got to a grand final in 2020. But then the question is when you look at their list, the assistants they've had in father-son recruiting and academy players, the expectation from them is that they should be a better side than what they're being at the moment, that they should be competing for a premiership. And yet, with the rumours around players like Bailey Smith and Adam Treloar's manager had to come out and dismiss that during the week, the question then becomes, well, are they actually getting the maximum out of their list? Are they still developing?
Well, Lee and I talk about this often with the way the Bulldogs play. They're a high possession team. So what they do is they own the football to basically play defence. Okay, so denying the opposition team the football allows them minimal opportunities. But that's swung now. Teams now are sort of matching them in the possession count or getting more. And then I think that's exposing them defensively. Because as good as Libber and Bont and McRae and Bailey Smith and that midfield is, once the opposition is winning the ball, like going back the other way, you can score on the Bulldogs very, very easily. And you look, and last week is perfect evidence of that. Probably the worst team that we've seen in a long time in a season were able just to open them up at will on Marvel at the Docklands last week in the West Coast Eagles. So that was worrying for me. That as soon as they matched them in that sort of disposal count, they just sliced through them easily.
Yeah, at the moment it's interesting. They don't look like a side who's going to hit the finals with confidence and form. So, tonight we shall see how they go against the Cats. Damien Hardwick was announced as the coach of the Gold Coast Suns, one of the worst-kept secrets going around, Lee, but the confirmation
big surprise, Clenchy.
of a 6-year deal and maybe a 3-park super pass thrown in as well. So what are our expectations now for the Gold Coast Suns, Lee? Would you think, now with a coach who has shown he's been able to do what is required to feature in September and to win a premiership, do we now instantly think, well, hopefully the progression is now for the Suns to feature in finals next year?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it has to be, because I think Stuart Dew actually took some nice big steps in bringing this Suns group forward. Now, wins and losses, and at the time of his sacking, we spoke about this, wins and losses didn't exactly suggest that, but the culture of the place improved. You had highly talented, highly motivated young players wanting to recommit to that club because they could see a future. They believed in it for the first time in their existence, the Gold Coast Suns. Rowell and Anderson and Lukosius and Ben King and all of these players yep, I want to be part of this team and I want to be successful. So I reckon Stuart Dew brought them along a number of steps on that journey. Well, he unfortunately doesn't get to see it through, and it's handed to Damien Hardwick, who we know is an outstanding coach. You go through that lineup now with a culture that's starting to get there where it needs to get to. I think finals should be an expectation for next year. Now, I don't think they're going to win the premiership in the first year of Damien Hardwick's tenure, but I think they should be playing finals. I think the following year they should be starting to really knock on the door of the top 4. And in probably year 3 of Damien Hardwick, I think and they should be in contention. With that list of talent still running around in that team and the high-end picks who will be entering their prime, I don't think that's unrealistic, is it, Rama?
Well, I go back to your point about the Bulldogs, Lingy. Which of those players are driving standards day in, day out? Which of those players are driving themselves day in, day out to be the best possible player that they can be? The coach, in a lot of instances, is just the icing on the cake. Okay, they come in and they structure things the way they want. They might tweak the game plan a little bit, but still, ultimately, a player's still got to do it. They've still got to do it. So Lingy's right. They've got talent at their disposal. You look at Sam Flanders, the way he's come on in the latter part of this season. He was barely used previous to that. Now he's like, whoa, have a look at this guy. There's another player that they have. Yeah. So I think Damien Hardwick is one piece, but I think it's now a core playing group there I'm going to reference the Jack Revolt and Trent Cotchin conversation they had at the end of 2016. What legacy do you want to leave at your football club?
Yep.
You sometimes got to ask yourself that question.
But I'm always fascinated, we saw it with Mick Moldhouse, is that when you've been a premiership coach, can you take what you've learned over the journey and replicate it elsewhere? Can Damien Hardwick bring a system and a style which is going to take the Gold Coast Suns to being a relevant finals contender? And they've got a couple of questions they need to answer in terms of they've got some academy players coming in, so they might be keen to move on their number one draft pick in this year's draft. Do they say to Dustin Martin, hey, would you like to retire up on the Gold Coast? Or do they look at someone like a Taron Thomas in North Melbourne and say, if you want a draft pick, we'll give it to you for someone who might be able to fulfil their potential?
Yes.
Why? They're trying to build a culture.
Yeah.
Or Darcy Parish. Or, the midfield is probably not where they need more talent.
The thing is, a coach can't go up and change clubs and think his same game plan is going to be perfect for that playing group. Like Damien Hardwick realised that the game plan at Richmond needed to be what it was, what he created there, and it worked. But you've got a different skill set at every football club. Every playing group there's slight tweaks in the game plan. Like if he goes up there and thinks he can do what he did at Richmond and it's just going to work, he's smarter than that, Dimmer, trust me. He knows that he needs to analyse what I've actually got at my disposal, and I need to play to their strengths to win games of football.
Adam Ramanauskas alongside Cameron Ling and Matt Clinch with you for the lead. It's time for Lingy's last word.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have much pleasure in inviting 1963 Geelong Premiership player and Australian Football Hall of Fame member Doug Wade to present the Premiership Cup to Cameron Ling and Chris Scott and the Geelong Football Club.
Toughest opponent, probably Cameron Ling.
Now, I've left Lingy the last 5 minutes of the program to discuss the biggest topic of the week. And for those listeners who tune in every week or catch up on the podcast, the best of ABC Sport, this was, of course, Lingy's last word last week.
The Adelaide Crows are going to be playing finals this year, and I am pumped that they're going to be Rammer because they play brilliant footy.
Oh, no. Well, they could have been.
Robbed, Clinchy. Absolutely robbed. My last word was robbed. Forget about the Crows' disappointment. My disappointment was even greater. That they were robbed. It was a stupid non-review that cost me my last word from last week. I would have loved to have seen the Crows playing finals too.
Hasn't it been an interesting week in terms of the reaction? You haven't had to wander too far to chat to Crows fans. We got Fletcher in our socials team. We've got Tim Verrillo, EP of Live Sport. But it's fair to say a few of them are still mourning the result and trying to work out as to how it ended up in the way in which it did. I mean, Rama, they've added an extra body to the Arc, but I'm not sure that's the solution.
What I would love to know from the Arc or from the AFL, whoever that is, at what moment did they know that ball didn't touch the post? Was it 5 seconds after the ball was kicked in? Was it 10 seconds after the ball was kicked in?
I'd imagine, judging by recent events, the same time we were all watching it at home and thought, oh, no, that's a goal.
Because I just wonder. That's what I'd like, is something in the umpire's ear then? Hang on a minute. No, that's actually a goal. We've got to wind the clock back to where it was and take the ball back to the centre, actually.
But you look at Christian Petrarca and the Caleb Marchback one. We're now having a series of examples where we're relying on the television partner to provide the technology for a professional competition. Like, Lingy, it sort of feels like we need to invest the money in the technology. Otherwise, we're going to have these circumstances where fans are sort of wondering, well, I don't necessarily think it was purely just the goal umpire's fault, because we want them to back in their own decision. But on this set of circumstances, whether you look at other codes and the fact that everything in the last 2 minutes gets reviewed, or in the soccer with the VAR, that if a decision is determined, then they just doesn't matter what happened in between now and then. Let's go back to what the right call is.
Yeah, no, that's right, and that's what we need to do. But we've got to invest in it at every ground and spend the money and get it there, and not rely on the TV broadcasters, because they're paying the billions of dollars to own the rights, and they want to give the best broadcast they can, but it's not their job to do the goal line review. It's the AFL's job to make sure that review is perfect, because the cameras are perfect and we can get the best decision possible. Rama's point's a great one. How long? Was it 4 seconds? Was it 12 seconds? Was it a minute? Probably gone too far by then. But if it's 8 seconds and the ball's one kick out from full back, straight to the umpire, bring the ball back, we're reviewing that because there's enough doubt there. Bring it straight back and wind the clock back. I reckon that's a simple fix. If the Arc person picks up on even a possibility that the wrong decision has been made, bring it back. It's cool. If it's the difference between the Crows playing finals or not.
Because it goes the other way. Like if there's a goal and the Ark then realises, actually it was touched or it's hit the post, it goes back to the goal square for a kick out. So I don't understand. Yep. I reckon they can do it really quickly.
Yeah.
And that was a simple snicko because they had the line there and it was flat lined.
I've had my queries around Snicko, but the fact of, Sam and Tom sitting in the Hawthorn cheer squad with an iPhone have as good a camera angle as the broadcast cameras we're using without investing in the technology. So it has to happen in the off-season.
But this is the thing. Everyone keeps talking about we've got to... What's the actual right technology? Is it, just simple cameras?
Well, at the moment it's
got to be more than
if there's a chip in the ball that you can use, if it's sliding up the post and like cricket does with the stumps, it has to be whatever we can get our hands on.
What is the technology?
Well, I guarantee the NBL and the NHL are not having these troubles.
Yeah, the NFL, there's cameras that America uses. They are just so incredibly expensive that it's too much for the broadcasters to have those types of cameras. It's got to come from the AFL and using a portion of the money that they make to make sure they can get it. Quick last word for this week. If Freo lose to the Hawks and if the Suns beat North, Freo drop to 15th on ladder. Surely they're the biggest disappointment of the entire season, Fremantle. Given their expectations coming into the year, the biggest disappointment if that's what happens.
Beautifully places us for this afternoon. Thank you, Lee. Look forward to chatting to you next Saturday. Of course, we've got the bye program, so a lot of AFLW, but we'll have a chance to preview all the finals for week 1. It's Hawthorn and Fremantle coming up from the MCG.
News with Satyam Weinstein. Street racing is being investigated as the possible cause of a crash which has killed 2 children in Sydney's south. A 33-year-old man's in hospital under police guard after the car he was driving hit a tree on the Grand Parade at Monterey last night. 2 boys aged 9 and 10, believed to be the man's nephews, were killed. The man's daughter, a 9-year-old girl, is in hospital in a stable condition. Detective Inspector Jason Hogan says the crash scene was horrific.
It is a particularly nasty crash where 2 innocent young children have lost their lives. We'll be in constant contact with all members of the family to ensure their ongoing welfare and that they're kept abreast of our investigation as it unfolds.
There's been another suspected Ukrainian drone attack on the Russian capital, Moscow. The city's mayor says a drone was shot down by Russian air defense systems. Moscow's 3 major airports suspended flights in the wake of the attack. Russia's reported repeated drone and missile attacks on Moscow over the past week. The United States says reports of sexual violence in Sudan are deeply disturbing. Fighting between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary rapid support forces broke out almost 5 months ago, leaving hundreds of people dead. The U.S. State Department says it's gravely concerned about the situation in the southern Darfur region, where thousands of civilians are trapped. It says there are numerous credible reports of rape, gang rape, and other forms of gender-based violence against women and girls in the region. More tornadoes have touched down as a severe storm hits the U.S. state of Michigan. Authorities say at least 5 people have been killed. 6 tornadoes have downed trees, ripped the roofs off buildings and left hundreds of thousands of people without power. Officials in Wayne County, which includes the state's largest city, Detroit, have declared a state of emergency. Here at home, the Tasmanian Health Department's denied suggestions it should have declared a code yellow alert in the state's largest public hospital in recent days. Elijah Closure with the details.
Bed block and staff shortages in the Royal Hobart Hospital reached critical levels over the past week, with health unions saying staff were working under Code Yellow internal disaster conditions, but it wasn't enacted. In a statement, Health Department Secretary Catherine Morgan-Wicks described the claims as false, and that while hospitals have managed significant demand this week, a Code Yellow threshold was not reached. She adds the department did not receive a request from the hospital to designate a Code Yellow.
The Tasmanian Health Minister Guy Burnett says whatever transpired was an operational matter, but the opposition says he must take more responsibility. The Victorian government has announced it will extend its sick and carers pay scheme to more casual and contract workers. Yvette Gray with the details.
The Victorian Sick Pay Guarantee pilot will now continue to March 2025, with more than 400 new jobs now eligible for the payments. Eligible casual, contract and self-employed workers can access up to 38 hours of sick and carers pay a year under the $245 million scheme. Fitness instructors, hairdressers, factory workers, early childhood workers, taxi and rideshare drivers are among the jobs potentially covered. Since launching in March last year, more than 76,000 workers have signed up to the scheme, which has covered more than 1.8 million hours of sick and carers pay.
The Victorian Chamber of Commerce and Industry says the scheme unfairly benefits casual workers as they already have their sick and care leave factored into their higher take-home pay. The New South Wales government's issued a stern warning to pubs and clubs with only a week to go until a ban on gambling-related signs kicks in. From September, all venues must remove or conceal external signs with terms such as VIP lounge, dragons or coin motifs, or risk an $11,000 fine. New South Wales Minister for Gaming and Racing, David Harris, says the government has a zero-tolerance policy.
The research shows us that signage could be triggering to people who have a gambling problem and lure them into poker machine rules. And it goes against the spirit of the law that's been in place since 2001.
Golfer Alexander Bjork holds a one-shot lead after 2 rounds of the European Tour's Czech Masters in Prague. The Swede collected 6 birdies on his way to a 6-under 66, putting him at 13 under for the tournament. Denmark's Nikolai Højgaard is a shot back in second, with Englishman Matt Wallace in third position. You're up to date with ABC News. You can get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen.
The police say they can't be sure the 2 fires are linked.
A number of anti-Asian posters have been...
admit the coincidence is highly suspicious.
I was only 8 when my family was targeted as part of a series of terror attacks.
Join Crispian Chan on this deeply personal investigation.
I need to know exactly how it happened and what they'd say now if I found them.
Firebomb, the new series of the Unravel True Crime podcast. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet.
This game is electric.
Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. Oh, the home fans like that. What a game. It's got everything. On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
One bounce at 60, one bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes.
He plays on from 52 out. The package bangs it through.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
On the left boot, he's welcome to the big time moment.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
Turn steady, go.
Something big is coming.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Durham to win it. Goal.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Gets onto it, and away it goes.
Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant.
Here they come.
That's class. Oh, he's a star. What a game. Brilliant.
He goes.
This kid is going places.
Hand pass to Sarong. Sarong pulls the trigger. Boom. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Curls it around. What about that?
Hand pass to Elliott. Back to Hill. Superb finish.
55 out. He's given this plenty. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
He dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal.
Grimes goes long. Bolton. High altitude fly from Showbolt. Snap from 35 and boy does he love it.
Good for Humphrey. Here's Humphrey to put the Suns
on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
The final Saturday afternoon footy of the home and away season as the curtain comes down on Hawthorn and Fremantle from the MCG. Both sides out of finals calculation, so playing for pride this afternoon with the Hawks trying to finish their developing year with a real flurry after wins against the Magpies and the Western Bulldogs. While for the Dockers, there's no denying they've been the biggest disappointment of season 2023. So a third trip to the MCG this year, and Fremantle trying to build on what's been a frustrating year for their fans. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport at an overcast MCG where it's around 15 degrees today, but a lot of the fans have rolled in hoping that they will finish their season on a high. For Hawthorn fans, the 2013 Premiership Cup is there. They'll have their celebration at some stage in September. And for the Dockers fans, it's another rare chance to come to the home of footy and try and walk away with 4 points. Corbin Middlemass to call the action alongside me. Welcome, Corby. Great to have you on a Saturday.
Thanks, Clinchy. Nice to be here in the traditional afternoon time slot, as we love to say. You set it up beautifully off the top, and it goes to show how much that sport and really life in general is all around storytelling and the narratives in which we sort of intertwine the backgrounds. But if you came into this season cold and you knew nothing about the competition previously or where the sides have been, and this season just existed in isolation, you have the least experienced team on average in terms of games played, Hawthorn, up against the second least experienced team in terms of games played in Fremantle. And you've got one side that's won 7 games and the other team's won 9 games. And yet Fremantle, in a way, are almost a victim of their own expectation, because last year they made the top 6, they won a home final, they lost to Collingwood in a semi-final, and so this year everyone's expecting them to take the step, compared to Hawthorn, who everyone was saying, look, they didn't put a list together that was capable of being competitive this year, and yet in most people's estimations they've overachieved to now win 7, possibly 8 games this year. So I'm not trying to give Fremantle an out, but I'm just pointing out how much of the narrative should be around this team's completely underachieved to be a 9-win side given how young they are, and how much of it was amazing what they did last year to completely come out of nowhere with the list demographics that they have and be able to win a final under Justin Longmuir. And whatever all that's worth, the first 10 weeks of 2024 is going to be so hot for the Dockers, and I think we all agree on that.
Yeah, the questions around why the team has performed so poorly this season and what the direction is going forward, given that a lot of sides are playing for draft picks at this time of the season. Fremantle don't have one. Of course, they gave their first round pick to Melbourne for Luke Jackson, so no added incentive there. You had your Sarah Ferguson moment. You're going to go one-on-one with Nat Fyfe, the dual Brownlow medalist. I wonder where he'll be in 2024. Will he be in the forward line? Will he be in the midfield? It'll be interesting to see, and from his point of view, I hope his body is fit.
Yeah, his coach, Justin Longmuir, sort of gave the nod during the week that he'd be going back into the engine room, so I'll ask him about that, and we'll see what we get from him. He's usually a very deep thinker and has a pretty broad lens, not just on his own game, but also on the team and where he sees Fremantle headed. So he's got a 2-year deal that's about to start, so he'll be there not only in 2024, but again in 2025.
He'd be great podcast talent, wouldn't he? You could easily sit down with him for 2 hours and just talk through all the achievements in his career. Nat Fyfe, looking forward to hearing from him. Adam Romanascus, you've heard him previously on The Lead. Welcome once more to you, Rama. Are these weird afternoons where there's not a lot to play for? For some players, there's the individual pride of wanting to guarantee you have a contract in your future beyond this year, and for others, there's trying to leave a lasting impression on the coach.
Yeah, and that's the important part is... when you're in these situations, you want the coach thinking, gee, you had a good game that last one. Not, oh, geez, he was pretty ordinary. That, oh, do we give him a new contract, don't we? What do we do here? So, look, I think the only real fascination in this game is the ladder position, with what happens with Melbourne's first-round pick, which originally was Fremantle's. Fremantle gave to Melbourne in the exchange for Luke Jackson, and how that all plays out. Other than that, it's really about pride and going into some level of momentum into an off-season. So these two teams don't want to do what Essendon did last night. That's for certain, okay? And Corb spoke about Nat Fyfe and where he should play and how that looks in next season. They just need Nat Fyfe to play. To forget where he's going to play. They just need him to play football. They need him to play 18-plus games next season, because if he does that and he's fit, he's going to play good football. That's just who Nat Fyfe is. That's who he's always been. So, on the other hand, and you look at Hawthorn their back half of the season's been good. Like there was real concerns coming to about the halfway point of the season, just what they were, who they were, how they were getting beaten, how they were playing the game. And then this second half of the season, you look at it and go, yep, that makes absolute perfect sense now, how they want to play their what brand of football they want to play, who they want to use through the middle of the ground. Yep, there's some pieces missing, absolutely, but that's what happens when you're the youngest or the second youngest team in the competition with regard to games played. So it's coming together. It is coming together for the Hawks.
Is the criticism too harsh on Fremantle given those demographics? That the comp is trending older.
No.
Geelong were the oldest premiership team in history. The older side on average this year is Collingwood, who finished top of the tree.
Yep.
And yet Fremantle is second last.
No, I don't think the criticism is harsh because of the way they played last season. Now, okay, personnel has played a part in that this season. Andrew Brayshaw hasn't been fit all year. He's carried an injury, and you can tell he's not at his dynamic best as he was last season. But the reality is, you can't. It's like, well, were they a one-hit wonder, or is there some sustainability in this performance? We're all admiring Fremantle last year, the way they were playing their football, and previous to that too, because they created an identity as a team that were very hard to play against. They were defensively sound, week in, week out. How they played their game. This year, the inconsistencies in their game have been just far too evident for me.
So it's not the wins, it's the way they've played. Yep.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to elaborate a bit more on Freo, but alongside Rama, great to have Football Hall of Fame member. Of course, he's the coach of the Western Bulldogs in the AFLW, and that season is about to fire up. Great to have you back with us, Berkey. Welcome aboard.
Yes, hello everyone. Great to be here. It's good to see Corby's jumped up into the Saturday afternoon 18. So, welcome, mate.
Thank you.
We'll guide you along, but it's great
nice
to have you here.
How do you feel at this stage of the season? Because obviously there's a lot of juggling when it comes to where you need to be at what time. Just personally, in terms of the women getting their season underway next week, we can't wait to be there on Friday night as Melbourne unveil their flag and they take on Collingwood. There'll be a number of games you'll hear on ABC Sport in the first week, but for you it's been a shorter off-season to try and get it all ready for a 10-round season and finals.
Yes, we're almost here. This is technically my weekend off before the season starts next week.
And you come and spend it with us.
I came and spend it with you. We had the players train yesterday, so gave them Saturday morning off. They're off doing whatever they do, and here I am with you three.
Is there a little violin available?
Yeah. Watching a game that's probably not really going to shape a lot for the season, but no, where else would you rather be than at the MCG at any stage? But we start next week. We've got Geelong at 5 o'clock down in Geelong, which will be a big one. There was a 1 point difference in the two teams last year when we played at Ballarat, so very evenly matched. We're just getting the players to the line. I've got my big worry is I've got a few that should be right for round one. Will they be at their full fitness? No, they won't. But I'll have enough to choose from, and not making excuses. We'll have 21 out there, and we'll give it a good crack this season.
So you're Graham, right? Your biggest fear is injuries in the lead up to round one, like his would be for the first final. Do you get concerned about all the stuff leading into round one? And do you feel like with you only had the one practice game last week that you've got a little indication as to who the best two or three teams are going to be?
No, it's a bit hard to tell. There's some really weird results last week, and I haven't watched all of those games, so I can't tell you whether teams were playing their best team or whether they're mucking around with things. But if you were tipping last week based on last year's results, you wouldn't have been got a lot of results in. But no, we really hard to know who's going. Melbourne will be strong. Brisbane are always strong, even though they've lost some pretty good players to expansion teams.
Adelaide
are always strong. But one thing you can't do in AFLW land is you can't do a Carlton where you lose 6 games in a row and everybody says, hey, sack the coach. You get things together and then all of a sudden you fly home because you lose 6 games in a row, you've only got 4 left.
Yeah.
So a 6 game in a row losing streak in AFLW land is 2. So we won 70% of our games last year and we just snuck into the finals. So it's a cutthroat world when you only play 10 games.
There's so much to play for when it's such a short season, and as you said, player retention becomes one of the big challenges when you're not having the luxury to be full-time athletes. So great to have Nathan Burke as a part of our team on a Saturday afternoon, and the AFLW, we can't wait to bring it to you all on ABC Sport across the next 10 weeks. It hasn't quite worked out as the promoters' dream in the way in which the AFL would have landed it 19 days ago, hoping that Collingwood and Essendon would have had so much to play for. I mean, there's still possibilities in terms of the Saints, where they can finish, the fact that the Giants, if results fall their way, they could have a home final, and Melbourne are obviously looking at the possibilities as to if they win in Sydney. They don't play a lot at the SCG. Would they actually prefer to play Collingwood in the first week of the finals, or does it not really matter when you get to this stage of the season and you have to beat everyone, so you might as well start from the first week? What are your curiosities as we head into the final round as to what sides you're keen to see put that last finishing touch, whether it's Melbourne with Tom McDonald coming back in and seeing whether that works alongside Bailey Fritsch. The Blues, unfortunately, some of their key personnel, with Jesse Motlop being announced he's out of the side this morning alongside Patrick Cripps, so they get Walsh and Chera back. But it's not the Blues at full strength, which probably Michael Voss would have been hoping for.
I think the two games that I'm most looking forward to is Brisbane and St Kilda. I just want to see St Kilda just genuine heat. Brisbane are a very good team at the Gabba. Can they somehow manufacture, maybe not the win, that'd be nice, of course, but can they compete with them for 4 quarters? That's one part, I think, Berkey, that I'd be... they've been terrific this year. They've been coached really well. We know Ross is a real week-to-week coach of how he coaches that team. But defensively, they've been outstanding. And then the other game that I'm really looking forward to is tomorrow afternoon is the Sydney-Melbourne game. I just think, the Swans, what have they got, 6 on the trot, I think, Corbs? They've been really, really good the way that they've played their football. But I wonder with Melbourne a little bit.
Hawthorn took it up to them last week, and it sort of felt like it was a bit of a grind for them in patches. You mentioned Brisbane and their record at the Gabba, so if the Saints are able to win up there, all of a sudden that would flip the narrative of Ross of we deserve to be where we be. Yep, we haven't played our best footy, but hey, we can click into gear come finals.
I just think for all 4 teams, it's important the way they play those 2 games. Like, you're either going into a final series knowing that you're right or wondering if you're going right. I think that's what's at stake for those 4 teams.
And home elimination final up for stakes, up for grabs really for both Sydney and St Kilda. So sneaky big in that sense, that the game tomorrow afternoon in particular, that Sydney-Melbourne match, as to whether it's at the SCG or the MCG, as to where the Saints and Swans play one another in the first week of September.
Any chance of being at Docklands?
I was going to ask you that. If you're a Saints fan, are you laying claim that first week of the finals, you should have the final at your home ground?
I potentially think that it should just be a blanket rule.
I agree.
If you play elimination final and you earn a home one, it doesn't matter where you play, you get a home one.
So I reckon it would be, particularly if, say St Kilda host, there'll be 3 finals in Melbourne, which is usually the tipping point that's where we open the door to playing one at Docklands. Particularly if I imagine they'll play 2 games on the Saturday. So it'll go a Thursday night, Friday night, 2 on Saturday, and then no Sunday footy. So I think there'd have to be a chance that Docklands would be up for grabs. And you think if it's either St Kilda or Carlton, which one goes to the G, which one plays at Docklands, they'll probably bring the Blues to the G, you would have thought.
You'd think so. That'd be a smart move. But we've played them in Geelong, haven't we?
We have played a qualifying final in Geelong. 10 years ago now. Freo went down there and actually won it.
Yes. No, I definitely think it was 54,000. St Kilda, Sydney. That's probably not a bad effort if we get 54 in there. And obviously you'd bring Carlton here and get 75, 80, no doubt, easily. So, I think definitely they should get one at Docklands.
That's almost the next game, isn't it? You play the ladder predictor and you play where are the finals going to be, who's going to have Thursday night, who's going to have Friday night, where can they maximise the crowd.
Look, the reality of that is St Kilda are going to be a better team at the Docklands than they are at the MCG. So if they've earned the right to have a home final, they should get that. That stadium, whether they can't fit another person in there, Berkey, bad luck. That's my opinion.
Exactly right. If it's Adelaide, if they were in it, they would get one in Adelaide at a stadium of similar size.
Yeah.
And it's their home ground.
That's it.
And you get a home final. It's not a home state final, which was the argument the AFL make. You get a home state one.
The argument is, are you prepared to give up the dollars that you could potentially get for a few more people in here at the MCG for the win?
Or if you're running a business, then that's the definitive answer. But then again, I always think fans missing out isn't the worst thing because it drives people to TV and it drives the attraction of, I want to get a ticket, I need to be there.
I'm pretty sure the clubs don't get they don't get gate receipts finals.
It's all goes
so it's just all prize money here. So the club couldn't care less whether we squeeze an extra 10, 20,000.
It's AFL money.
Yeah.
Nathan Burke alongside Adam Romanascus, Macklich and Corbin Middlemass to call the action. There's no late changes with Lloyd Meek, the sub for the Hawks, and Neil Erasmus for the Fremantle Dockers. The final member of our team is Lauren Borden. She can take us inside the Hawthorn camp. She's down with one of their assistant coaches, Cade Simpson.
Thanks, Clinchy. I've got Hawthorn assistant coach Cade Simpson joining me on the boundary. You come up last game of the season at the MCG against Fremantle. How do you beat a side that's had the wood over you the last few times you've met?
Yeah, and they've been playing some really good football the last 6 weeks. So another big challenge for us. Bit flat that it's the end of the year. I feel like we've been playing some good footy and found our groove a little bit. So, it's a bit sad that the season's going to be over. But, massive challenge ahead for us.
You have got the 7 wins leading into today, including some really good wins against Collingwood and Brisbane along the way, but then also some of those bigger losses. How do you rate the season so far?
Personally, it's been a good learning for me, first year in, and I think really good development. We're a young side. We've had our ups, but we've also had a lot of downs. So we're under no illusion that we've got a lot of growth still ahead of us. I think we've developed nicely over the second half of the year.
You mentioned that it is your first full season at Hawthorn, coming across from Carlton after, 2 decades there. What have you found being a new club for the first time really in your adult life?
It's a little bit strange. I was very nervous walking in. I've been grown up really at Carlton, so a new club, but I think all football clubs have their similarities and then a few little details that are a bit different as well. But I've loved every minute of it. I feel like I've learned a lot under Sam and working with the other assistants as well. So, I've loved my time and I'm a bit flat that the season's ending.
So you come in and you meet Sam Mitchell. What were the things that you all wanted to achieve as a group at the start of the season, and do you feel like you've done that?
We didn't have too many goals. A lot of our focus was on development and individual development of players. We're such a young group. We don't really want to put a ceiling on what we can achieve. So I think we've seen a lot, and we've had a lot of our draftees have played and had games this year. So I think it's exciting that I think we've played mid-30s to high-30 players this year. So to keep seeing those guys improve throughout the season has been a great result.
And Connor Nash, he's been someone that improved last season, then again this season. How are you seeing him as he's cemented himself in the midfield? And also, do you feel like you've got a really good midfield coming together as well that'll hold you in good stead for seasons ahead?
Yeah, the midfield's been really impressive. I think Day going through there, Newcomb's continued on his great start to his career, and then you add types of Nash and Warple and Ned in the ruck. I think that's a really good core group. And then you throw in guys in their first year, Cam McKenzie, and we saw Henry Huswaite. Josh Ward's continued on. So I feel like they've got it's quite a large group and building quite a bit of depth there as well. So I think it holds them in good stead. But again, nothing's given in AFL, so they're going to have a good off-season, continue to work hard and work together and hopefully keep trending upwards.
Cade Simpson, Hawthorn defensive coach, joining us on Grandstand AFL. We had Mitch Lewis in the box last week, and he said he'd love to see another key forward come to Hawthorn in the trade period. Is there anyone that you'd particularly like to come to the club, or a certain area that you'd like to fix coming into next season?
There's plenty of players I'd love to get. Whether they're available is another question. I'm not too sure. I know Mark McKenzie's working quite hard in list management, trying to find those guys that are out there, but unfortunately, the big key forwards and big key defenders, they don't grow on trees. So hopefully the brand we're playing and the form we've had the second half of the year does attract some good players.
They might come and poach one of your assistant coaches too in Chris Newman, obviously linked to the Richmond job, his old club. How much of a gap would it leave if he was to leave the Hawks? Everyone seems to just love him and be full of praise for him.
Yeah, he's a ripper. I didn't really know Chris apart from playing against him for quite a few years. But he's been brilliant for me. He was in charge of the back line last year, so gave me quite a lot of advice when I first walked in, and almost I've asked him, probably pestered him with a lot of questions throughout my first year as an assistant. If he got that opportunity, it'd be fantastic for him. He's a great person. I think he would do a great job. Everything I've seen, he's first class.
And for yourself, you played for the Carlton side the last time they were in finals back in 2013. Have you still been following them along this year as they go for another finals tilt for the first time in a decade?
I haven't watched that closely. I've still got quite a few friends that still play there. So, I think it's good that they're going to get to taste finals for the first time. It'll be interesting to see how they go. I think the season's probably as competitive and as open as we've ever seen. So I'll definitely be watching all finals, not just Carlton, but and I'm looking closely.
Do you think you'll get to a game with former teammates and head out and support them?
I don't know if support. I'm pretty invested in Hawthorn at the moment, but I would like to go to some finals. I think it's a great experience, and we encourage all our players to try and get along there as well. If they're still in town, because that's where we want to get to eventually. So to go and experience the atmosphere and see the style of football that's played, that's what everyone is looking to achieve. So
that's quite an interesting point. Do you find that it does those younger players, they get a lot of learnings even just from going along and watching it from the outside?
Oh, absolutely. I think going there live and feeling the atmosphere that finals football is about, probably, I think, would make you hungrier to try and experience it yourself, but also not just watching on screen at home. You get to watch behind the goals and watch players that you might want to try and model yourself on, or there's so many learnings you can take from it. But I think if players are in town, they should try and get to at least one or two games and have a look and experience it.
Well, thanks for your time today, Kate. Appreciate it. Best of luck for the final game of the season.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. Great to hear from former Carlton great, now of course involved with the Hawks as an assistant coach, Cade Simpson, and always an interesting time of year for the players not competing in finals as to whether they head overseas and enjoy some downtime, or do they potentially come along and watch the finals and have the dream and the envy of not being a part of it. We're at the MCG for Hawthorn and Fremantle. Also today, North Melbourne and the Gold Coast Suns from Bellerive Oval. There is an ABC call of that game available, so just download the ABC Listen app and click on the AFL Extra stream, and you can find a commentary of that with Chris Rowbottom alongside Michael Maney. Then the twilight, it's Brisbane and St Kilda from the Gabba, and tonight Geelong and the Western Bulldogs from Cardinia Park, and the West Coast Eagles and Adelaide from Perth. Stay with us for the full pre-game.
With the ABC Listen app, you can take the footy with you wherever you go. Off to walk the dog?
Take the footy!
Going camping?
Take the footy!
Picnic in the park?
Take the footy!
ABC Sport's expert coverage of the AFL.
Incredible grab!
And the NRL. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Live and commercial free. So whatever you're up to,
take the footy!
Take the footy with you on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Marks out to the right, steps on goal, superb finish.
Turns, whacks it straight through the middle. Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang! 'Cause here it comes, AFL.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Round 24 of the AFL home and away season. The curtain comes down for Fremantle and Hawthorn in their final match from the home of footy, the MCG. A big welcome to our listeners through South Australia and Western Australia. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. It's slightly overcast at the MCG, around 15 degrees, but great to see a number of the fans of Hawthorn and Fremantle have still come out, hoping that their team might finish the season with a win. The Hawks will be bullish after their big wins against the Magpies and the Western Bulldogs in recent weeks, not to mention they were able to challenge Melbourne for a half last week. They do get Jai Newcomb, one of their best midfielders, back in. And for the Fremantle Dockers, unfortunately unable to live up to the expectations of last year. A little under 12 months ago, they were playing in a semi-final against Collingwood. This year, unfortunately, they won't be in September. They're in 14th position. And their number one draft pick, unfortunately, is in the hands of Melbourne, having picked up Luke Jackson. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass to call all the action. Lauren Borden's down on the boundary. Nathan Burke and Adam Ramanauskas are your experts this afternoon. There's no late changes, with Lloyd Meek the sub for the Hawks and Neil Erasmus for the Fremantle Dockers. A chance to head straight down into the Fremantle camp. They've made their way out onto the MCG. And Corbin Middlemass is with a man who would love to be out there, Nat Fyfe.
The only two-time Brownlow medalist currently in the competition in Nat Fyfe joins us on Grandstand AFL. Nat, appreciate your time.
Corb, thanks for having me.
So the season comes to an end. end of the chapter for Fremantle in 2023. How do you look back on it as a season overall?
Yeah, it's interesting. This time last year, plus a couple of weeks, we were preparing to play Collingwood in a big final at this ground, and the energy was much different for our season. And the pieces of the puzzle haven't changed all that much in terms of coach, personnel, system. So there is some disappointment about how this year turned out. But I said last week, I think we're bottom 4 wins, losses. But it doesn't feel like that's where we're at as a club. We're not far off putting together a season that I think is reasonable enough to play top 8 footy for a number of years with our list profile. And I don't want to be a hype merchant and just sell false hope, but that's where I genuinely think we're at.
I'll get back to the team in a moment. Just on your own game this year, so 7 games last year, 9 games this year. You gave a really candid interview to Ben Cameron on the ABC earlier in this year, and you spoke about the struggles that you had last year, both physically and mentally throughout the year. You've only been able to play 2 further games this season. How have you got through it, again, both from a physical and a mental standpoint?
Yeah, last year was much different to this year. I had a bad back injury, which kind of has required my body to rejuvenate, and all through last year I just kept breaking down, and I was in a bit of a different spot mentally, and all the setbacks felt so much more significant than what they have been this year. This year the tranquility's high, the agitation's pretty low, and each time something doesn't quite go the way that you intend, it's not too bad of a setback. I've got enough perspective and vision to be able to see this one through and keep chipping away. And I'm still coming back from a back injury. I've got a broken foot. I've had patella issues with my patella. I've got plantar fasciitis. I've got a bunch of niggles, but mostly I'm coming back from a back injury that shut my whole body down. Now I'm healthy enough, but everything's just not harmonising and singing properly. And that's why when I'm playing this year, it looks like I don't really know what I'm doing. The game's gone past me. And those have been some nervous moments, but I still have confidence that in time, this thing will turn back around again.
So you're just about to enter into a new 2-year deal. I guess that was my next question. How much confidence do you have that you'll be able to play consistent footy and be out there on a regular basis over that next 2-year block?
Well, I used to answer that question with heaps of confidence. My best footy's still in front of me. We'll get back there, but it's just the wrong lens now. I used to be captain of the club. There's a lot of expectation on myself personally and externally, but that's shifted so far now. Really all I've got to do is take care of what's directly in front of me, which is have a good off-season, train as well as I can, use all the resources around me to get myself back in whatever condition I can, and then whatever happens from there will take care of itself. But I'm hopeful it's 2 years and change. I keep playing beyond that contract. For now, I just look at the off-season.
Justin Mulmuir spoke recently and hinted at the fact that you'd be going back into the engine room and playing in the midfield, where you would think you'd get banged up a little bit more. You've had injuries over the last 2 years, and now it looks like you're headed back into the midfield. Is that your understanding of what 2024 looks like?
We've got a few conversations still to have, but I think that cycle has kind of come back around again. I went forward. I wasn't able to give Justin anywhere near my best footy in that role, so we weren't able to really look at it properly. But I've got over 12 years of experience playing as a midfielder, and I've sort of found a way to do that pretty well, and I seem to think that's where my best football still is. And in terms of the conversation about getting banged up, you get banged up wherever you play. I'm a crash and bash type player. I'll try and play more efficiently. I've spoken about trying to play a bit more like Pendles and those sorts of players that preserve their bodies a bit. I'll see how I go with that, but it's a contact sport. You're going to get banged up.
You won 16 games last year as a club. It's looking at, 9 or 10, depending on how this afternoon goes. We hear all the time that progression's not necessarily linear. It is a young group, and yet, as much as we say that, in practice there's a certain amount of impatience, and particularly with a club like Fremantle. It's now been 10 years since your only grand final appearance. What does next year look like in terms of win-loss, finals appearance? Where do you sort of see this team progressing in 2024?
Yeah, crystal ball, I left that at home again today, so it's hard to answer that question. What I would say is that we need to find ways to bring the most out of people, to allow people who are within our club, players, coaches, to reach their full potential. And we saw a little bit of that last year. We kind of raised the ceiling on what was possible, got a taste of that, and reality and normal thinking maybe set back in a little bit with our group, and we've sort of lapsed back slightly. So I think that needs to be a focus of our club and our supporters, in that with our young list and the work that we've put into that, and we're ready to take the next step. Players need to see the potential they can achieve for themselves, and us as a group need to see the potential of what we can achieve next year and beyond. But talk's pretty cheap at this time of the year.
It's almost impossible for us to judge captaincy. So I guess in a similar way as coaching, all we can see is what unfolds on the field. But you've obviously given up the captaincy. Alex Pearce takes over this year. What have you made of his first year as captain of the club?
I've really liked what Alex has done. Internally, his connection with players, what he stands for as a man and as a leader. He's got all the tools to be a great captain, and adversity is the best way to learn. So I've been talking with him about if you can keep your eyes open through this challenging period, deal with all the scrutiny that comes your way and see this through, then this will be the best learning environment for you to become a great captain. And you can't judge these things until 20, 30 years down the track. But I think he's the man for the job.
Do you think there'll be change in the off-season? And if there is change, what do you think you need to be able to make this group better?
There is always some change and some tinkering as well. I think we need to invest in the space of mindset, high-performance mindset, those sorts of things. And I think there will be a little bit of change around our group and coaching, but not much. Like, we've kind of got all the pieces of the puzzle that we need. Our coaches are good. Our playing list is really strong. We're set and ready to go, and we need, I guess, to see the cycle through.
What does the off-season look like? I think last year you went over to California and did some work with Austin, who's done a whole lot of work with the Port Adelaide guys in the past, and we see some of those shots on social media. Have you got something similar planned this off-season?
I'm not going to America this year. I'll be going to India for 5 or 6 weeks. I've got some interests over there to take care of, and hopefully I can disappear into the spiritual realm as well, which is what I like to do. But yeah, that's the plan at the moment. And then November I'll be here training, getting ready for a big year next year.
So it was Nicaragua, I think, last year Nicaragua, where you went?
Central America, yeah.
So what will you get up to in India?
Who knows? I got a flight that lands in Ahmedabad on the mid to September sometime, and then I will, a week or two of business, and then follow my nose.
Awesome. Just see where you end up.
Pretty much.
Anything in particular you want to see?
Not really. Just lower the expectations, as always with travel, and just see what is presented.
Well, have a great trip. I was lucky enough to be there earlier in the year, so it's a wonderful place to go. I'm sure you'll have a great time. I look forward to seeing you back on the green stuff next year as well. Nat, appreciate your time as always.
Thank you.
Corbin Middlemass catching up with former Fremantle captain Nat Fyfe, who's made the trip to Melbourne as part of the coaching staff. Unfortunately, he won't be running out there today. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass call the action. Lauren Borden down the boundary. Adam Ramanaskas and Nathan Burke. I think Fyfe was worried he'd wander down to breakfast and Corbin might be there if he shared too much information about what he was planning. But Corbin could have told him, I've been to India and I can tell you where to go.
Yeah, we had a good chat off air. So I mentioned to him about just a few little tips. He was worried about the food in particular, about sort of how he would go sort of processing that. But
what I did learn from that interview is that Nat does have a crystal ball at home.
Yeah.
He just chose not to bring it today. So I'll be knocking on his door for sure.
He speaks well, and he spoke a bit there about that pieces are in place. Yeah. Feels like we got good coaches, we got good players, we got to see the cycle through. And we talk all the time in footy about how progression's not linear necessarily, and clearly this is a dip. But it feels like when the coach is off contract at the end of 2024 and that we know what the football world looks like and the media landscape in particular, it feels like the first 10 weeks of next year are going to be particularly hot because it's probably a tough sell for the club to say, look, now's the time actually to re-sign the coach after he got them to the top 6 last year and now they're a bottom 6 team in 2023. Feels like the first 8 to 10 weeks of 2024 is going to be particularly hot for the Dockers to make sure they start on the right step.
Yeah, you're right. And it's not just wins and loss. I think the word I wrote when I'm thinking about Fremantle much this year, it's just been pretty bland. They haven't really been a exciting team to watch. They haven't moved the ball quickly. They haven't been, like the Saints, really defensive lockdown, which in its way is exciting to watch. They just really haven't had anything to hang their hat on. So the start of next year, hopefully over the pre-season, they can come up with something that is going to be the Dockers' way of playing football.
You're a current coach. You work in the player and coach management space, Rama. The idea of the coach going into his final year off contract, we've obviously seen Ken Hinkley do it this year and have success and gets rewarded. We've seen other clubs where it's worked horrendously, and you've got a couple of bottom 10 teams in Adelaide and Fremantle that are sort of fascinating watches. Where do you re-sign the guy now where they've missed finals and probably a little below expectation and go, yep, he's our guy, we're going to extend him out? Or do you let him coach the final year of his deal knowing that there's no assurances beyond next year?
For me, it comes down to the personality of the individual. Don't forget, you're not just saying, "Oh, am I going to coach next year?" This is the guy's job. So at the end of it, he's probably going to be unemployed. And so you start to think about, okay, well, how do I pay for my house and my kids at school and everything else? What sort of job am I going to get? And anyone who's in that situation, whatever walk of life that you're in, if you think, oh, hey, I could potentially lose my job in 6 weeks or a month, well, then that's going to weigh on you. But there are other people who can handle that. And you know what? I've got a job at hand. I'm not going to think about that sort of stuff. I'm going to get on with it. So to me, there's no right or wrong, but it comes down to the individual coach of how they're actually handling that situation.
Not in necessarily Rammering the case of these two teams, but just in general. The coach entering the final year of a contract. Is it a major distraction?
No, it's not. But you'd like that contract done earlier in the year rather than progressing through the year. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But I think in Justin Longmuir's case, he's still a young coach in his own life cycle, as Berkey was talking about. So he does have time on his up his sleeve. The only what I always question is how long is an administration and a board prepared to be patient? Like if you look at, like you've mentioned, the age demographic of this team, the games profile of this team, they are still young. You need to be probably analysing and critiquing Justin's coaching credentials probably when they're in the middle of that. How are they going then when they're right in the middle of it? Because once they get to the middle part, well, you're expecting consistent finals. And then when they're at the high end of that part, you're expecting premierships.
So semi-final last year, missed finals this year. What would be your start of 2024 expectation for Freo? Finals.
Yeah. A lot comes down to your relationship with your football director, your head of football, because if you have a great relationship and you're in your last part of your contract, you're sitting down, you're talking, you're saying, hey, we can't make the finals now. I can play this bloke who's, senior player, is going to give us we know what we're going to get, or we're going to play this young bloke for the last 3 or 4 games. And it might mean that we're probably going to lose those last 3 or 4 games. What do you want me to do? How do you want me to play that? And so you've got to have those sort of conversations.
And, of course, they had the 4 players named in the AFLPA's 22 under 22, Sarong, Jackson, Amos and Young. So that's very much the future. The final member, Lauren Borden, is sitting in the front row for us this afternoon. Welcome to you again, Loz.
Thanks, Clinchy. Nice to be down here with the floodlights on. Southern Stand completely closed off today. About 25,000 expected for a couple of sides that aren't getting set to play finals. As you mentioned before, Lloyd Meek and Neil Erasmus coming in as the subs. Erasmus used to this position with it for the 6th time this season, but we'll see how they both go today in the 2 teams.
Hawthorn and Fremantle for the final time in 2024. Here's Corbin Middlemass.
Jackson does the first centre bounce, wins it down, but Warple extracts it. Got a hand pass today, kicks Hawthorn inside 50. Ryan, that's Luke, spoils it down for Fremantle to Pearce, who's tackled and will have a ball up. Hawthorn home game, brown shorts, gold jumper with the brown stripes, and Fremantle in their purple, as it should have been on grand final day a decade ago. The white chevrons and the white shorts from the restart. Jackson wins it down again, and we've got a free kick. It's a high tackle. It's going the way of Bruce.
Yeah, that was high against, that was Wagner.
Corey Wagner. So Bruce here just tries to drop it in the hole out in front of Moore. Touched on the way through by Sarong. Tackle from Henry. Ball spills out to Young and shoots a hand pass to Luke Ryan. Half back for the Dockers. Kicks down the southern wing. Cox takes the mark and goes straight away. Is he playing up front today, Brennan Cox? Tumbles a kick down towards half forward. Amos the target. Blank knocks it away for the Hawks. Amos keeps it alive and threads a hand pass back to Caleb Sarong.
He looks to come inboard to Jackson or Sarong, and the mark is taken by Jackson. He can move it into the middle of the ground, and Clark has space. Plays on, looks inside the 50. That's a horrible kick. It did clear Morrison, though. Opens the door for Schultz, who races after it. Gathers. Hand pass to Fredericks at left half forward. Chip kick inboard, Mistache. The Hawks regather through Nash. Hand pass to Warple, who can work it out to Morrison. At right half back. Harry Morrison looks to come inboard. He wants to get it to Day. It doesn't reach him. It's knocked on by Swakowski into the path of Schultz, who just threw a boot at it. Didn't get any purchase on it. Morrison for the Hawks turns it straight over. Hand pass straight to Aish, who gives it to Schultz. He chips it up to left half forward, and Tracy takes the mark.
Tracy looks corridor immediately, finds Young, who marks for Fremantle, continues the shift along the forward 50 to Henry. And Henry can just dab it inside the attacking arc, and Sonny Walters takes the mark on his chest. At 45 metres out, and he wants to go back and have a look in the long sleeves.
Well, they've played around with the ball across half forward for the first couple of minutes of this game, Fremantle, and finally get the ball inside forward 50 to find a target.
Modest crowd, overcast day, around 14 degrees in Melbourne. Michael Walters on the drop punt right to the goal line. It's touched, says the umpire, who's just leaning against the goalpost. And everyone's happy with that. So a minor score. First one of the day. Fremantle on the board first, 2.5 minutes in. No late change. Lloyd Meek and Neil Erasmus, the two subs.
Got distracted by Dave in South Fremantle on 0437 774 774. We should have asked Nat Fyfe the lotto numbers, given that he's got the crystal ball at home. Sicily up towards half-back for the Hawks. No mark claim. Young's able to knock it out into the path of Hamling. Ball's eventually able to be gathered clear, but Aish can't break away from the tackle of Scrimshaw, and the umpire will ball it up. Broadcast wing here at the MCG. Fremantle with the opening behind of the match. Fremantle break from the stoppage. A chance for Young, who drives it long inside 50, almost a mark. Amos did well, got rid of his opponent, just couldn't hang on at the last moment. Good job from James Blank in the wrestle, and it goes out of play in the left forward pocket, punt road end for Fremantle.
Finn McGuinness is actually doing a job on Luke Ryan, who's playing full back, so he's basically a defensive full forward.
As for the boundary throw-in, Jackson wins it down to Day. Hand pass to Reeves, who's tackled, taken to ground by Switkowski.
And that's a huge challenge. Like, playing as a defensive forward is so tricky because you don't know whether to go to the ball, stay with your player. It's a very tricky role.
And Sicily to match up on Brennan Cox, the forward who trained up front with Fremantle yesterday from the restart. Caleb Sarong, hand pass to Frederick, kicks to the hot spot, and Reeves is down there, takes the intercept mark for the Hawks. Lays it off to Nash, hand pass away to Amon, heads out to the southern side of the ground, just got it to Moore in time, he plays on immediately. Here go the Hawks on the counter-attack, hand pass to Impey, two running bounces into the front half, kicks Hawthorn inside 50 and dropping back in the hole. Hamling takes the intercept mark, the Premiership Bulldog lays it off to Wagner.
And Wagner looks for options out wide, he finds Frederick, who marks it left half back, hard against the boundary under the Ponsford stand. Thinks about switching it back inside the defensive 50, into the corridor to Aish. He's 40 metres out from his defensive goal and honours the lead of Clark. It's still inside the defensive 50. Fremantle started promisingly last week against Port Adelaide, able to dictate terms with their marking. As for the moment, Hamling and Clark are just happy to share the footy as they chip it between the two of them. Clark takes the mark, still 35 metres out from his defensive goal at the city end. Fremantle are behind, to Hawthorn yet to score. Now a little bit more purpose as he works it out to Hamling, who marks it right half back. Henry wants it really short. That's not 15. Umpire pays it at right half back. No urgency for the Dockers early.
Family affair this afternoon as well, with Luke Ryan playing against his cousin Brandon Ryan, as a short pass there from Henry finds Aish, and now a 50-metre penalty.
Warple just didn't think it was 15 metres and it was expecting the umpire to call play on, but the umpire played a marking, so he went over the mark.
Aish looks inside the forward arc, not a good kick, and intercepted by Impey, dropping back at centre half back. He moved off his line, went to kick it out of the defensive 50, and Schultz gets across to later smother. Now becomes tackler and a ball up, 30 out from the Fremantle goal. The other one is the two Sarong lads, of course. Caleb Sarong up against his younger brother Jai, who's had an interesting year coming back from a heart condition, so great to see him out there and the brothers playing against one another today.
Will Day for the Hawks, gets the hand pass away to Nash, now to Sicily. Chip kick towards Connor McDonald. It's spoiled out of play by Wagner for a throw-in. So a couple of years for Caleb as the older sibling, so no doubt they'll have some nice dialogue in the lead-up to today's match, and more importantly probably post-game, like the Brayshaws do when they line up against each other. Fremantle leading by a point, thrown in, Jackson in front position, wins down the tap, but straight to Warple of the Hawks, hand pass to Day, can't find a way past the congestion, hand pass to Morrison, and now hard to the boundary to Nash, drives it up the wing, the only marking target is Kajitsky for the Hawks, he scraps well and he's held, he'll get the free kick with Ryan was right there alongside him. As Kajitsky goes short and Connor McDonald takes the mark.
Hand pass away to Newcomb, fresh on off the interchange as he sends a long kick into the forward pocket. Punched away by Hamling, but straight back into the hot spot. Good work from the Dockers. They work it out as Aish gets a hand pass to Young. A little fumble, invites the Hawks back in. Scrimshaw had it, lost it in the tackle from Young. And he wins it back for Fremantle off the back flank. Overcast day, the game still looking for its first goal. 7 minutes in, Fremantle 1 behind, Hawthorn yet to score. No late change at the G.
Young from half-back sends it long up the wing. Jackson's the target. Reeves had hands to it. Couldn't hang on to it. Hardwick tries to fly through. Can't get a disposal away. Huswaite knocks it on into the path of Newcomb. Back for the Hawks. Couldn't quite link up with Nash. Good pressure from Caleb Sarong, but Hawthorn have the numbers. Their skipper, Sicily, gathers in the long sleeves. Hand pass to Carl Lamont. Switches it out to Ward at left half-back. Free space out on the southern side as he works it out to Dylan Moore, who takes the mark. He can come inboard to Impey, back to Moore. They get some transition running. Hand pass to Ward, almost ran into a dead end. Swings back onto his left-hand side. Kicks inside 50. Kajitsi comes out and marks in the end uncontested.
Yeah, just lost him, Berkey. Alex Pearce there at the last moment turned his head, and Kazitsky simply wasn't there. It was a really good kick coming inside forward 50 for the Hawks. Kazitsky just found that space.
Didn't kick a goal last week against the Demons. With no Mitch Lewis, they need to find an avenue for the goals to come through, which isn't just Luke Bruce. Directly in front, Kajitsky looking for the opening goal of the match. He likes it off the boot and through it goes. The Hawks are on the board first after 8 minutes. They're 1 straight 6 to the Dockers, 1 behind. Matt Clinch and Corbin Minimas calling the action. Lauren Borden down the boundary. Adam Romanascus and Nathan Burke are your experts.
Well, 8 minutes in, first goal. It hasn't been the cleanest of games that we've seen so far this season. Both sides really determined to maintain possession by foot. Just a lot of chip kicks around the place. Not many handballs coming past, which is a little bit unusual for Hawthorn because we've seen them for the majority of the year really chain their handballs off that half-back line and get the ball inside 50 quickly. But so far this has been a bit of a kicking game, and sometimes kicking games can be a little bit lacklustre to watch. So let's hope it fires up now that we've got the first one on the board.
9th goal for the year for Jacob Kazitsky, playing his 12th game. And Reeves and Jackson to go at it as Reeves runs straight to the line, separating the two ruckmen. Holds out. Jackson wins the hit out. Comes down the Hawks way. Huswaite, hand pass to Newcomb, kicks out to half forward. Clever tap on from Moore inside the forward 50, but Aish first there for the Dockers. Hand pass away to Pearce. Shoots it off quickly to Johnson, away to Warner. Warner's hand pass a turnover. Day wins it for Hawthorn. Gives it to Ward. Quick handball to Kazitsky. Works it back inboard to Huswaite. He goes back by hand to Hardwick. So Hawthorn keep possession on the wing. Dishes it off to Weddle. Long kick inside the attacking arc for the Hawks. Pearce is there, just drops it cold. Has to follow up. Inadvertently soccers it away to Jackson. He's at centre-half back for Fremantle. Hand pass to Henry, who can kick out of defence for Fremantle.
Where the mark is taken by Tom Ebbett. Kicked a couple of goals on Deboo. He's kicked a half forward. It won't quite get to Sturt. So Sicily gathers. He's able to link up by hand. Got the hand pass away. And the Hawks out through Hardwick at right half back. He's corralled by Matt Johnson. Hand pass forward a field to Ward, who can link up with Weddle. Member side, now he has space. Takes a bounce at right half forward. Looks inside 50. Drives the kick looking for Bruce. He's outnumbered 2-on-1. And Alex Pearce at the back is able to comfortably take the mark. It's just a little bit going on as Ryan was trying to swoop behind, and Finn McGuinness is alongside him. Another challenge for McGuinness.
Kicks to a pack at half-back, and Brennan Cox plucks it for the Dockers between Weddle and Sicily. Takes a contested grab. Playing at centre-half forward and having a look at James Sicily as a defender come forward this afternoon. Hits up Jackson, who marks in front of the benches. Fremantle's prize recruit over last off-season. Of course, they sacrificed their first-round pick this year for him as well, which is going to be a high one as a 9-win team. Short pass to Switkowski, sends it down to Emmett, spills it through the hands, tackled by Sicily. Tackle lingered when he lost the ball, said the umpire. Free kick for Emmett. His first time out on the MCG today, Tom Emmett. As Clinchy said, in just his second game. Kicks inside the forward arc. Tracy flies into the back of Morrison. Couldn't complete the mark. Hawks win it in the back pocket as Newcomb hands it to Amon. He kicks wide. And more marks against the boundary line at half-back. Hawthorn with the only goal. We're 11 and a half minutes in. It's the Hawks by 5 points.
Opening 2 goals for the Gold Coast Suns down in Tassie. There is an ABC call of that game available. Just download the ABC Listen app and click on AFL Extra with Daniel Howe and Rory Atkins, the sub for that match. Todd Goldstein's family down there, according to Chris Rowbottom, who's calling the game. So wonder if he will go on beyond his time at North Melbourne. Will Day for the Hawks at centre half back. Kicks out to left half back, where it's gathered by Jai Sarong. He looks out to left half back, and Moore's hard against the boundary.
Both teams just employing a zone defence, which is allowing them to just chip the ball backwards and sideways. It's just no player was within 5 metres of anyone else pretty much over the whole field. It's just a zone on zone and quite boring, to be totally honest.
Yeah. It's got a bit of the NBA All-Star game, sort of no contact in the early stages and just control the footy until you turn it over. Sicily received it inside the defensive 50, kicks out to McDonald at right half back, and now the runner Weddle opens up the ground. Hand pass to Nash, who gave it back over his shoulder to Weddle. It might work. Hand pass to Carl Amon, works it to Huswaite, who kicks laterally at centre half forward. He's able to find Jai Sarong. He's on the edge of the centre square though, as his eyes dart inside 50. Reeves has pushed deep alongside Jackson, sends it towards or flying from behind Koschitzky. No mark claim, Moore's onto it, kicks it underground, end over end, through for their second. The Hawks are the opening 2 goals here at the MCG. 13 minutes in, Hawthorn 2 straight 12 to Fremantle 1 behind. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport.
I was really, I guess, the courage of Weddle to run and try carry the ball and create something really through the middle of the ground. Berkey mentioned it has been a bit of a boring start. The ball has moved slowly. That's probably the first passage of play where we've seen a little bit of run and dash and dare and a bit of enterprise from both teams where Hawthorn then to get the ball inside their forward 50. A good contest by Koschitzky. He's been in and out of the team a little bit. So without Mitch Lewis today, it's a really good opportunity for him. But Dylan Moore at ground level, he's done it so often this year. He's a good player, Dylan Moore.
Hasn't had his biggest season in terms of goal kicking, but he's having career best disposals this season.
17 goals, 17 now for the year. Out of the middle, Nash soccers it out to half forward for the Hawks. Running onto it, Connor McDonald. Few fumbles, eventually collects. Hand pass made it tough for Warple, and then he just tugs the jumper of Henry. Didn't have the footy. And Henry, it's all about dangerous kicks to centre half back. That is a tough one, and Emmett does very well. The only Docker amongst 3 Hawks takes the mark centre half back, swings his kick out to Frederick, drops the red Sharon out on the southern wing, has time to pick it up, kicks down to half forward. Sturt makes contact, can't mark. The spoil favours him though. Sturt's on out the back, 60 from home, hand pass to Walters, kicks inside 50, and Caleb Sarong marks. 45 out just right of centre for the Dockers. He's not confident in the trip. He lays it off by hand. The run of Johnson as he loads up and finishes on the run. He gets the Dockers' day started. Matthew Johnson, the rising star nom from last week, bangs through their first of the day. And the Purple are on the board. 15 minutes in, Fremantle 1-1-7. Hawthorn 2 straight 12. Hawks by 5 points. Rammer and Berkey.
Well, Andy Brayshaw just the 1 kick so far, and Sarong just 2 handballs. That's his second handball. So their prime movers haven't been able to get their hands on the ball just yet. So hopefully this is the start of them getting their games together, because they're going to have big days. At the moment, it's the Hawthorn midfield that are certainly way on top with Nash and Will Day. Nash has had 8 already, and Will Day's had 7 already. So those guys are really controlling the middle. So Brayshaw and Sarong need to get their act together and start driving that ball forward out of the stoppages.
Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. Of course, Matt Johnson attended the opening night of the draft and wasn't selected. Great to see him get a Rising Star nominee for his hard work throughout the season. Bounce speared out to the right and he'll be recalled. And the ball was kicked to half forward, so we're going to have a slight delay as it's returned. If you want to join us, 0437 774 774 is the SMS line, as Luca in Adelaide has done, wondering what business is Nat Fyfe doing in India, given the fact that he has had some successful businesses he's been involved in, including a brewery. It's gathered by Matt Johnson from the restart. Fremantle with another chance to get forward. Hand pass away to James H. Sends it out towards Emmett. Worked his opponent underneath the footy. Races back onto it. Needs support. Maybe he doesn't. He cut back inboard. Good work. Hand pass to Young. He's corralled. Has to get the hand pass back to Tracy. Middle of the MCG. Hand pass back to Aish at right half forward. Drives a kick inside 50. Schultz worked out of it by Hardwick. Jai Sarong brought down. It spills to blank. Hawthorn on the last line of defence. Harlamon just got a kick away in time. Gathered by Henry. He's brought down by Scrimshaw. Gets the hand pass away to Schultz. Spills back to Henry, keeps it alive. Hand pass to Cox, trying to get the hand pass to the top of the goal square. Amos now becomes the tackler on Jarman Impey, but the tackle was over the shoulder. And Hawthorn gets some relief.
Oh, they should have got one earlier. The Dockers, there's a holding the ball decision. Their forward pressure was really good. But just give Hawthorn an out now with a free kick against.
Hawks by 5 as Impey goes short to Hardwick and then short again to Jai Sarong. Back pocket, not a great kick. Left it short for Nash. Collects at half-back, still in the defensive 50. Goes all the way back by hand to Hardwick. Back to Jai Sarong and a short kick to Impey. Same players involved in the chain, and we're in the right back pocket. Close to the goals at the punt road end where the Dockers are attacking. And Impey from the back pocket. Long kick for the Hawks up to the wing. Young goes, floats across the front, can't mark, spills down to Newcomb, runs, carries. Late hand pass, too hot for McDonald, coughs it up. Wagner wins it for Fremantle to Andy Brayshaw. Hand pass away to Warner. He gives it to Pearce, kicks across the square, and Frederick marks. Back edge of the centre square on the southern side of the ground. Hawthorn by 5 points. 18 minutes into the opening term, 2-1.
Frederick looks around the southern side of the MCG, sends it as long as he can in the direction of Sturt and Cox. It clears the 2. Hardwick races first onto it for the Hawks. Hand pass to Jai Sarong. Links up with Bruce, who's working across half-back. Tries to link up with Morrison. Got an awkward bounce. And Frederick gathers for the Dockers. Trying to find a way forward was Warner, who got the hand pass away. And now a chance to get Emmett involved out on the southern wing. Hand pass to Warner, who's able to link up once more. Now the hand pass to Brayshaw on the fly from 50. Sends it along towards the goal square. Cox can't mark. Schultz tries to soccer it through. We're going upstairs. Schultz thinks he got it. The goal umpire doesn't look 100% certain, and given the events of last week, anyone's like this, we're going to the arc. What did you think, Rama?
I thought...
Boots the ball?
Yeah. Just, it might be his teammate's hand, though. Oh.
Review underway.
So Cox couldn't hang on to the mark. The question was, could Schultz soccer it through without a touch on it?
That's a Hawthorn hand. It's a Huswaite hand.
But Huswaite lunging back, trying to deny Cox, and may have got a hand on there.
Did the boot go after the hand?
Yeah, after the hand.
What touched the ball last, the hand or the boot?
Oh, I think it might be the hand. I think you've got to go with hand on that one.
You've done a lot of jobs in footy, Berkey. How would you like this job in the arc of trying to judge it frame by frame?
Oh, I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. You'd be on the couch with the remote just hitting goal or behind.
No, I'd want some better technology before I stuck my hand up for that one.
It's the feedback that I think Rama would struggle with.
No, just make the call. Get on with it.
But no one knows who they are.
I'd know who it was. I would be texting you regularly, letting you know when you get them wrong.
Are you one of these senior people that's going to be in the arc during the finals?
Yeah, no worries.
Senior supervisor is what we're going with.
Sorry, senior supervisor. Where'd they come from? The senior supervisor.
Touched last before the back of the goal line.
So it seems that a touch from Henry Huswaite denies Lockie Schultz. And every time Adelaide fans see that across the weekend, it's just going to bring up a bit of heartburn once more. Hawthorn are going to lead by 4 points once the all clear is given on the big screen.
I think we learned during the week that on average there's 9 a weekend. And I think the anticipation is we'll probably have a few more this week. We had 2 last night, so we're already above average.
I love your time wasting during the week. But no, there's 9 a weekend.
We've had 1 today. I saw it reported somewhere else during the week. It's just that I didn't have time to go through it all, run with myself as the Hawks move it through the middle of the ground, overcooked it on the kick, ended up with Clark. He spun around in the middle, got a hand pass away, back into dispute. Switkowski lays a tackle, and Young goes in, wins the footy. Just rips the Sharon out. Hand pass from Fremantle away to Henry. Centre half forward, gives it to Emmett. Loose hand pass to Caleb Sarong. Kicks to half forward, just overcooks it on the kick. Missed Amos, and the ball slides out of bounds. That is a little 14th v 16th as the ball is now going to be thrown in. 48 metres out from the Fremantle goal at the punt road end.
I think they've got a player in Tom Emmett, Fremantle. He started really well against 6 possessions to start this game.
Great story. Torn Achilles as an 18-year-old and diagnosed with cancer and recovered at 16.
Caleb Sarong inside 50. Amos comes out with the arms out in front and is able to hang on to the mark despite the pressure coming late. Jai Sarong couldn't get a fist in there.
I know they've got a player in Jai Miss.
Yeah.
This kid hasn't even been in a weights room yet.
So he's kicked 38 goals for the season, which is an incredible effort for a second-year player. And we know forwards take longer to develop. The question around Matt Taberner, who's 30.
He's got forward craft. I think that's what separates him from all the other young forwards in the competition at the moment.
He was goalless last week against Port Adelaide for the first time in 9 weeks. He's pretty much directly in front.
It's close.
25 metres out. He's got close to the man of the mark and he's poked at it and got underneath it. You could see that unfolding, Rama. You're all over it. He misses to the right-hand side. Not sure what his run-up was, but he made a mess of that. And a couple of chances for the Dockers go begging. Hawthorn by 3 points. 22 minutes gone, opening term.
Hardwick. A spiral on the kick out, all the way up to the wing. It hits the deck, skids through to Jackson, who traps it. Hand pass to Caleb Sarong, handball away to Clark. He's going to kick across the centre square for Fremantle. Out to Water in the blue boots, can't mark, closed down by Moore. Hurried kick down the wing, and Emmett's got it again. Second gamer in jumper number 18, the 21-year-old. He cuts back inside to Caleb Sarong. Starting to get a little busier after a quiet start for he and Brayshaw. Kicks into the pocket, it carries the head of a miss, and waiting at the back is Sam Sturt to take the mark against the boundary line, about 35-40 out.
And this is another young forward that they'll be happy with the second part of the season. Sam Sturt, he's another crafty forward. He has a lot of forward craft, as we saw there. Just read the flight of the ball better than any other. So some young forwards just developing nicely at Fremantle.
So waiting behind Amos, here he is, Sam Sturt, the left footer, angle opens up for him, he misses across the goal face and behind.
You add Tracy to that also, Corbin.
Yes.
It'll be exciting.
2 straight to 1-4, Hawks by 2 points, Fremantle 5 scoring shots to 2. And they're winning the territory battle here, playing a lot of the game in their front half, 24 minutes into the opening term.
James Sisley with the kick in duty, sends it long to half back. Ward takes the mark and plays on immediately. Has Jarman Impey with him for support. Hand pass to him. He tries to brush off Clark. Clark gave a great fight for his challenge. Won the footy back. Warner gets the hand pass away to Sturt. He's able to link up with Caleb Sarong. He kicks inside 50 and Emmett marks. Hard against the boundary. Centering kick looking for Walters. That was beautiful vision. Would have been well within his rights to have the shot on goal. Hard against the boundary. But the selfless approach, he finds his veteran Michael Walters only about 25 metres out.
Thought his way through that really well. There was the times there, his first thought was to centre it, and then Walters wasn't quite free. Do I have a shot? No, another 2 steps. Walters get free, puts him the ball on his chest. So really well thought through.
Missed last week against Port Adelaide with a calf complaint, but averaging over a goal and a half this season. The Fremantle veteran comes in to get them going at the G. Walters with the goal and 2 on the trot for the Dockers. And a celebration to match. Might have to explain to me what that one is, Corby.
That's the M, that's for Midland.
Thank you.
Which is a suburb in the east of the city. So he's a Midland boy, so pretty happy to show that M off.
Worst thing you can do is call it something it's not when you're not across all the European soccer celebrations. 24 minutes gone, opening term. Fremantle 2-4-16, take the lead for the first time against the Hawks. 2 straight 12. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke.
Well, good reward for effort, Fremantle. Inside 50s 11-8, and they've scored 6 times from 11 inside 50s, and they've been a little bit sloppy going in, so they've actually over 50%, which is quite good. The last, as you've called it, Corby, the last 6 or 7 minutes, it's all been played in Fremantle's front half, and I think that's mainly because their defensive efforts have increased.
Back in the middle, Reeves wins the hit out down to Warple. Hand pass away to Day. Under pressure, gets a hand pass off, but straight to Walters, the goal kicker. Freo back on the ball. Gives it to Brayshaw. Hand pass to Young. He runs a little way. The umpire says there's a downfield free, and it's going very deep inside 50 against Sicily for a hold. And the kick's going to go to Tracy. So he'll get this about 25 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Going to wait for the replay of that one because
it's
about 40 metres ahead of where the ball was.
The first 15 minutes, the Hawks led this game by 11 points. And there's a gathering storm, and Cyclone Tracy's getting going. Freo have kicked 3 in a row. And all of a sudden, the Dockers lead it by 10 points. 27 minutes into this opening term. Fremantle 3-4-22. Hawthorn 2 straight 12. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke.
How long have you been working on that one, Cobb? That's not bad. That's one of the better ones for today, I think.
We'll throw that down as an early marker.
That's it. Ask Ben Cameron. Rama's happy to call out the ones he doesn't think land.
I can get some more corny ones in there, I think. The day's still young.
Yes. I'm imagining a holding free kick against Sicily on that occasion. So, but I spoke about Treacy before. He's different to Jai Miss. He's different to Sturt. He's that big, strong forward, Berkey. And I think that's going to be able to crash through packs and cause a bit of damage behind him or in front of him.
Picked him up as a rookie. He's had some challenges with his body. Here's Jackson out of the middle. He's run down. Warple got him holding the footy. And after being Hawthorn's youngest ever best and fairest winner since Lee Matthews, James Warple's had a great season in 2023. Shining in the absence of Tom Mitchell and Jager O'Meara went elsewhere. He has stepped up. A great tackle as he chips it back to Sicily. And the captain, who spent time in the midfield last week against the Demons, goes short to Hardwick.
Centre half back for the Hawks. He looks frustrated with the lack of options. Has to just chip it short to Warple. Centre half back for Hawthorn. Long kick along the half or across the half back line to Josh Ward. Pick 7 from a couple of years ago. He takes on Johnson on the mark and steps around him. Pokes his neat left footer down the wing, and Huswaite takes the mark. Great name with the double H alliteration. Henry Huswaite as he gives it off to McDonald. Kicks to centre half forward. Frederick can't trap it. Ball spills to Day. Tackled, dispossessed. Hand pass back to Frederick and the Dockers. Squeeze the kick out. Weddle's there for the Hawks. Paddles it out in front of him. Half back for Fremantle. Brayshaw works his way to the front. Grabs the footy. Takes on Weddle. Floats a kick out of the defensive arc. Bouncing footy up to the northern wing. Sicily, first one there. Switkowski says, come here. Lays a big tackle and taken to ground. We'll have a ball up on the wing. Fremantle 7 scoring shots to 2. Lead the game by 10 points. The Dockers 3-4. Hawthorn 2 straight. 29 minutes into this opening term.
In Tassie, it's the Gold Coast Suns leading by 12 points. Approaching quarter time there as well. 4-2-26 to North Melbourne. 2-2-14. There is an ABC call on the ABC Listen app. Brayshaw gathers it for the Dockers at left half back. Kicks end over end. It awkwardly bounces off Jackson's chest. Then he lays a big tackle following up on Day. Spills the way of James Warple, but the siren sounds for quarter time. Hawthorn had the early running with the first 2 goals of the match, and then Fremantle able to respond with the next 3. And it's the Dockers who have their noses in front at quarter time, leading by 10 points. 3-4-22 to Hawthorn at 2 straight 12. The goals for the Dockers coming through Walters, Tracy and Johnson. Meanwhile, for the Hawks, their goals have come through Kajitsky and Moore. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Jeremy and Wangaratta. Berkey wants to know, how about a captain's call for the score review? Works in cricket. I'm not sure it would work in footy.
No, I don't trust the captains.
Okay. The Traralgon Tiger is looking for some inspiration. Hopefully Corby is providing that. Otherwise, he's going to flick across and listen to the Storm on the ABC Listen app. Of course, it's all available there for you, the footy and the NRL. But we'll do our best, Traralgon Tiger. But we can't do any more than what's in front of us. And Stephen wants to know, as a Freo member in Adelaide, it's been a frustrating year. We've won some tough and great games, but we've lost way too many games against sides in which we should easily beat. Let's hope we finish with a win today. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
There's a bigger picture to be found, a wider viewpoint. There's more than one side to every story, and you'll find so much more with ABC News Online. Around the world and from wherever you are, get a bigger picture of the stories that matter to you with explainers, live blogs and analysis. Your news, your way, every day from Australia's most trusted news source. Download the ABC News app or head to ABC News Online. Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Impey back to Moore. They get some transition running. Hand pass to Ward. Almost ran into a dead end. Swings back onto his left-hand side. Kicks inside 50. Kajitsky comes out. And marks in the end uncontested. Directly in front. Kajitsky looking for the opening goal of the match. He likes it off the boot and through it goes.
Walters kicks inside 50 and Caleb Sarong marks. 45 out just right of centre for the Dockers. He's not confident in the trip. He lays it off by hand. The run of Johnson as he loads up and finishes on the run. He gets the Dockers' day started.
Warner gets the hand pass away to Sturt. He's able to link up with Caleb Sarong. He kicks inside 50 and Emmett marks. Hard against the boundary. Centering kick looking for Walters. That was beautiful vision. The Fremantle veteran comes in to get them going at the G. Walters with the goal and 2 on the trot for the Dockers.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Saturday afternoon footy from the MCG for the final time in the home and away season. The Dockers travel to the MCG for the 3rd time this season. They lead at quarter time by 10 points over the Hawks. 3-4-22 to Hawthorn at 2 straight 12. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. The thoughts of our experts, Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke.
Just quickly, I don't want to dismiss Jeremy's question there. It was a fair enough question about the score review, but the captain's playing full forward at the one end. He doesn't really know what's going at the other end. 10 people are going to have to tell him to actually call for review way down the other end. It's too messy, and if they have one and they don't get another one and the score's wrong, we still get a wrong score. So,
or if he's on the bench or anything like that.
Yeah, where's the captain? It's pretty hard to find sometimes players on this big field, so no for that one. But Fremantle was a little bit sloppy to start with. Both teams, it looked like the last game, not much to play for, just a little bit making bad decisions, making safe decisions. It was really Weddle who probably opened up the game. His run off half-back line, I think he sparked both teams into action with that run. A couple of bounces, got the ball back, a handball received, 1-2s a couple of times. Hawks ended up getting a goal from it, and that little passage of play seemed to spark both teams into action, but it really was Fremantle at the end, probably the last 10 minutes of that game. Just repeat entries, 12-10 inside 50s for Freo. They started to win the ball back across the middle of the ground and having some repeat entries and cleaning up going inside 50. When they clean up going inside 50, found a couple of free targets. Amos had a set shot and Treacy had a free kick, but a set shot. So they look pretty good towards the end. For me, I think Hawthorn, let's start running and sharing and running in waves and numbers that we've come to really like about Hawthorn when they're playing their game style. Didn't really see it that first quarter, Rama.
Yeah, so you look at it as a last game of the season, and the tackle counts 17-7 in Fremantle's favour. So they were hunting in that first quarter a lot more than Hawthorn. The ball lived in Fremantle's half of the ground for the majority of that quarter. And you look at the stat sheet. Hardwick's had 10, Sicily's had 9. Carl Amon, who's playing across half-back, he's had 7. So a lot of the ball has been in Fremantle's forward half. Hawthorn are sort of trying at the moment to play like a bit of a bruise-free game. Really, they just want it to be a bit of circle work. Let's get out in the open on the wings at the MCG, try and move the ball that way. Whereas I think Fremantle are more in this one for the fight. They want to, they want the ball in tight. They want the ball close in stoppage where they think they can go to work a little bit with, Jackson's been one of the most informed players over the last month. So bringing the ball in close, getting the ball inside their forward 50 and scoring.
Which is unusual, isn't it? Because that hasn't really been Freo's go. And that was something the Hawks did really well against the Pies a few weeks ago.
So it's the styles reversed almost.
Yeah.
He's had some scalps. Finn McGuinness, Jack Sinclair, Nick Dacos, Clayton Oliver, Luke Ryan held to one possession.
Hayden Young's in the middle of the ground here. I'd love to see Hayden Young and Will Day go at it for the remainder of the afternoon. Here he is.
Second quarter underway. Reeves wins down the tap, but Young, as Rama predicted, gets the clearance, kicks inside 50, a tangle of bodies, and sliding out Sicily takes the markers. Schultz was brought down in front of him. The Hawthorn captain looks for options further afield. See an All-Australian calculation this year?
No doubt.
He certainly would be if he played a full season. Got suspended for the 3 weeks for the tackle on Hugh McCluggage as Carl Amon marks at left half forward, kicks up to the wing. Koschitzky worked underneath it, and Alex Pearce, the Dockers captain, takes the mark at right half back.
First year as skipper coming to a close. Alex Pearce played his 100th game earlier in this season. Goes short to Jordan Clark, and he goes all the way back to Luke Ryan. Kicks out to Henry, marks at half back for Freo. The off-contract Docker picked 10 out of their academy a few seasons back. Contract on the table, hasn't signed it yet, so usually indicates he could be interested in what's happening in the player movement window, which will follow. Goes short Henry to Ryan and now to Frederick. Off the back flank, long kick down the wing. Brennan Cox coming from the back, forced to spoil, follows up as it hits the ground. Hand pass to Luke Ryan. Ryan under pressure, got it out to Cox. Hand pass away to Young. In front of the interchange, thought about going back inboard, comes up his right shoe, turns it over. Natural left footer, and Amon takes the intercept mark for Hawthorn on the wing. Freo by 10 points, 90 seconds into this second quarter.
The other stat is the Dockers have had their issues in first quarters, especially when it came to away games, but they've started promisingly here. As Weddle across half-back for the Hawks, looks to send it out to Morrison, who marks it right half-back. It's got Dylan Moore, who works hard up the wings. This time on the southern side, he takes the mark centre wing. Fremantle leading by 10 points. Moore pulls his kick, looking for Bruce or Kajitsky. Kajitsky flies, can't hang on. Chopping at the arms. Hawthorn take the advantage. Morrison's hand pass to Moore. Hard against the boundary, gets it to Day. Keeps the footy alive. Trying to dribble a kick inside 50, but Jackson read it best. Gathers for the Dockers. Hand pass to Brayshaw. Feeds it back to Aish. Left back pocket. Drives it up the southern wing. Tracy's the target in front. Takes the mark on his chest against Weddle.
The last goal of the game, umpire just trying to reset the mark, and Tracy steps straight off it anyway and goes all the way back to Joel Hamling, centre half back. Hand pass away to Clark, and the switch is on. Out to the northern side they come. Luke Ryan, their all-Australian defender. Marks at half back, continues the shift, kicks down the northern boundary line to Frederick. Now the long kick to half forward. Schultz has got to go, went early. Sicily reads it best, takes the intercept mark, half back for the Hawks.
Finn McGuinness has now been switched from Luke Ryan, who only had the one possession in that first quarter. He's now following Caleb Sarong around. And Luke Ryan is happy now because he's had 4 possessions already this quarter.
Hardway back to Sicily, who chips it across his face of goal, and Jarman Impey takes the mark. We were talking about that last week on the Sunday call, that he did such a great job on Clayton Oliver, and then Hawthorn had to try and win the game, so he dropped the tag, and Oliver got a bit of confidence and possession in the final term. No doubt Sam Mitchell rewarding him with a couple-of-year contract extension. Warple's dropped the mark here in half-back. Opens the door for Young. He looks inside 50. He's got Sturt running into an open goal. The Shepherd from Cox. And he puts through another one for the Dockers. 4 on the trot. And the first goal of the second quarter comes 3 minutes in. Fremantle starting brightly. 4-4-28 to Hawthorn. 2 straight 12. On ABC Sport, you're with Adam Ramanaskas and Nathan Burke.
It's that little mistake, Burkey. Coming out of your defensive 50, you just got to hit that target. Ball comes straight back in so quickly. Schultz is there. Hayden Young, who I mentioned at the start of this quarter, just a smart kick to Sturt, who kicks his first goal of the game.
We did that game, Geelong and Fremantle down at Caninian Park, and you were sort of feeling that Young was being a bit wasted across half-back.
I think he could be comfortably in the coming years one of the better halfback flankers in the competition, but his foot skills are too good not to have him around the ball, and he's hard enough in his attack on the ball. He played on Paddy Dangerfield for a lot of that day.
Reeves wins their head out. Newcomb soccers it forward. McDonald coming up from the attacking 50. Grabs the footy. Hand pass to Reeves, who rides a bump from Caleb Sarong. Got the footy out. Paddles it back to McDonald. He's tackled and a ball up. Centre half forward for Hawthorn. They've had 7 of the last 8 scoring shots in the game, Fremantle. A forward 50 stoppage here for the Hawks. Reeves wins it down to Henry. Hand pass to Luke Ryan under pressure. Got it out to Brayshaw. Bruce tackles him. Umpire looking through bodies. Doesn't call holding the ball. Hawks win it anyway. Day hand pass to Warple. Off a single step. He kicks a rocket. James Warple bangs it through. Standing start. And Hawthorn finally stopped the Freo wave. 4 straight goals from the Dockers at one end, and Hawthorn have finally answered back 5 minutes into the second. Freo's lead cut to 10. The Hawks are 3 straight. Freo 4-4.
Well, I think if they draw up how they're going to kick goals, they probably didn't expect James Warple from 52 metres off one step to actually pump it through the middle. So that's an outstanding kick. But well done, Luke Bruce. Hasn't touched the ball a lot today, but it was his run-down tackle of Andy Brayshaw that kept the ball in the area.
Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. We were chatting to people at Hawthorn about whether James Warple could find his best footy again, or whether the likes of sort of Cam McKenzie as a high draft pick 7 in 2022 would maybe come in and overtake him. Back in the middle, Jackson up against Reeves. Reeves wins down the tap for the Hawks, but Sokowski's onto it. Hand passed it straight to Reeves, though. Looking for McGuinness. It's pinched by Caleb Sarong. Back to centre half back. It's gathered by Henry. Shows a fresh set of heels. It kicks into the middle of the ground. Brayshaw marks. He's got Sokowski forward between the centre circle and centre half forward. And a beautiful kick to Walters, who leads out with all the time and space to mark on his chest. Directly in front, 35 out.
That's the risk of playing Carl Amon as a defender. They've tried it over the recent weeks, and so they turn the ball over, and Sonny Walters is in acres of space 35 metres out from goal with Carl Amon nowhere to be seen.
Freo's second leading goal scorer behind Matthew Pavridge. Michael Walters looking to double up. He comes in and puts through his second. And the Dockers immediately answer back to restore a 16-point advantage. Sonny has 2, Fremantle 5-4-34 to the Hawks 3 straight 18. 7 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport. Great to see some Freo fans down at the city end. I know Adam Romanascus always keeps a close eye on the travelling brigade.
Yes, it's small, but there's a bit of purple in the crowd, which is nice. So, look, you don't want to be too harsh on Carl Amon, but he had more than enough time to find his opponent on that turnover, Berkey.
Yeah, he was playing in front, and it's very difficult to do with Michael Walters. Walters went to his left, Amon turned around, he instinctively ducked around to his right-hand side and completely lost Michael Walters.
Back to 16 points, Fremantle's lead. Reeves grabs it out of the ruck, hacks it forward for Hawthorn. Fist on it, telling from Hamling, knocks it away from Kaczynski. Loose footy inside the forward arc for the Hawks. Henry had it, lost it, spills to Aish. He just sits on top of it. In the end, has to paddle it out. Still no clean play. Comes to Hamling. Centre half back for Freo. Hand pass to Brayshaw. Dockers work it out. Clark, handball to Johnson. Look away, handball to Henry. Now on the back flank. Hurried kick down the wing. Bouncing footy and Blank happy just to whack it into the dugout and level boundary throwing. No. Umpire says he didn't show enough intent to keep that in, trying to spoil it away after it had already hit the ground, and a free kick to Fremantle.
I'm not sure what Lee Fisher expected there. Actually hit the ball back into play.
Here's Walters to take the kick, pokes the pass down the wing and just wins a one-on-one cold there. Matthew Johnson takes the mark in front of Ward for Fremantle.
The Rising Star nominee during the week. He dances the man on the mark. He kicks inside 50. Charging out was Emmett, but he can't take the mark. Sicily is able to take the contested mark for the Hawks. 30 metres out from his defensive goal. Call to play on. Swakowski charged at him. It was a good option. Went straight down the middle and found Scrimshaw. He marks at the back edge of the centre square. Looks up towards half forward. Dylan Moore's in space. He can mark between wing and half forward. Plays on with speed. Ryan corrals him. Drives a kick inside 50. Looking for Bruce. Ooh. Almost a big collision. Clark and Hamling coming in different direction. Bruce is back onto the footy first. His kick on line. Pitches on its point. Bounces away from the goals. Unbelievable. Johnson gathers for the Dockers, drives it up to Emmett. Hardwick in front, tries to knock it back and gives the hand pass to Sicily.
Sicily can reload for Hawthorn. Short kick to Newcomb. The famous number 3 for the Hawks. Just about every player in their attacking half. He kicks to the top of the goal square, getting back, and a good mark. Inside the attacking arc, and Scrimshaw at the other end of the ground takes the mark for Hawthorn.
I think it would have been a free kick against Luke Jackson anyway. Unrealistic marking attempt, but umpire easy to pay the mark. I thought Hamling had almost killed Clark over there before. Got his own play, but Clark just shrugged it off and kept playing, so well done.
I don't see this man at full forward too often. Jack Scrimshaw. The left footer, 15 out, straight in front, moves in, got it. 2 of the last 3 for the Hawks, and they're hanging around in this game. They cut Fremantle's lead back to 10. As many minutes gone in the second term. Fremantle 5-4-34. Hawthorn moved to 4 straight 24. And Jack Scrimshaw has his 4th goal of the year.
Well, he played a lot of forward as a junior, Jack Scrimshaw, so we're accustomed now to him playing as a defender. But again, it's Sam Mitchell clearly trying things, trying players out in different positions. You know, we mentioned Finn McGuinness in the first quarter on Luke Ryan as a defensive forward. Now with Caleb Sarong, Scrimshaw goes forward. You know, can we get a couple of goals out of Scrimshaw if it's a Mitch Lewis, Jack Scrimshaw forward line, for example, moving into the future? How would that potentially look?
4 individual goal kickers for the Hawks. As they try and wrestle back this Freo margin, which is 10 points. Reeves wins down the tap. Jackson trying to knock it onto Young. Socket off the deck by Reeves to half forward. It might work. McDonald couldn't gather. A chance for the Dockers as Wagner gathers. Needs support. Hand pass to Frederick. Is able to link up with Warner, and now back to Wagner. He takes a bounce through the middle of the MCG. Looks to drive Fremantle into attack. Cox can't get there, and Blank takes the mark. A bit of a look from Josh Tracy wondering about the kick. Didn't really suit the forwards. James Blank, the reliable defender from Box Hill, Goes short to Warple at left half-back and chips it up to Harry Morrison at left half-back member side.
It's the godson of the late Ken Judge, and we're in Judge's old number 1 for the Hawks, Harry Morrison. He kicks down the wing. Jackson in the box seat, no mark. Spills front and centre to Moore. Hand pass away to Day. Hand pass back to Warple inside the centre square. Kicks inside the forward 50, and Young's back takes the intercept mark for Fremantle. And Amos is calling for it about 70 metres away, saying, kick it to me in front of the benches. Young decides against it and goes with the switch back out to the southern side, and Alex Pearce has the footy. Fremantle by 10 points, 5-4 to 4 straight. The options have closed up. The Hawks are playing man-to-man here. They've matched them all up, so he's got to kick to a one-on-one. Pearce heads out towards Sturt. Can't win the one-on-one. Hits the deck, and Weddle's there for Hawthorn. Short pass finds Scrimshaw. There's the matchup for Pearce, who had to kick that ball out the southern boundary line, and now Scrimshaw has it 51 out. Right half forward. And we talk about taking the advantage of the stand rule. He can run straight at Pearce here and then duck out to his left. He's a natural left footer. We saw this shown during the week. He arcs out now and in the end just lays it up. 15 out from the Hawthorn goal. Charging through it, spoilt down by Tracy into the lap of Warple. He's tackled and will have a ball up. 30 out from the Hawthorn goal.
And I'll say it again, that's where a field umpire needs to be directly behind Jack Scrimshaw. The moment he comes off the line of his mark, it's play on.
We have that in our AFL 9s on a Monday night. There's no goal umpires though, as Aish can't break away and he's locked up. Finn McGuinness lays the tackle. I might call play on though on that occasion as soon as he stepped off his line, trying to get that extra distance with the kick. Brayshaw tries to get a clearing kick for the Dockers. Can't link up with Schultz. He follows up and clears a path though. Hand pass forward to Walters at centre half back. Gives the hand pass to Young. Kicks out laterally to the southern side. The mark is taken by Sturt. He doesn't have a lot inside 50. Cox is racing back to the goal square. He might go himself. Runs a fair way, but finishes with class.
No, he doesn't.
That's travel.
No. Sam Sturt did a lot. Burnt off the chasing pack, but turned and the umpire had the signal, you've run too far, and the goal is denied. What a shame.
Yeah, I reckon it's probably fair enough. If the ball had been kicked as far as he ran, it certainly would have been a legitimate kick.
James Sicily wasn't making up any ground.
No.
Sicily kicks down the boundary line, turns it straight over, and Wagner takes the intercept mark. What on earth is going on here is that umpires are signalling. Eventually the ump says play on, so Wagner puts it back inside 50. Now the ball's in motion, hits the deck. There's a free kick here, and it's going to go Fremantle's way as Emmett is taken high.
And that was a clear...
With a clothesline.
Yeah.
James Blank giving away the free, so Emmett will have a shot at goal here. He'll kick from about 40 out on a 45-degree angle.
Make him earn it, Perky.
Exactly. Yeah, why not? But what I like about Emmett, he attacks the pack pretty hard. Good below his knees. He was the one who wanted the ball the most, ended up getting it and earned himself a free kick.
As I mentioned earlier, cancer survivor at a torn Achilles at 18 was told he might not be able to run again. Now he's playing AFL footy on the G. It's a hell of a story, and now he's got a goal to add to that. The party continues for Tom Emmett, the 21-year-old second gamer. And Fremantle, their advantage grows in this game. They're back out by 16, so 6-4-40. Hawthorn are 4 straight 24. 15 gone in the second term, and that cheer squad rammer, they've got the 6 letters held up too, the Go Freo sign. Yeah, which they wanted to go. They wanted to go with Go Fremantle, but they didn't have 11 people.
Yeah, so. Well, probably, and also didn't look at the colour of the seats they'll sit in. So quite hard to see the white Go Freo in the white seats. But
white on white.
We can work
you
on
guys are party poopers. Just a bit of initiative and fun.
Just as a little side note, I'm really the revelation of you playing AFL 9s, Clinchy. I'm just interested in what type of player you are.
A bench player, small forward. The part is it's meant to be an over 35s competition, and Brett Delidio's come down and played with his parents group, and Jordan Lewis plays with the old Zavarians. Jeez, professional footballers lining up. Come on. So needless to say, I don't get too many touches. Here's Nash for the Hawks. He tries to get the clearance. Newcomb charged in. No free kick for contact high at the very bottom of the pack. Was Matt Johnson trying to extract it for the Dockers. He gets support from Caleb Solorong, who hand passes it out to Frederick. Out in the southern wing, under the Shane Warne stand. Links up with Age, back to Frederick. Ran into a dead end. Carl Lemon lays the whistle, lays the tackle, but no whistle. And then the follow-up whistle comes. He might have dropped onto his boot, but I don't think so.
I think there was 3 free kicks, and I think the whistle came with the third one.
So eventually the footy will be returned, and it'll be a free kick for Newcombe on that southern wing underneath the Shane Warne stand. Haven't opened the top deck today, and there's still plenty of seats underneath that if you're looking for one, as Newcombe heads down to half forward. Flying through, Kaczynski knocks it down. There's McDonald, pushed off his kick, comes to Bruce. Hand pass away to Nash. Handball to Huswaite, centre half forward. Tackled by Schultz, lost it. Luke Ryan collects on like a backpack. Went over the top, Huswaite trying to lay the tackle. It's like a wrestling move. And Luke Ryan wins the footy for the high tackle for Fremantle. Kicks out to Cox. Sweeping Polyfarmer hand pass out in front of Henry. High half forward. Kicks to full forward. And standing in front of Walters is Sicily. Takes the intercept mark for Hawthorn.
Top 10 player in the AFL for intercepts, James Sicily, as he takes another one for the Hawks and goes short to Jai Newcombe. Missed last week with hamstring tightness. Another Hawk who's had a great season. Short to Carl Lamont. Links up with Weddle out to the southern side. And McDonald is able to chip it forward to Moore. Kicked a goal in the opening quarter, Dylan Moore, as he looks to hug the boundary line with a kick up towards half forward. And Scrimshaw looks comfortable there. He marks on his chest. Inboard back to Newcombe. Switkowski spoiled it down. A chance for the Dockers, although Johnson's locked up. He can't get it clear. Spills to Scrimshaw. He's tackled. Hand pass to Warple. Another chance for the Hawks. Huswaite links up with Amon. He kicks inside 50. Bruce the target. Getting back. Jackson gets a hand to it. The Freo ruckman. Hand pass away to Ryan. Works it out to Warner. And the Dockers are out of defence.
Warner clears the pigeons. Kicks to half back. Trying to find Walters. Can't complete the mark, but does well. Paddles it out in front of himself. Trying to shake Jai Sarong. Ball ends up with MP. He comes in from the side to win it. Gives it to Ward, who's tackled by Schultz. And the ump says ball up. Between wing and half forward for the Hawks. 10 scoring shots to 4. Hawthorn trail by 16. They led the game by as many as 11 in the opening quarter. From the ball up, Jackson palms it down. We'll have another pack here as Morrison has it held to him by Schultz. Lauren Borden's on the boundary. Loz.
Sam Mitchell tends to alternate between the box and the boundary. He's on the boundary at the moment for the second quarter, and it's amazing how many players come and sit next to him, like James Warple. Some players want to avoid their coaches, but it looks like the Hawthorn players are pretty keen to go to him for advice.
Thanks, Loz. Young for the Dockers. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Weddles over the footy. The pressure comes as Emmett lays the tackle. Gets good support in the end from Switkowski, and the umpire's content to ball it up. No opportunity to get rid of it. Just short of centre half forward for the Dockers. It's Fremantle by 16 points. There's Nash at the back edge of the centre square. Gathers for the Hawks. Hand pass to Impey. Releases McDonald. Tries to draw his opponent with a hand pass to Ward. Sturt charged at him. Opened up a path for McDonald, who receives it back. Kicks inside 50. In from the side. Bruce tried to tap it over the back to Moore. But Ryan's happy to see it roll out of play in the left forward pocket for the Hawks at the punt road end. Fremantle lead by 16 points. Meanwhile in Tassie, it's the Gold Coast Suns who lead North Melbourne, but that margin now back to 4 points. The Suns 7-3-45 to North Melbourne 6-5-41.
Alternated goal for goal in the quarter. Fremantle 3 goals to 2. Lead the game by 16 from the boundary throw in. The Rucks knock it back out. Do it all again. Usually last game of the year, there's a couple of guys where you're sort of thinking whether they'll go on or not. There's only 3 players above the age of 30 actually in the game. 2 for Fremantle, 1 for Hawthorn. The one for the Hawks is Luke Bruce, who's been their leading goal kicker this year. Kicked 45 goals in the season. Obviously with 2 and a bit quarters to add to that. He might do here. He wins it from the boundary throw-in. Hand pass to Morrison. Handball away to Moore. They're retreating. Back to Weddle. Low trajectory. Dart to the goal line, and Pearce gets a hand on it. Saves the goal. Knocks it through for a rush behind. The 2 30+ for the Dockers. Joel Hamling, who is 30 exactly. And Sonny Walters, who's 32, back in the team today. Freo by 15 points, 21 gone in the second.
He got a new contract extension earlier in the year, Michael Walters, which 2 years was a bit of a surprise. So he's locked in till 2025. It's Brayshaw for Fremantle, sends it out to right half back, and James Aish takes the mark. Andy Brayshaw had 34 disposals, 8 tackles and 2 goals the last time these two sides met. Zaish at right half back is called to play on. He drives it as long as he can up towards Jackson and Amos. Sicily rises above the pack, just can't hang on. He's first onto it and dumped in a tackle by Cox, but he didn't have the footy in the eyes of the umpire. Moore comes in to remonstrate. Schultz doesn't like that. Sicily's keen to get the footy and wants to move the Hawks from half back forward.
Immediately goes back to Jai Sarong. A feel-good story, overcoming a heart condition where he missed a patch of footy at the start of the year to not only be back playing, but the top level as well in the AFL side for the last couple of weeks. Heads out to Weddle, kicks down the wing, looking for Nash. He's tackled, just dropped the footy in the tackle. You can't do that. And Frederick's going to be rewarded. Free kick for the Dockers. Man they call Ricky. Michael Frederick with the footy on the wing, kicks it into the man on the mark, touched by Morrison on the way through. Young's now under pressure. Hand pass back to Wagner. Feeds it back by hand for Freo to Frederick. Short kick to Hamling, who has it up against the boundary line southern side. So Fremantle by 15 points. 4 and a bit minutes to go in this second quarter.
Sarong only to 3 handballs this quarter.
You got a feel for him, though. It's the last game of the year at the MCG. You want to run around and get a few touches, and then you think first quarter beauty, no Finn McGuinness, and after quarter time, oops, there he is.
Long towards Brennan Cox. He can't take the mark as the pack is crashed and blank at the very back marks for Hawthorn. Goes short to Impey and returns it to Sicily. Now Reeves is a bit worse aware with his left foot with the trainer out there with him. So the umpires just stop play for the moment, and Reeves either needs to...
It's all right, get on with it.
Get off or continue on. That's a bit bizarre.
Yeah.
Gave the ball to the umpire, and then Jarman Impey eventually got it back. I'm not sure how that ever became part of the way we do it. Goes short to Sicily, who sends the Hawks long up the southern wing. No mark claimed. It spills to the back of the pack. Jackson for the Dockers works it back to Alex Pearce. Kicks to Ryan, all on his own at centre half back. Shovels a hand pass forward 15 metres. Links up with Clark. Hand pass further afield. Got it to Warner. Now gives the hand pass to Brayshaw. To Clark. Beautiful kick. Switkowski marks on his chest. He's right on 50 out to the right. Walters is trying to give him a short option. He's now looking towards goal. Jackson leads to the pocket. He sends it in that direction. And Luke Jackson takes it on the second bite. Just the improvement in his game, now competing as the number 1 ruckman and recognising the chance to push into the pocket, and there was no one that could go with him.
Yeah, well done by Jackson. You recognise he had smaller players on him, and so just led and looked busy. It looked like he really wanted the ball, so the play with the ball just waited for that opportunity to get the ball to him, and eventually found him. So he's working hard both ends of the ground. Would be good reward if he kicked this.
He's hit a goal in his past 3 games. Luke Jackson, no Sean Darcy, of course. Hard against the boundary in the right forward pocket. 25 metres out. Jackson looking to extend the Dockers' lead. It's across the face and through for a minor score. Fremantle leading by 16 points at the 24-minute mark of the second term. A cheerio on the SMS. G'day, lads. I'm listening on the ABC Listen app while in the Epworth Hospital after spinal surgery. My 3 daughters, my girlfriend and her 2 kids are all at the game today, sitting in our reserve seats. And we're loving the up-and-coming Hawks squad with a few minor changes. Support for Lewis up front. Looking for more silverware to Glenferrie, Waverley, Dingley. It's a matter of when.
Glenferrie, Waverley, Dingley.
We love trophies at Hawthorn, and Sammy knows how to win them. I like your spirit. Yeah. Great to hear we're keeping you company. Hope you're well at the Epworth.
Absolutely. Hand pass from Blank here off the back flank to Ward. Tried to step around the tackler, couldn't beat him. Tracy wraps him up, wins the footy back for Fremantle. So good forward pressure here. The Dockers have kept it in their front half. They're about to go inside 50 again. Tracy, high kick, top of the goal square. 2 Hawks fly, neither mark, hits the deck. Caleb Sarong jams it on the boot, misses. Out to the left, to behind. Fremantle by 17, approaching half-time. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Ned Reeves ended up limping his way to the bench. He pointed to the bench straight away and said he wanted some assistance there. He's gone down into the rooms and it's a right ankle issue for him, so he's going to get that restrapped.
And would you believe it, their sub is a ruckman. Doesn't often work like that when you sub is a ruckman, that you get a light-for-light potential replacement as Hardwick plays on for the Hawks, sends it long up towards half-back. Jackson flies over the top, knocks it down. Matt Johnson, hand pass to Emmett, now to Brayshaw, through 50, steadies, fires on goal and kicks it. All class from Andy Brayshaw. And the Dockers continue their charge out to the biggest lead of the match, 23 points, 7-6-48. to Hawthorn, 4-1-25. And a dominant second quarter so far for Fremantle.
It was a good little handball. I think it was Carl Warner there inside in the middle of that stoppage, who was just able to release the first handball. Then Brayshaw came through at absolute speed and was able to finish just on the 50-metre line. But yeah, it was Warner. Carl Warner. So terrific hands there by the youngster. Andy Brayshaw is the player that Fremantle need to get right over the off season. He's battled on manfully this year with a sort of a quad knee injury that he's lost a lot of power in his running game, but he's still had a pretty good season. But he's the one that you want to get 100% right in the off season.
Of course, MVP last year, voted as the best player in the league by his peers, but it sort of has been hinted at different times, hasn't it? Rama, the injury concern that he's had, and hasn't looked like the 2022 version of himself this season. Ball still to be won in the middle. Finn McGuinness, a hand pass away to Day. He's locked up and will have the ball up again.
And you love the courage of him playing week in, week out, Court, but you can see it's not him.
Jackson reaching over the back, palms it down. Here's Brayshaw, he's tackled, dispossessed. Walpole picks up the footy, jams it on his boot inside the attacking arc. Scrimshaw can't trap it. Ball spills away. Luke Ryan slides in, went without it. Nash for the Hawks to Brandon Ryan. Luke's cousin. Hand pass away to Walpole. Pushes past Clark, chucks it on the boot. Ball trickles inside 50, but straight to Hamling for Freo. Hand pass to Johnson, away to Clark, and now back to Luke Ryan. And he says, just get this Sherrin out of here as he bangs it up to the wing. And Tracy takes the mark, defensive side of the wing for Fremantle.
Looks up towards Michael Walters, who bursts away from Weddle. Marks hard against the boundary, looking for Sturt.
Right idea.
At metres on Blank, but just couldn't keep it in play. Out of bounds on the full, and James Blank to take the free kick.
Sturt had a couple of metres on James Blank, and Walters saw him, just didn't execute the kick. Walter was hard up against the boundary, but right idea.
Luke Ryan's up to 10 possessions this quarter.
Hardwick received it from Blank, sends it long up the Shane Warne wing. Scrimshaw flies, can't take the mark. Johnson feeds a hand pass forward. Emmett's onto it, hand pass to Brayshaw. Links that with Sukowski through the top of the 50. Steadies and finishes. Another one for Freo. 5 goals to 2 so far in this second quarter. And they're blowing this match open. Freo leading by 29 points. Approaching half-time here at the MCG. 8-6-54 to the Hawks, 4-1-25. Sukowski able to finish off the hard work.
Pretty much 2 identical goals. The last 2, there's just a bit of a scrimmage on the wing. It's the Fremantle play inside, getting his hands on the ball first. Handball, player coming past the run. First it was Brayshaw, now Switkowski, pretty much from the same spot. So they're working well in congestion and actually handballing their way out of congestion and then streaming forward, whereas the Hawthorn players in that congestion, once they lose it, they just stand there. There's no tracking and running with their Fremantle players who, at the moment, are just a bit more desperate than what they are.
Road form's been pretty good the last couple of years under Justin Longmuir. Fremantle a win here against the Demons earlier in the year, and obviously beat Sydney in Sydney, Geelong, and they've got a handy advantage here at the half as we just get a centre bounce to restart things before the final seconds tick down and the clock runs out on that first half. It is Fremantle by 29 points. So the Dockers 8-6-54, a game high lead. Hawthorn 4-1-25 after the Hawks led by 11 points midway through the opening quarter. From that point on, the Dockers have kicked 8 of the next 10 goals in the match. The goal kickers, Clenchy, I've got 2 for Michael Walters and then singles for Sturt, Brayshaw, Emmett, Tracy, Switkowski and Johnson, while for Hawthorn, 1 each for Walpole, Moore, Scrimshaw and Kajitsky.
Half-time here at the MCG. The final match of the season for Hawthorn and Fremantle, and it's the Dockers leading by 29 points. In Tasmania, the Gold Coast Suns hold a 6-point advantage. Approaching half-time there, the Suns 8-5-53 to North Melbourne 7-5-47. Nick Larkey leading the way with 4 goals in that match, 2 goals to Flanders and to Rosas for the Gold Coast Suns. There is an ABC call available under the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL Extra button. Adam Ramanaskas and Nathan Burke with their thoughts to the main break.
Well, I'll be pretty simple, Berkey. I simply think Fremantle are outworking Hawthorn, and I point to tackles. The tackle count in that quarter again, 17 to Fremantle, only 11 to Hawthorn. And then handball receives. Fremantle are running harder. 43 handball receives to 25. So Hawthorn are simply getting outworked, and And if you look at the quarter, 5 goals 2 to 2 goals 1, that reflects work rate. So I think Sam Mitchell should be disappointed with that half of football for Hawthorn. It feels like they're undoing the good work of previous weeks, the way they've been playing a really aggressive contest game, getting out, spreading, and running. Today, they're simply not doing it. Fremantle are working much harder. So McGuinness goes to Sarong in that second quarter. He's able to hold Sarong, but Luke Ryan then goes and has 10 disposals for the quarter. So really good half of football. 14 scoring shots for Fremantle.
Do you reckon Sam Mitchell's playing his own final? He's put Finn McGuinness on. Ryan thought, yep, that worked. I'll try that again next time. Let's have a go at someone else.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we mentioned Jack Scrimshaw also playing forward. So there's no doubt he's trying a few things, but he's not trying effort. Yeah. Effort's got to be consistent. And it simply was not consistent in that first quarter.
Yeah, 56 kicks, 29 handballs. That's not Hawthorn stats by any stretch. In the first quarter, they had more handballs than kicks. And it just goes to show that how that correlates to work rate is that a player gets the footy, takes a mark. If you're working really hard, you're actually pushing to that contest. You're getting the first handball receive. Another player's running, anticipating that's what's going to happen, and they get the handball receive. But if you're just taking it easy for a spell, you say, yeah, my player's got it, he's marked it, he's going to kick it down the field, I can't be bothered running past. So that's when things fall apart. And what happens is the Hawthorn's game style falls apart because they are so good at running in waves through that handball, getting the ball inside 50 really, really quickly. If they don't get it inside 50 quickly, Luke Ryan's had 10, but I don't think he's really gone near anyone, because what they're doing is they're bringing an extra player up around the middle and leaving him inside his defensive 50 all by himself, hence the 10 possessions. So it wasn't just all kick-ins from full back. So to me, work rate is absolutely, yes, you can play around with who's playing where, but that effort is something that has to be a non-negotiable. And so you're dead right, Sam Mitchell will not be happy with that. Whereas Freo, I think they picked up their defensive efforts. And sometimes when you pick up your defensive efforts in a game, just automatically your offensive efforts go up as well. And because they won the ball in a contest, they feel good about that. Well, then you keep going. You stay involved in the play. And the last 2 goals we've seen players stay involved in the particular piece of play. And Brayshaw and Switkowski both got themselves goals from that. So Freo have turned things around into their favour. Hawthorn just resting on their sort of 7-win laurels a little bit, expecting it to happen.
The other part around the sort of Jack Scrimshaw is Mitch Lewis not being there, Luke Bruce being sort of double teamed, so they're not a high sort of stoppage clearance scoring side, the Hawks. So in order to try and kick a winning score, trying to generate a little bit more in their forward 50. Half-time on the Gold Coast, the Suns leading by 8 points, 6 points, should I say, 6 points there. 8-6-54 to North Melbourne, 7-6-48. I didn't mind Clarko's little sort of putting his position forward around the assistance in which the Gold Coast Suns have received in recent years. Of course, it led to Matt Rowell and Noah Anderson sort of as a double punch to make their way up to the Suns. And North Melbourne from 2021 to 2023 have been 18th, 18th, 18th. So if nothing else, it fires up the Suns with their new coach, Damien Hardwick, probably keenly watching on.
Yes, those little funny mind games about who gets what, and to me they're just inconsequential excuses, almost. The AFL aren't going to change anything based on Clarko having a little conversation, oh, look what these guys got, so we better get a whole bunch for when Ben Mackay goes. And I know they're aiming for pick 2, but that's going to come down to pretty much how much he gets paid over the next couple of years. So, yeah, they're little by-plays that I know the AFL don't enjoy, but I don't think it makes any difference.
Do they need to bring in a lottery like the NBA so you don't have this scenario where a team needs to lose to make sure they finish on the bottom to get the number 1 draft pick?
It depends how much we don't want to have the conversation.
Correct.
So are we really... Look, we can't be very mature about it as an industry. So I don't have an issue with it, but it feels like the conversation comes up all the time and it's like, oh, don't mention that there's an incentive to finishing last. Of course there is. So if you're West Coast or North and you're a supporter of one of those teams and Harley Reid is meant to be this generational player, he's only one player, I get it, doesn't change your club and everything else, but you're incentivised to finish as low as you can. So if we want that conversation to go away, do something about it. If we don't, we have to put up with it.
And yet if you're in the NBA system and you're in North Melbourne and the lottery doesn't fall your way, then the conversation is just going to be, well, we're in this position because we don't get the support in which we need. So it's one which we'll keep a close eye on, with North Melbourne trailing by 6 points at half-time. We'll pause here at the MCG and get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. New South Wales police are investigating if a man was street racing before his car crashed into a tree, leaving 2 children dead and another injured in Sydney's south. Jean Kennedy reports.
A blue Subaru WRX was travelling along the Grand Parade at Monterey just before 10 o'clock last night when it crashed into a tree. 2 boys aged 9 and 10 who were passengers in the car were killed. A 33-year-old man believed to be the boy's uncle is currently under police guard in hospital in a serious but stable condition. His 9-year-old daughter has also been injured in the crash. Detective Inspector Jason Hogan says they're investigating whether street racing was a factor.
That will be a significant line of inquiry for our crash investigators.
He's asking the public to help identify a grey sedan which did not stop.
Spain's victorious Women's World Cup soccer team are refusing to play if the head of the country's football federation doesn't resign. Luis Rubiales is refusing to stand down after kissing midfielder Jenny Hermoso on the lips after the final in Sydney. The midfielder says the kiss wasn't consensual and made her uncomfortable. The president of the Spanish Football Women's League, Beatriz Alvarez, says Mr. Rubiales needs to go.
I did not contemplate the option of him not resigning because his ego is greater than his dignity and honour, but I did not imagine that the government would not act forcefully in the face of the social clamour. I think more people are going to join in, but given the lack of determination of Luis Rubiales, other people are beginning to speak out.
Wildfires have forced thousands of people to leave the town of Hay River in Canada's Northwest Territories. Authorities have ordered everyone in the town, including emergency workers, to head to the local airport for evacuation. Canada is in the middle of its worst fire season on record. A series of thefts from the British Museum have seen its director, Hartwig Fisher, step down. It comes after Mr. Fisher admitted he didn't take warnings about the thefts seriously. 2 years ago, an art dealer contacted the museum to report he suspected items were being sold online. British MP Tim Lawton is the chair of the all-party parliamentary group on the museum and says, given the size of the collection, it can be hard to keep track of everything.
When you've got over 8 million bits and bobs, ranging from the Rosetta Stone to the small sherds of pottery, that is a very big exercise. And obviously they've been concentrating on those things which are in exhibitions, and the things which appear to be the focus of what's gone missing here are those things held in storage largely for research purposes.
Descendants of one of Britain's most famous prime ministers have issued an apology to the South American nation of Guyana for their family's part in the slave trade. Charlie Gladstone, the descendant of four-time British Prime Minister William Gladstone, told an event at the University of Guyana that his family benefited from the African enslavement. As well as the public apology, the Gladstone family is promising to take specific steps to make amends. Pressure is mounting on the Education Union and the South Australian government to resolve a pay dispute before a planned teacher strike next Friday. Candice Prosser has more.
An overwhelming majority of Education Union members voted in favour of industrial action to walk off the job next Friday as part of their push for better pay and conditions. The state government says it's willing to keep negotiating but can't afford to meet the union's demands. Liberal frontbencher John Gardner says an agreement needs to be reached to avoid the strike.
What we need to see is good faith bargaining from both sides. What we can't afford is for kids to be missing out on their schooling, and it's unacceptable that it's our students and our families that are going to wear the brunt of this strike action.
It's still unclear what capacity schools will have to look after children next Friday. Arrangements are expected to be confirmed next week.
Surf Life Saving New South Wales are reminding people to swim between the flags following a shark attack on the state's mid-north coast. A 44-year-old man suffered serious leg injuries after he was attacked near Lighthouse Beach at Port Macquarie. He underwent emergency surgery at Port Macquarie Base Hospital before being flown to John Hunter Hospital in Newcastle in a critical condition. Surf Life Saving New South Wales CEO Stephen Pearce says people need to be mindful when entering the water.
There's a few things you can do to be shark smart to try and prevent yourself from being put in that situation. And that's obviously not swimming or surfing on dawn and dusk or in murky water after large storms and runoff as well. And trying obviously not to surf on your own.
You're up to date with the very latest from ABC News. You can get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
Since time began, humans have asked the big questions.
Does feeling cold make you more likely to catch a cold?
Is my phone secretly listening to me?
Should you keep the tomato sauce in the fridge? Any question you ask, these humans will find you the facts.
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Whatever it takes. What the FAQ? Starts Wednesday, August 30 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Warple's dropped the mark here in half-back. Opens the door for Young. He looks inside 50. He's got Sturt running into an open goal. The Shepherd from Cox. And he puts through another one for the Dockers. 4 on the trot.
Henry hand pass to Luke Ryan under pressure. Got it out to Brayshaw. Bruce tackles him. Umpire looking through bodies. Doesn't call holding the ball. Hawks win it anyway. Day hand pass to Warple. Off a single step. He kicks a rocket. James Warple bangs it through. Standing start.
Hardwick plays on for the Hawks. Sends it long up towards half-back. Jackson flies over the top, knocks it down. Matt Johnson, hand pass to Emmett. Now to Brayshaw, through 50, steadies, fires on goal and kicks it. All class from Andy Brayshaw. Hardwick received it from Blank, sends it long up the Shane Warnstand wing. Scrimshaw flies, can't take the mark. Johnson feeds a hand pass forward. Emmett's onto it, hand pass to Brayshaw. Links up with Sukowski, through the top of the 50, steadies and finishes. Another one for Freo.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time of the MCG, Saturday afternoon footy for round 24 of the AFL season. And the final round of the home and away, with the Dockers leading the Hawks by 29 points, 8-6-54 to Hawthorn 4-1-25. And both these sides trying to finish their season on a high. Matt Clinch and Corbin Minimas calling all the action. Lauren Borden is down on the boundary. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke are your experts. Our next stop on ABC Sport this afternoon is the all-important clash from the Gabba. So we can't wait to bring you coverage of that with Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Matthew Primus and Jason Ackermanis, Brisbane and St Kilda from the Gabba, with all the possibilities on offer there. Half-time of the match in Tassie, and it's the Gold Coast Suns leading by 6 points over North Melbourne, 8-6-54 to the Roos 7-6-48. And Nick Larkey with 4 goals. What a great season he's had with, all of a sudden, what's he up to? 66 for the season. So,
have we had
bottom
side All-Australian full forward before?
It's an excellent question.
Same
Plugger?
might have with Plugger at some stage.
That was
I'm
the one
he
that came
finished
to
last
mind.
at some stage.
But he's done his bit. They just need a little bit more support for him in 2024 under Alistair Clarkson. And, of course, the NRL is also taking place. So if that's your go, it's available on the ABC Listen app. So like the AFL, download the ABC Listen app and just click on the appropriate button. The Melbourne Storm are taking on the Gold Coast Titans. It's 0-0 after 3 minutes in that match. Tonight it's in the twilight, it's the Sydney Roosters and the West Tigers, and the Canberra Raiders and the Brisbane Broncos tonight. The lead earlier today with Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling featured Collingwood defender John Noble. We've got Rama and Ling's thoughts on Collingwood, where the Bombers sit at the end of a disappointing season after combined losses of 196 points in their last 2 weeks. The Bulldogs under Luke Beveridge, and what the Gold Coast Suns might look like next year under Damien Hardwick. And as we touched on with Berkey, we're counting down to the start of the AFLW, which gets underway on Friday night with Collingwood and Melbourne. And so much changes in the off-season as well. Chloe Malloy going up to Sydney, and just sort of interested to see in the opening couple of weeks as to what sides look like and who are the dominant forces.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting. Chloe Malloy and Lucy McAvoy, their 2 draft picks went straight up to Sydney and became captains within a month. That's a interesting one. So they had 3 captains.
Additional money for being a captain?
Well, I don't know. But they had 3 captains last year, Sydney, and they drafted 2 players, and those 2 jumped over the 3 that they had. So it's quite unusual. But, it's going to be very interesting. Hawthorn have got 2 guns from Brisbane. Bodie and Bates. Saints got the leading goal kicker from Brisbane last year in Jesse Wardlaw, and to replace Kate Shearlaw, who's gone to North Melbourne, who North Melbourne think they're right in the window and they needed an extra tool. We played them last week. It's like Land of the Giants down there at North Melbourne. They're huge. So they've got Kate Shearlaw to try and get that extra polish to get them into that grand final that they've been knocking on the door for 7 seasons. So it's going to be a super interesting season.
Have you found the equalisation of the league?
Oh, it stinks.
Yeah.
You're trying to get Berkey in trouble?
Well, I had an idea for this, and it got shot down big time. And people weren't a big fan of it. But I get it, because you've got established teams and their footy clubs and everything else. But I thought once the competition got to 18, it would have been the perfect time to do something similar like what they do in the IPL, which is you have essentially a super draft. So you have every team retains a very, very few number of players. So if you're an established club, you get to keep, say, 6 or whatever it may be, and every other player goes back into the pool and you almost start again, almost as a way to go, right, let's try and make it as equal and as even as possible. I know that established clubs and everything else will be dirty at that, and everyone, but surely that would be an easier, quicker way, once off, to try and then flatten the playing field and make it as equal as possible right from the jump.
Then you've got players who have to be willing to go, all that sort of stuff. It would be very, very messy. Very messy, I think. What's happening at the moment is we think that, okay, it's going to be a straight draft. This is next year with a third season of 18 teams. Already, I reckon probably the 2 best kids of Victoria come from the Eastern Ranges, and they've been snapped up by Hawthorn in pre-draft. The 2 best kids in the country will be snapped up by Port Adelaide, given to them before the draft.
And they're not South Australian?
They are South Australian.
Yep.
Both of them are South Australian. To me, they're the best 2 going around under 18s at the moment, so they'll be given to Port Adelaide. Hawthorn have been given another one from the Gippsland. Yep. If I'm Essendon going, hang on, just because we were a bit better than you in season 1, you get access to 3 before the draft. We don't get any. So the AFL are just chucking out things here and there.
Trying to make it up on the run.
Plus the draft will be compromised because we don't yet know what compensation the teams got for losing players in the last expansion period. That hasn't come into play yet. So this draft, we cannot predict where we're going to be and who we're going to be able to choose from, because all that has to play out first. And the draft is slated for around about the 17th of December this year.
There's so many other elements, aren't there, where it's not like the men's comp even, where people are getting paid exorbitant salaries, so you move into state at the drop of a hat and go, oh, well, the average salary is $370,000 or whatever it is. It's kind of a different landscape, isn't it? Yeah, and we expect that you still be able to nominate to stay in the state that you want to stay in. Yep. There will be the option to go anywhere, which is the players have been calling for a long time. But, it's certainly by no means at this stage a non-compromised drafting selection type scenario.
Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. The players have made their way back out there in position, ready to go. Fremantle leading by 29 points off the back of a 5-2 second quarter. And just photos on our monitor of Jai and Caleb Sarong as youngsters getting to live out their dream and play on the MCG. Caleb starting in the middle for this second half, and Jai on the bench. Fremantle by 29 points. Here's Corbin Minimas to get us back underway.
Caleb, 2 years older, the 22-year-old, his younger brother Jai on the bench, as Clinchy said, to start this second half. As Reeves is back out there from that bung ankle, wins the hit out, comes down to Day, gets to his feet, floats a kick inside 50 for Hawthorn, spoiled away by the Dockers, but straight to Nash, who comes bursting out of the centre, takes on the Wagner tackle. Got a hand pass away to McDonald, hand pass to Moore, hooks it across the body. That's a fast start, but it's just a behind. The kick bends a little too much from right to left. Fremantle by 28 points, 28 seconds into this third quarter.
Yeah, let's see whether the Hawks have been given a bit of a kick up the backside and coming out with better energy and effort in this third quarter.
The old days of the rocket are gone, aren't they, Berkey?
No, I reckon Sam Mitchell's got a rocket in him.
Ryan kicks a high ball out of defence up towards centre half back, and Cox made it work and rises in front of Sicily to take the mark. It wasn't really with any purpose, but takes a good contested mark. Kicks out towards Schultz and Jackson. Schultz marks in front of him. Members wing. Kick looking for Amos as poor. Turns it straight over. Jarman empty marks on his chest. Kicks to Hardwick. He marks it right up back. Hand pass missed Jarman empty. It's cleaned up by Ward, though. Gathers once more for the Hawks. Gives it to Hardwick, up to McDonald on the wing.
He turns and goes, and Michael Frederick likes the challenge, trying to run him down. The kick from McDonald inside 50, a turnover. And Joel Hamling takes the intercept mark.
Yeah, two of the worst kicks inside 50 you've probably seen so far this year for both teams.
Hey, Corb, you might know this. Is Joel Hamling in contract for next year or out of contract?
He is out of contract at the end of this season.
I think he's done enough in this last part of the season to get another year.
Hardly had a run at it,
yeah,
sort of injury-wise. Just his 6th game since 2019. It's a long kick up towards the wing from Hamling. Spills down towards Young. Hand pass away to Cox. Feeds a hand pass back inboard to Sir. Caleb Sarong missed the ball, but becomes tackler and made it stick on Hardwick. The two little men, they're not happy with that, and they both have a little bit of a wrestle, and now Young comes in and takes Hardwick to ground. And the umpire says, I'm just going to throw this up and move on with it. Fremantle by 28 points, early doors, third quarter.
Jackson went down the tap as Young still wrestling with Hardwick. Eventually the ball comes the way of Day. His kick goes out of play, though, and a boundary throw-in. He's had some highs and lows, Joel Hamling, hasn't he, as a part of the Western Bulldogs Premiership in 2016. Started his career with 3 years at the Cats. Didn't get any opportunities at AFL level. As he touched on, Corby, he's been desperately trying to fight for opportunities this season to get another contract. Jackson wins the stoppage, gets the clearance. Hand pass to Sikowski for the Dockers. The purple through the middle. Schultz's kick bounced off Walter's chest. He couldn't hang on to it. He's corralled by Weddle. Eventually he gathers it, turns and kicks inside 50. And Amos at last must think, finally, a kick which is right in front of me, to mark on his chest. Directly in front, 35 metres out. His previous shot, Rammer, he got very close to the mantle mark.
Let's. Yeah, he's going back a little bit further this time. It was a very relaxed run-up.
He maps it out because he goes and stands right where the player on the mark is, and a certain number of steps backwards. It's just the ones coming in that he mucked up.
The 20-year-old leading goal scorer for the Dockers in season 2023. Looking to get on the board here at the MCG. He almost comes to a complete stop. Then tries to build momentum, and it's going to go through. Not sure it's the best rhythm and routine, but it worked on this occasion. And Fremantle with the first goal of the third quarter through 4 minutes. They extend their lead to 34 points. 9-6-60 to Hawthorn, 4-26. Did you have a goal-kicking routine you followed, Rammer?
Yeah, that I wanted a little bit of momentum and I wanted to put my foot through the ball. So, look, I was very lucky at Essendon that two of the all-time best goal kickers were
Matty Lloyd,
there.
Scott Lucas.
And I know obviously Berkey with Plugger, and their goal-kicking routines were all about momentum and power through the ball. So not giving it a chance to really deviate once it gets into the air.
That looks like a soccer player taking a penalty who's trying to psych out the keeper on the way in, stop-start.
Yeah.
Good call.
Restart back in the middle. Reeves grabs it. Hand pass away towards Day. Links up by hand with Newcomb. Kicks deep towards the top of the goal square. Hands on it from Bruce. No mark. Hits the deck. Comes back to Bruce. Snaps. Kicks the goal. Got the kind bounce and Bruce does the rest. Doesn't give up a second opportunity. And Fremantle's 34-point lead is cut down to 28. 4.5 gone third term. Hawthorn 5-2-32. Fremantle 9-6-60.
I was just thinking about Luke Bruce. He's only had the 5 possessions in the first half. It was very, very quiet. And naturally, there you go. Comes down and didn't quite take the mark the first time, but just follows up extremely well. And just his kicks around the corner, you almost mark it down before he decides to do it. So 6 disposals, 2 tackles, 50% disposal efficiency, but you cannot afford to take your eyes off him for 1 second. He's such an effective good forward.
Absolute brilliant footballer, brilliant career.
46 goals for the season.
That's a lot.
He'll become a 5-time leading goal kicker in his kick goals in his last 15 matches. Luke Bruce without Mitch Lewis for a lot of the season. Will Day gets the clearance of the Hawks. They're feeling lifted. Kicks inside 50. Scrimshaw takes the mark in front. Ryan slapping at his knee that he couldn't get any contact on it. And Jack Scrimshaw, having been thrown forward in this final game of the season, takes a good contested mark.
I think Luke Ryan was trying to take a little hanger there.
Rule number 1.
Opportunity.
Rule number 1, punch from behind.
Yeah, that's correct. Worry about the highlights further up the field.
Scrimshaw slightly right of centre, kicking from just inside 50. Kicked a goal in the second quarter alongside 6 disposals. He veers out to the left. He hangs it out to the left and it's not coming back. Throw for a minor score. The chance for the Hawks to keep back-to-back goals in quick succession. Instead, it's Freo who lead by 27.
Coach, just jump back to Jai Amos. So he kicked 31 goals, 8 to start the year. So incredibly straight. And then the last 4 weeks, he's gone 7 goals, 8. And it feels like he's just kicking a little bit like he's going through a different routine or trying something a bit different. And we've sort of seen that in his approach today, where it's not quite as fluent as he has been so far. Might just be having that first little jittery period of his career.
If he's a golfer, we say he's got the yips.
Yeah.
And look, he's got an off-season and many years to iron that out, but you don't want to play around with your technique or run up or your routine too much.
Hawks win it back through Day, kicks to the top of the goal square, but Warner takes the intercept mark for Fremantle, goes short to Caleb Sarong. Get down the Laws in a moment. Hand pass back to Warner. His hand pass broken up. Warple knocks it down. Half back for Freo. Hot footy. Aish hand pass to Brayshaw. Handball goes a little further back to Caleb Sarong. Kicks to the wing and Schultz marks in front of Laws on the boundary. Lauren Borden.
A nice early sub for Sam Mitchell's team. It'll be Brandon Ryan that's coming off for the Hawks and means Meek will come on, just limbering up to get ready to come on now.
Haven't called him a lot this afternoon. Just had the one disposal. As the kick from Schultz is turned over and Blank takes the mark for Hawthorn. Another one of their football academy through Box Hill into the AFL level. Works it back inside the defensive 50. McGuinness gathers the half volley. Gets the hand pass away to Impey. Kicks laterally across half back and finds Jai Newcomb. Possession number 15 coming up for the reliable Hawthorn midfielder. Not his best kick on cue. Spoiled down by Caleb Sarong. Gets the hand pass away to Swakowski. Works it back to Clark. Back edge of the centre square. Spots up Johnson. He marks with Fremantle leading by 27 points, looking for options into the middle of the ground. Caleb Sarong is that. He takes the mark. Swings onto his right. Good kick out towards Aish. He takes the mark with Morrison trying to get back. Pokes the kick over the top. Mark taken by Warner. He thought about playing on. Decides against it.
No. This
now a chance for
his first goal.
His first goal in footy in game number 4.
Don't worry about playing on and passing.
Especially in round 24.
Correct.
So Carl Warner, the 21-year-old who was picked up as a rookie in 2021, has been a sub on more than a handful of occasions. The third-year Fremantle Docker looking for his first goal, and what a place to do so on the hallowed turf of the MCG. He comes in from the paint of 50. It's right to the goal line. It almost is marked by Tracy, who then almost toe pokes it through. We're going upstairs, and then Blank has his hand up saying, "I socket it," and it went through.
That was very bizarre on the goal line.
Explain that one, Rammer.
Everyone thought it was going through for a behind, except for Josh Tracy, who thought, "I can socket through a goal here."
I thought he was going to mark it. I think that's a point, Berkey.
Yeah, it might have gone through.
I think it's past the post to the padding on the post.
Is not all the ball through, as they say?
Look, has it gone through? Yeah, I'll give that over the line.
Okay, there you go. Easy one.
So hopefully you could hear enough of the arc there. So behind will be registered, and almost some blushes from the Hawthorn defenders who thought Josh Tracy had the mark, and then almost embarrassingly thought he was going to sock it through a goal.
Just in Hobart, North Melbourne have taken the lead early in this third quarter.
Give me an around-the-ground score.
Yeah, 9-7-61, 8-6-54 Gold Coast.
I think there's big Todd Goldstein sitting on the bench with a tracksuit top on. It's either Chile and Hobart or that with the end of Todd Goldstein.
Short kicking game for the Hawks in their defensive 50. Harley Reid just unpacked all his stuff, and now he's going to go back and get the suitcase out again. As the hand pass ends up out of bounds from Ward, and we'll have a throw in front of the Freo bench, defensive side of the wing for the Hawks.
Will he like any tweets criticising Clarko? I doubt it.
Bit to play out yet. Halfway through the third term there. As it is here, Freo by 28 points. Boundary throw in on the wing. Meek against his old team comes down, wins the hit out for Hawthorn. Today, hand pass to Ward. Handball went in behind his intended target in Huswaite, who has to tackle Caleb Sarong. Love the ball up on the wing. So Brandon Ryan's out of the game. Lloyd Meek is in. Neil Erasmus is the sub for Fremantle. He's yet to be used, the 19-year-old.
So I'm just looking at Finn McGuinness now in this quarter. It looks like he's got Lockie Schultz as his direct opponent.
Ticking them off on the bingo card. Day can't break clear. He's locked up by Caleb Sarong, and the umpire will pull it up on the members' wing. Johnson and Warple side by side as it's thrown up. Comes down the way of Ward. He gets the hand pass to Warple, who wants to fend off Aish. He looks to kick it towards the top of the 50, and Kajitsky caught behind. Alex Pearce takes the easiest of marks. The Fremantle captain, and then pokes the kick up to Johnson. He can play on with a hand pass to Young. He's almost corralled by Bruce. He might have turned it over. Scrimshaw racing towards the bouncing ball. Hamling after him. Scrimshaw can't get a clean hand pass away. Clark's pressure was good. Hamling cleans it up. Hand pass to Emmett. Picked off though by Moore and dragged down to the turf. Was Jai Sarong. The Hawks regather it through Dylan Moore. Kicks towards Kaczynski. Can't pull it in with his fingertips. Aish did enough to put him off it. Hawthorn fans thought he had a good piece of it. And Ryan just gets it out of there. Sends it up towards the members' wing. Schultz spoils it down in a good battle with McGuinness. And the ball goes out of play. Did Kaczynski had enough of that, Berkey?
No, never really controlled it. Had a fair bit of it, but certainly not a mark. And wasn't chopping at the arms either. Good decision.
Freo by 28. Boundary throwing. Tracy doing the ruck work. Just two-handed whacks it down, but back out of bounds.
Look, for a concentration point of view, Finn McGuinness, it's amazing how he's had to play this game. So third opponent now, third quarter.
Standing right next to Lockie Schultz. Boundary throwing. Comes down in front of Young, can't control it, slips to Moore, and then he's taken high by Frederick. Threw an arm across, trying to tackle Moore as he went to shake that, and he'll get it in a slow play for Hawthorn. Pokes the pass along the wing to John Newcomb. The boy from Poowong out of the mid-season draft. What a career he's been able to forge. Runner-up in the BNF last year. Now a long-term deal. Vice-captain in the 22 under-22 team earlier in the week. Kicks down to half-forward and straight on the chest of Connor McDonald. Bounces to his feet, pokes a pass inside 50, and here's Dylan Moore, who started the chain. He's now got it 45 from home, right half-forward. 28-point lead for Fremantle. 13.5 gone in this third quarter. We've got a goal each after Freo led by 29 at the long break. Dylan Moore moves in, right-footed drop punt, misses near side. And behind. 14th East, 16th, overcast day at the MCG, around 16 degrees. Floodlights are on. Playing for a bit of pride, Freo by 27 points halfway through the third.
Kangas leading by a point in Tassie. Eddie Ford with the opening 2 goals of the second half. 9-7-61 to 9-6-60. As Ryan brings Freo back into play. Cox is the target. He flies in front of Sicily but can't hang on to the mark. Jai Sarong gathers. Hand pass to Ward. Shovels a hand pass forward. Gathered by Dylan Moore. He kicks that ball end over end inside 50. Awkward bouncing ball for Scrimshaw. Ryan's back onto it. Nash onto him. Has to knock it out boundary side. Warner couldn't gather. Clark tangling with Newcomb, and it goes out of play. Under the Ponsford stand at the MCG City end. Fremantle just trying to find an avenue to create something out of defence here. As the boundary umpire is set to throw it back in. Tracy doing the ruck work up against Meek. It comes down the way of Meek. Gets the hand pass away to Newcomb. Links up with Nash. Hand pass to Morrison. Works it out to Scrimshaw. Needs support. Tackled by Walters. Got it to Carl Amon. He was taken high. And Jack Scrimshaw will have the shot on goal. Directly in front. 45 metres out. Walters went in with intent, but his left arm just over the shoulder, and the umpire was right there.
Yeah, just a little bit sloppy there by Walters.
Scrimshaw.
The free kick.
Sorry, Berkey. He's going to get off the hand pass to Carl Amon on the run. Couple of steps from 53. Through it goes. That's what Carl Amon can do. A standing start at centre-half forward and sends it straight through the major opening. Fremantle's lead is cut back to 21 points. At the 15-minute mark of the third term, 9-7-61 to Hawthorn 6-4-40. The Hawks with a couple of goals on the trot.
Well, it's definitely a free kick to Scrimshaw, but then just poor checking by Fremantle. Carl Amon, one of the better kicks in Hawthorn's team, and put it through easily from 50 metres, but he was just standing there by himself. Simple little handball from Scrimshaw and a goal.
Down in Hobart, Charlie Ballard knocks over Nick Larkley. Nick Larkley right in front of goals, and it's a 7-point lead to the Kangaroos. 12 minutes 36 to go in the third.
Goal number 5 for Nick Larkley.
Back in the middle of the ground, Meek shares the hit out with Tracy. Tracy follows up, wins it at ground level. Gets a hand pass out off his knees to Brayshaw. Ugly looking left footer. Bounces down towards half forward. Schultz is the first one there for Fremantle. Weighted hand pass to Henry. Spins, turns into Sicily. Says all okay. Ball up. Well umpired. 30 metres out from the Freo goal. Henry sort of slipped over and then threw himself back into Sicily, who was coming to lay the tackle. We got a ball up. Forward 50 stoppage for the Dockers. Meek wins the hit out. Young moves in, grabs the footy. Tackled, taken to ground. City threw it in the tackle. And Nash, in fact, it'll be Nash. He'll be rewarded. He'll get the footy at half back for Hawthorn. 21-point lead for the Dockers halfway through this third quarter.
It's Nash straight through the middle, finds Huswaite. He takes the mark at right half back and wants to move it out to Lloyd Meek. Takes the mark from the kick and feeds a hand pass away to Warple. Johnson offers chase, sends it up towards Reeves. In the end, Scrimshaw flies instead. Reeves just knocks it inside 50. Bruce ran into Ryan, gets the hand pass to Hardwick. Harder gets the boundary, kicks a centering ball, needing someone to fly. Morrison's underneath it. Frederick tries to tap it to the advantage of age. Hard against the boundary, hand passes it around the line, and Emmett thinks, I'll take it across. And a few turns to the umpire, who says throw it in. Sicily with 18 disposals, Hardwick with 18, likewise for Newcombe and Moore and Day. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Hawks all with 18 disposals. Young and Brayshaw led the way with 17 for the Dockers.
Sam Mitchell's got Hardwick playing at full forward now. So he's either tipped his magnet board upside down or decided to throw them around.
Tracy gets a free kick for a hold at the boundary throw-in. Ruck infringement against Reeves. Crowd seeing the replay, not overly happy as the kick from Tracy heads down the wing. There's another free. Fremantle's way. Advantage applied as Emmett's off and running. Hand pass into oncoming traffic. Gets a second go at it. Floats a handball down to Switkowski. Feeds it further inside 50. Stirred off his left boot. Kicks to Amos, who marks just outside the goal square. Leaping up. And Sam Stirred, who's a natural left footer, just favoured on his right side. Beautiful placement. And Amos so strong in the air and takes the mark just outside the goal square, 10 metres out.
Really good transition, Corb.
We get another look at this set shot approach. Jai Amos, who's 1-1 on the set shot today. He moves in, a little more fluent, squeezes it through.
Fluent.
Amos with his second. Fremantle by 27 points. They didn't quite have the full pause that we've seen earlier, but there is something different about that approach from Jai Amos than the first part of the season. 10-7-67 Fremantle, Hawthorn 6-4-40. And for the guy's nickname Nev, he's, as I said, in recent weeks, he's now gone 9 goals, 9-9 in his last 4 games, and something a little different with his rhythm.
Yeah, there is, but like I said earlier, he'll iron that out. 40 goals now in the season for a second-year forward who we discussed earlier hasn't been in the gym yet. So it's a very, very good return. Very good. He's a smart forward, and you know that McGuinness was coming hard into that contest, but just to get that little ride on his hip, take the mark, go back, kick truly.
Take the bag of balls if he gets back to Bustleton. Sarong, that's Caleb Sarong, gets the clearance of Freo, kicks up towards Amos, charging out from full forward, he can't gather, spills down the way of Jarman Impey, he's locked up, great tackle laid, Amos followed up, it spills to Caleb Sarong, he kicks inside 50, Sturt had to wait for it, and coming across, Jai Sarong spoils it out for a boundary throw-in. Right forward pocket for the Dockers. Another goal for Nick Larkey. So North Melbourne lead by 13 points. 11-7-73 to the Gold Coast Suns 9-6-60. Nick Larkey's up to 6 goals for the match. And the Kangas might be losing the number 1 draft pick if they get up. Morrison gets the clearance of the Hawks, clears the defensive 50. Reeves can't gather. It spills down the way of Clark. He bounces off Connor McDonald. Hand pass looking for his captain, Alex Pearce. He gets it forward to Frederick. Right half forward. Drives it inside 50. Up went Tracy. Couldn't take the mark. And Jarman Impey's almost run down by Schultz as Blank wants it over the line. It's not. Schultz slides in, a free kick for a hold. And Hawthorn will get the chance to clear from the left back pocket. Fremantle by 27 points.
He becomes the youngest docker, Jai Amos, to kick 40 goals in a year at 20 years of age, and he'll be their youngest leading goal kicker since Matthew Pavlich in 2001 when Pav did it as a 19-year-old. He actually tied the goal kicking that year with Freo's current coach, Justin Longmuir, and JL was only 20 himself.
Nice company.
Back in the year 2001, where the Dockers finished towards the bottom of the table. Hawks work it up the wing. Scrimshaw kicks in the middle of the ground for Warple. Continues to shift out to the edge of the centre square for Weddle. Heads inside 50, and Bruce takes the mark in that leading lane right half forward for Hawthorn.
Yeah, and it's encouraging for Hawthorn. I think Josh Weddle's been a really good player, really good draft pick. They worked up the draft order to get Weddle because he's that versatile defender who can play on smalls, mediums.
In comes Bruce. No problems on the finish. And the Hawks keep themselves in touch. Trying to work their way back from as many as 34 down. They've cut Fremantle's lead to 21. Time on in this third term. And Luke Bruce pops it through. He's up to 40. That's two more. 47 for the season now for Bruce. Fremantle by 21. 10-7 to 7-4.
And Becker, just to finish off on Weddle there, a lot of young kids in that case will see the space in front of them and try to go to the goal square. But just the composure there, waited for Bruce to get to that little bit of separation on his opponent in Wagner, and put it out in front of him. I think they've really found a versatile player for the future in Josh Weddle. He's playing on Swakowski, who's one of Fremantle's quickest players, and Weddle's 192 himself.
Adam Romanascus with you. Reeves wins down the tap to Tay, trying to get away. Young lays the tackle, ragdolls him, wins holding the ball. Caleb Sarong for Freo. Hand pass forward to Jackson. Swakowski's free. Hand pass over the top. Emmett inside 50, wants to hand pass, has to kick, pokes it towards Schultz. Hawthorn players thought they might have got a touch onto it, but in the end it was great vision. Now there's a bit going on. 15 out from goal. Emmett's involved. Who's the Freo player on the bottom of the pack?
Tracy, is it?
I reckon it might be Tracy.
I reckon it's...
no, it's not Tracy.
I reckon it's Sicily in there.
Yep.
Might be the number 24, Jai Amos.
Yeah, that could be. He's not standing up.
Big Nev.
About 86 kilos, but giving what he's got. And in the meantime, Lockie Schultz is lining up for his first goal of the afternoon. Directly in front. Looking to try and extend the Freo lead once more. He drags it left. They had some issues in front of goal last week against Port Adelaide, and the Hawthorn cheer squad at the punt road end are pretty keen to let them know about it after that tangle in front of them. Fremantle by 22 points.
James Blank is having his Dev Robinson moment at the minute.
Is it the same response?
Well,
Eamon goes all the way up to the wings, falls down though to Brayshaw, hand pass to Caleb Sarong, kicks inside 50 to Sicily. All of a sudden the crowd involved for the first time today. Freo by 22, sensing a bit of a pep in Hawthorn's step, so Sicily heads out to the wing. There are 4 Hawthorn players in the vicinity. Warner, the only docker there. Weddle with pace, attacks the footy, paddles it to himself. Up over halfway. Hand pass to Morrison. Handball to Nash. 60 from home. Kicks into the pocket. Bruce leaping up, no mark. Knocked out of bounds. And a throw-in. Forward pocket.
James Blake's not going to have that, Bo, because he's got something in the middle of his chest there. Not sure what that is. Dev Robinson increased his social media following by 25,000 last check.
That's like some kind of a bandage or something for James Blank on the
I'm not sure what
front
that
of his
is.
chest.
Maybe Loz can have a look.
Does that make you an influencer? As Brayshaw gets the clearing kick into the middle of the crowd. Impey's onto it for the Hawks. Beat Walters to it. Hand pass to McInnes. Kicks laterally inside 50. Clark with a good fist. Spoils it away from Luke Bruce. Hawthorn fans think it's straight to the boundary, but it was a good spoil.
Are they going to ask you for deliberate?
I think that's what they're calling for, but...
great defence.
Watching it maybe with one eye this afternoon.
But no, it has gone up a level, a little bit of angst, which is good to see. Nothing untoward, nothing silly, but both teams should fire up and try and win this last one.
Throwing back into play. Jackson wins down the tap against Meek. It spills Warple's way. It's locked up by Young. Caleb Sarong, and the umpire will ball it up. Plenty of numbers around this stoppage as Meek and Jackson tangle. It spills down the way of Caleb Sarong. Gets the hand pass away to Wagner. Links up with Sturt at left half back. Kicks Freo up the members' wing. Walters one-on-one with Sicily. And James Sicily nudges him underneath and takes the mark. The Hawthorn captain at right half back. He's side trailing by 22 points.
They led by 11 in the opening quarter. Kicked the first 2 goals. Freo then kicked 9 of the next 11. And now Hawthorn have kicked 3 of the last 4. Their best patch of the day. A bit of run from Weddle off the back flank. Feeds a hand pass away to Huswaite. He kicks wide to Hardwick. Hawthorn up to halfway again. Fremantle by 22. Having led by as many as 34. Time on in this third quarter. Kicks inside 50. Jackson crashes the pack. No mark. Falls down to Caleb Sarong. Hand pass away to Brayshaw. Back flank for Fremantle. Kicks down the boundary line southern side. Frederick goes up. No mark. It's out of play. And a throw in high half forward for Hawthorn. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
So James Blank's come off. They've found him another jumper, but instead of finding him 36, they've given him 39. So he's got it on and he's coming up to the bench now. He wants to run on, but he's got 39 on his back at the moment.
That's a good heads up for us, Laws. As it's thrown back in. Oh, it's easier with the key defenders or the key forwards and the midfielders. Caleb Sarong with a hand pass to Andy Brayshaw. How often have we called that? Around the boundary line to Tracy. Southern side of the members of the MCC. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Sukowski marks. He's got players on the overlap. One of them is Clark. He takes the mark just forward of the AFL logo. He decides to go wider still to Sturt. He's still a good 2 kicks out from goal though. As he looks into the pocket. Cox is the deepest target at the top of the goal square. Ignores Henry. Sends it long towards Cox. In from the side. Meek spills down the way of Tracy. Gets it to Emmett and creates something out of nothing. Off balance and jams it through. Puts through his second after 2 goals last week on debut. Well, they say if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. On the MCG, showing all his worth. What a finish. Fremantle lead by 28 points. And Tom Emmett with a superb goal off balance.
That was extremely hard to do. It was only about 7 or 8 metres out, but he was moving to his left, being pushed on his right-hand side, managed to throw the ball onto his right foot as he was falling to the left. And to get that to go accurately like he did is a real skill. So really well done there by Emmett. It wasn't just a goal, that was a pretty special goal and one that he'll remember, absolutely.
I'll admit I had to just check the record to see who the actual 39 was for Hawthorn that James Blank's wearing his jumper. It is Emerson Jecker's number.
Yes.
I wouldn't have got there alone, unfortunately for the Jeckers. 28 points is Fremantle's lead on the back of Emmett's second as we tick towards 3-quarter time. Out of the middle, Day can't quite collect. The Hawthorn fans thought he was dealt with without the footy, and so did Day as he throws his hands out, peeling to the umpire as Eamon's tackled. Front edge of the centre square. Got a ball up here. That's front edge for Hawthorn. No clean pickup. Spills out to Amon. Outskirts of the stoppage. Kicks to centre half forward. Punched away by Wagner. Loose footy. Centre half forward for the Hawks. Attacking it with pace. Moore. Hand pass to Day. In fact, Moore's been pinged for a throw. The tackler in Johnson will be rewarded. Clinchy, what on earth is going on in Hobart, by the way, in that game between North and Gold Coast?
Damien Hardwick is thinking he's got more work than he thought he did.
The Roos are winning, and they're up by about 20-odd points, which it's an interesting play as Newcombe from the wing kicks into the forward pocket, and Clark punches it out of bounds. We'll have a boundary throw in deep forward for the Hawks. 13-7 to 10-9, so it's a 16-point lead for North Melbourne, 5 to go in the third.
Nick Larkey has 7. He gets 10, Rammer.
Yeah. No, I think the 2 key forwards are Charlie Curnow and Taylor Walker.
The Gold Coast just got a lucky 50-metre penalty and brings them back to within 16 points. 5 minutes to go in the third.
You're asking me about the All-Australian team, Clinchy?
I wasn't, but I'm happy with the answer. Caleb Sarong from the back pocket kicks it up towards the wing and it's spoiled away from Walters. I'm thinking that Clarko subbed out the wrong key.
Yeah.
Subbed out Goldstein.
I don't think Goldie subbed out.
He's back
he's back on.
Okay.
It was just chilly down in Hobart. Put the tracky top on.
So just on Caleb Sarong, so McGuinness has gone off Sarong onto Schultz. Sarong's had 11 possessions this quarter.
Well, you won't go back to him. So who's next? Brayshaw. Brayshaw might get a bit of a run. He's had 8 possessions this quarter.
Thrown in and Hawthorn get a free kick. John Newcombe was held when not in possession, and the Hawks fans with the Bronx cheers feeling like they finally get one. In fact, he's giving it to Meek, so it's all the way back at the ruck battle against Jackson.
I think McInnes has gone back because Hardwick has gone forward. For some reason, they're intent on getting Hardwick a goal.
Lloyd Meek, the sub in for Ryan, kicks as long as he can, it clears the pack. And despite Dylan Moore's efforts to try and slap it into play, it's back across the boundary line in the left forward pocket for Hawthorn. They're trailing by 28 points, 31 minutes gone, third term.
It's a fascinating little case study on the effectiveness of a tagger. Like Luke Ryan in the first quarter, then Luke Ryan in the second quarter goes and has 10 disposals and becomes a really good player.
It's not that hard these days because players get so many uncontested possessions. If you're standing next to someone, you cut down their uncontested possessions.
Finn McInnes on the bench is having a bit of work done as Young gets a kick out of defence of Fremantle from the boundary throw-in, and Cox takes the mark, half-back. Goes wide to Sarong.
So many of the, like Brayshaw, every time somebody's got it, Brayshaw just darts forward and gets a 15-metre kick. If you stand next to him and stop those, there's 8 possessions he's not going to get in a game. Cut out a few more handball receives, and all of a sudden you've cut his normal possessions in half.
Caleb Sarong to Andy Brayshaw, kicks down the wing, and that'll do us. Three-quarter time. Hawthorn edged the quarter by a point. Both kicked 3 goals each in the term, but Fremantle leading by 28 points with a quarter to play in the season for both the Dockers and the Hawks. 11-8-74 Fremantle, Hawthorn 7-4-46, Fremantle by 28. The goal kickers, 2 for Walters, Emmett and Amos, who also became the youngest Docker to kick 40 goals in a season, the 20-year-old who seems to be a smoky for the Rising Stars, surely. He's one of the 4 men in the mix along with Sheasel, Owens and Ashcroft. And then singles for Sturt, Brayshaw, Tracy, Switkowski and Johnson. And then for Hawthorn, Luke Bruce is their only multiple goal kicker. Singles for Warple, Eamon, Moore, Scrimshaw and Kajitsky.
Three-quarter time here at the MCG. The Dockers by 28 points. Our next stop is the Gabba for the Brisbane Lions taking on St Kilda. We'll preview there in just a moment on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen.
A lot of us want to know exactly how a major Silicon Valley bank could have failed, how a former comedy star is holding off a nuclear superpower, and how did a country a lot like Australia end up with 100% inflation. I'm Matt Bevan. Join me for a new season of my podcast, If You're Listening, helping you make sense of major news events shaping our world with new episodes weekly. If You're Listening. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Reeves grabs it, hand pass away towards Day, licks up by hand with Newcomb. Kicks deep towards the top of the goal square, hands on it from Bruce, no mark, hits the deck, comes back to Bruce, snaps, kicks the goal. Got the kind bounce and Bruce does the rest. Emmett's off and running, hand pass into oncoming traffic, gets a second go at it. Floats a handball down to Switkowski, feeds it further inside 50, Sturt off his left boot, kicks to Amos who marks just outside the goal square. Jai Amos, who's 1-1 on the set shot today, he moves in, a little more fluent, squeezes it through.
Cox is the deepest target at the top of the goal square, ignores Henry. Sends it long towards Cox, in from the side, Meek, spills down the way of Tracy, gets it to Emmett, and creates something out of nothing. Off balance and jams it through. Puts through his second.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time of the MCG. Fremantle leading by 28 points against the Hawks in the final match of the home and away season for these two clubs. And the story of Tom Emmett, the 21-year-old, the second goal in that third term from Sturt in South Australia. After battling cancer at 16, a serious Achilles injury at 18. He spent 2.5 years playing resis and now is playing in the AFL. 4 goals in 2 games. It's a good return. Our next stop on ABC Sport is the Gabba, where the Brisbane Lions haven't lost so far at home in 2023. Can the Saints upstage them? That's where we find Quentin Hull.
G'day, Clinchy. Yeah, this last round and the jockeying for positions inside the 8 and even around the top four. The slow burn picks up a little bit because this game's got something riding on it for the Brisbane Lions. As you've mentioned, they haven't lost at home this year in home and away footy. In fact, the only year that they've gone through an entire home and away season not being beaten on their home deck was the COVID-shortened year of 2020. Even in those glory years when they went back to back to back, they dropped games during the home and away season at this venue. It really has been the Gabatoire in 2023 for Brisbane, and huge stakes. They win today, they finish in the top two, they earn 2 home finals, and the potential of being able to stay here until grand final day if they're good enough. As far as the Saints are concerned, well, they're trying to avoid a potential trip to Sydney in the first week of the finals. We know Ross the Boss does some funny things at the back end of seasons. Remember when he rested all those players for Fremantle when he was back coaching the Dockers? Well, today there's no Seb Ross because of a hamstring injury, and Max King has been kept on ice, resting that shoulder after a great couple of weeks where he's kicked 9 goals in the past 2 games. No changes to the selected teams. Kyle Lohmann is the sub for Brisbane and Ryan Burns is the sub for the Saints. You could not want for better conditions, Clinchy. Don't know what the weather's like there, but it feels like we're getting to finals weather here. There's warmth in the air. It's mid-20s. Gorgeous conditions for twilight footy. As I say, the slow burn of the story of the weekend picks up a notch with Brisbane and St Kilda jockeying for positions inside the 8 next.
Thank you, Q. We can't wait to be with you. Michael Price, Matthew Primus, Jason Akinanis and Zane Bojack. You know, regardless of what it's like in Melbourne, it's going to be better in Queensland, especially this time of year. Overcast and the lights are on if you're playing at home.
I think they put that on their number plates now. I know that's the state's tag.
Yeah, that's their state's tag. Matt Clinch and Coleman Minimas calling the action. Lauren Borden's down the boundary. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke. We're also going to keep half an eye across Tasmania, where all of a sudden the Kangaroos are in front at 3/4 time. They lead by 16 points, 13-7-85 to the Gold Coast Suns 10-9-69. Nick Larkey has kicked 7 goals, and of course North Melbourne, if they don't finish on the bottom of the ladder, they won't get the number 1 draft pick, and if they win this game, they won't finish on the bottom, most likely.
Well, their last number 1 draft pick didn't sort of work out swimmingly well, so they might not want one.
Yeah, well, they got a haul for him in the end, didn't they? At least they'll get Cheezel and Wardlaw.
A bit of drama in between, though. Yeah. You just don't want that. But well, we'll see what happens in this last quarter. Whether Nick Larkey gets a spiked Gatorade drink at 3/4 time and has to go off the field.
And there's plenty on the line here as well. The Hawks looking for 8 wins. Freo looking for 10 wins. 14th v 16th. Dockers by 28 as we start the final term. Some beautiful service straight down to Newcomb. Kicks to full forward.
Sicily.
James Sicily in a one-on-one with Luke Ryan. It's knocked away from Sis and out of bounds. So Sicily has started up front. The Hawks are chasing the game with a quarter to play.
Sicily and Hardwick, whether they actually went the wrong end at 3/4 time, but they're both up there on the forward line. Wouldn't be the first offender to get it wrong.
A quarter left in the season for both the Dockers and the Hawks. Boundary throw-in. Jackson wins it down to Brayshaw. He's tackled and a ball up. Been overcast all day in Melbourne, but no rain on the radar, which is good news. 16 degrees. Floodlights on. Red Sharon tossed up. Down to Henry. Can't control it. Spills in front of Newcomb. Socked by Kajitsky. Threw his boot at it. Hits the behind post. So a boundary throw-in. Deep forward for Hawthorn. What would your last address be? Berkey?
Win.
Yep. Go and have a win.
You've got a long, long time to recover from this, so absolutely spend every single bit of energy that you've got.
Boundary throw-in, comes down towards Hardwick, tackled, got a hand pass away to Connor McDonald, squeeze the kick out, bouncing footy rolls through.
They're calling for touch. They're going to have a look at it, Corb.
Okay.
The boot.
The goal umpire steps out, looks at the field umpire, says, I'm going to need to lean on the arc. And we're averaging, what did we say, 1 a game? The soft calls are behind. We're going there for a second time.
Absolutely touched.
Yeah. Okay. Touched on it yet. Just straight off the forearm of Alex Pearce.
Looking at this angle, we can see the ball deviate as it passes the Fremantle defender before crossing the scoreline. Decision on scoreboard.
Oh, look at that for a swift review system.
You still get some Hawthorn people who've actually seen it on the scoreboard, absolutely touched, still decide to give it a bit of a boo.
27 points is Fremantle's lead, 2 minutes into the final term on Grandstand AFL.
I think that's the effect of the senior official now in the arc.
Yes, much better.
As Warner brings the Dockers back into play. In fact, it was Wagner who kicks it straight down the middle, and Jackson takes the mark. Young almost run down. Dylan Moore with a lunging tackle. They turn it over. Weddle for the Hawks. Miss Morrison. He has to try and win it again. Cuts in front of Tracy. Hand pass to Carl Amon. How was that from Newcomb? Spinning out of a tackle, but then eventually Caleb Sarong got him. Freo take the advantage. Schultz inside 50. Amos the target. Blank makes the spoil in number 39. It spills out the way of Walters. He can't gather. Little topo from Henry was dangerous. No whistle. Hand pass from Walters to Amos, end over end. That's far easier. Deep in the left forward pocket. No set shot required. Jai Amos with his third goal of the match and the first of the final term. 3 minutes in. Fremantle extend their lead. 12-8-80 to Hawthorn 7-5-47.
I'm not sure about Jai Amos's decision here. He had a player running at him. It was a 45-degree angle around about 10, 12 metres out, and he went the underground.
Yeah.
Went under the player running at him, which is quite unusual. Normally you'd think, okay, flick back on the right foot, open up the goals and have a shot. But
yeah, if you kick it in the air where there's relatively few players running around up in the sky.
But 12 feet and above, I reckon you're pretty safe. But he's been efficient. He's had 5 possessions and kicked 3 goals, 1.
It's James Blank, his decision there. Spoiled beautifully, but find your player from that point on.
What a player he's going to be. 41 for the season now for Jai Amos, the 20-year-old. He got the air knocked out of him too in that collision and still managed to get up and kick the goal. Fremantle hoping he's going to be able to hold it down in that forward 50, which has been like the Bermuda Triangle for the club's existence. You have to be a Australian Football Hall of Famer like Matthew Pavlich to sort of make it work as the Hawks get it out towards half forward. Here's Sicily, kicks to the hot spot, big fly from Kaczynski, no mark. Falls down towards Hamling, hand pass away to Brayshaw. Kicks out of the defensive arc, Freo by 33 points. Comes down to McGuinness though, hand pass missed his intended target. Straight to Caleb Sarong, hurried kick into the front half. 2 one-on-ones, Impey and Walters. Impey there first, collects in the defensive arc for Hawthorn, saves the day. Kicks wide, wants to link up with Amon. Cox flies, spoils it down, but Amon at the drop. A little fumble, Frederick right there with him. Amon has a second go, Cox tackles him close to the boundary line. Morrison keeps it alive, half-back for the Hawks.
Gave the hand pass to Ward around his body. He's turned it straight over. Caleb Sarong takes the mark. He wants to come inboard, looking for Young. He marks in front of Will Day, can get the hand pass away. Wagner swings onto his right, sends a high kick looking for Brennan Cox. He almost got there. Amon just got fingertips onto it. Schultz hard against the boundary. Dribbles through an amazing goal. A Peter Dacos special. Hard against the boundary at the Ponsford stand end. And Freo are bringing all the tricks in this final match of the home and away season. The Dockers by 39 points. 13-8-86 to Hawthorn 7-5-47. Lockie Schultz with his first goal of the afternoon.
Well, good contest by Brennan Cox there. I think it was, who was that? That was Carl Amon that came back with the flight of the ball. A good small forward, just get to the feet. And then, classy goal, no doubt, from the boundary line. We may have found Finn McGuinness' kryptonite, the little small forward. So Schultz has been pretty good in this second half.
I really like Schultz, the way that he plays. Last time I saw Freo play was down at Geelong, and he was really influential in that game as well. But he's hard at it. He can mark. He's crafty around goals. So he's got everything he needs to be a great small forward.
Restart back in the middle. Jackson first clean possession. Got a hand pass away, but straight to Moore for the Hawks. So Hawthorn now trail by 39, which is a game high. Kicks inside the forward arc. Sicily reaching over the back. Went the spoil, even though he's playing up front. Trying to bring it to ground. Warner's there. Hand pass went straight to Sicily. And Sicily bangs it through from behind. Freo by 38. 6.5 gone final term. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Neil Erasmus has just come onto the field as the sub for Freo. It's Sonny Walters that's come off. He had a little bit of calf strapping on his left leg, so it might just be precautionary, but he'll be subbed off today.
Thanks, Loz. Goal to Aiden Core for North Melbourne, so they lead by 23 points against the Gold Coast Suns there. Matt Johnson here, almost ran into traffic. Tackled by Newcomb with Jai Sarong. The hand pass works forward though, and Swakowski gets it away to Andy Brayshaw, who chips it out to Frederick, all on his own. In the right forward pocket. For a moment he could have chipped it over the top to Tracy. Now he'll have to have the shot on goal.
It's good ball movement from half back line by Fremantle. Andy Brayshaw just snuck out the back of the pack and always uses the ball very well.
Michael Frederick, they saw him kick that amazing goal in Geelong, which led them to one of their victories on the road. He's out to the right here, kicking from just inside 50. Frederick comes in, it swings from right to left, it won't quite have the journey. In front position, it's spoiled down by Meek. Day gathers for the Hawks, hand pass to McDonald, under pressure tackle by Henry. Spills it with a hand pass to Jai Sarong. He kicks it long towards half back, and underneath it Warner takes the mark, hugging it to his chest at left half forward.
Carl Warner. In his 4th game. A new 2-year deal earlier in the season, so he'll be sticking around as he just lays it up for Fremantle to the top of the goal square. 5 or 6 fly, no mark, spills down to Jai Sarong. Hand pass to Morrison, he's tackled. Umpire calls for it and a ball up. Actually improved his fitness with Craig Mottram. How's that for a little bit of guidance? The Australian Olympian Carl Warner in over the last off-season from the restart comes down to Morrison. Hurried kick out towards half-back. Clark's there for the Dockers. Knocks it down. Bruce had it, lost it. Hand pass back into dispute. Fremantle through Erasmus, who's back on the ground for the first time. Hand pass to Clark. He's tackled. Do it all again. The ball up right half forward for Freo. The Dockers by 38 points. 8 gone, final term.
Meek wins down the tap for the Hawks. Newcomb lost his footing. Hand pass to Day. Locked up by Brayshaw, and the umpire will ball it up.
They're going to win this, Hawks. They need to get a wriggle on. They need to start taking a few risks, get a few players out into space, play on at all costs.
Day wears the tackle and gets the hand pass to Morrison. Kicks up towards Bruce, can't gather. On the bounce, Newcomb comes charging out. Pushed off to it by Pearce. Somehow got a hand pass, Kaczynski to Meek. Links it to Day. Hand pass to Nash. He bounces off an opponent as well in Emmett. Hand pass one too many. Huswaite tackled. Holding the ball. Fremantle, a Hawthorn free kick.
Just held on to the tackle a little bit too long.
Yep, he didn't have the footy, dragged him down. The correct call. Huswaite will take the free kick as he chips it laterally towards the boundary on the members' side, and Amon marks. His kick is well wide. Morrison and out of bounds on the full. Free kick going the way of the Fremantle Dockers. They lead by 38 points.
So you'd like Huswaite's kick to be a little bit more attacking. And Carl Amon is a senior player there. He should be instructing rather than getting the cheap one out on the boundary line.
He's been involved in the sub in 8 of his 14 games this year. Erasmus either has the sub or subbed out. Kicks down the wing. The 19-year-old finds Cox. Takes a pack mark. Hand pass to Brayshaw. Good kick. Finds Tracy. Marks right half forward for Freo.
Just a little bit too easy there. It was just a almost contested mark. Nobody runs with Brayshaw. None of the Hawthorn midfielders wanted to take a responsibility for him. Again, gets out the front of the pack and hits somebody inside the forward line. It's just happening too often. So I think the Hawthorn midfielders need to have a bit look at their defensive skills.
Tracy moves in. His drop punt sails. Goal and it hits the post. Gee, brought it back a fair way. Right to left and behind. Just saw on the big screen, he was 14-3 from set shots this year, so 14-4 now with a poster included. 13-9 to 7-6. Freo by a game high 39, 10 gone in the last.
Carl Lamon bounds out of defence, kicks up towards Reeves. It's spoiled away and across the boundary line for a throw in.
Ned Reeves has got to do better than that. You're nearly 8 foot tall. At least get 2 hands up when the ball comes. It's a one-on-one marking contest. Shove your player out of the way, get 2 hands up, but to stand there and only be able to get 1 hand up, the ball goes out of bounds.
Use your physical advantage.
Oh, it's just soft. Sorry, there's no other word for it.
Nathan Burke alongside Adam Romanascus, Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemass and Lauren Borden. Spills down the way of Andy Brayshaw. He fights for it with Warple over the top. Warple now trying to knock it clear. Hard against the boundary. Knocked it into the path of Moore. One direction McDonald, the other direction Clark. Clark gets a hand pass, but only as far as Moore of the Hawks. Nowhere for him to move in the congestion. Spills to Swikowski. His kick is smothered. Out towards Connor McDonald. Hard against the boundary. Kicks up towards Reeves in a tangle with Hamling. The ball clears the 2. Swooping onto it as Hardwick. Swings onto his right. Beautiful kick into the middle of the ground. Finds Huswaite. He wants to feed the hand pass to someone running past. Gives it to Nash. Opens up a path for Carl Lamon on the run from 43. It won't have the journey. And Henry takes the conservative approach and rushes it through for a minor score. Freo leading by 39 points at the 12-minute mark of the final term.
Wagner brings it in. Short kick to Clark. Hands it back to Wagner. Wagner hands it back to Clark. Still at half back. Heads down the southern wing to Liam Henry, who might be playing his last game in the Chevrons for Fremantle. Off contract. Decided not to re-sign as yet. Let's see what happens in the off-season with him. Hands it back to Warner. Short kick to Jai Amos. 41 goals for the year for the young Docker. Kicks into the forward pocket. Wants Cox. Hands to it. No mark. Spills to Blank. Handball away for Hawthorn to Nash, and he feeds a hand pass to Finn McGuinness. He's off and running. The tagger against the boundary line at half back. He's kicked. One bounce in front of Scrimshaw. Hangs it inside the boundary line. Keeps it alive. Handball to Morrison. Away to Huswaite by hand. Now to Warple. Fend off. Gets rid of Aish. Sends a hand pass out wide to Moore, and he retreats back to Sicily. Sicily's going to swing it across the half-back line to Impey. Freo by 38 points. Hawks cut through the middle of the G. Pokes the pass in front of Weddle. Runs onto it. Brushes aside Erasmus. Hand pass to Ward. Kicks inside the attacking arc. Leaping at it. Hardwick takes the mark. Inside the attacking 50. Left half forward. 45 out.
A better ball movement there by Hawthorn, but you get the sense now this is going to be a very, very open last 10 minutes or so of this game. Neither side really wants to get caught in a battle. Everyone's spreading to far parts of the ground, so it's going to be pretty fast, but I don't think this is going to suit Hawthorn because Freo are going to score off this.
This is Hardwick's 50th consecutive game, so he's played every game this year, one of 4 Hawks to have done so. His drop punt is across the goal face and in the end doesn't score. Kept alive, Scrimshaw. Hand pass goes back to Morrison, kicks back into the corridor and Newcomb marks. Turned out all right in the end.
Got a little hair pull as well.
John Newcomb will have a set shot here from 15 out right in front. Erasmus just grabbing the back of his locks.
It was almost a Bruce Dool headbang.
Yeah.
Grab.
He looks like the character from the Flintstone kids. Rocky. Rocky Ratrock, his name was. Might be a bit old for you, that, Corp.
Take your word for it.
Google it.
In comes Newcomb. Through it goes. And the Hawks fans have something to cheer about. Although it doesn't look like it's going to be the 4 points. Halfway through this final term, Freo by 32 points. Hawthorn 8-7-55. Fremantle 13-9-87. Freo by 32 points. As the youngest memorama of Essendon's most recent premiership, that makes you the youngest Essendon premiership player that we have on planet Earth.
Yes.
And so when you say things that show your age, it makes me feel even worse as an Essendon supporter.
Got to be careful our age with our analogies. I used a Leyland Brothers one the other day at training, and I was met with just complete and utter blank stares, not only from the players, but the rest of my coaching staff as well. Looked at me with blank stares, so that just goes to show how old I am.
It's a good comparison. I just saw the image of
it's pretty good.
Rocky from the Flintstones.
Flintstone Kids.
Flintstones Kids, so its own subcategory.
Yeah.
Freo by 32 points. Caleb Sarong gets the clearance of the Dockers, bangs it inside 50. Cox got good positioning, couldn't hang on to the mark, trying to throw a boot at it. Getting back was Huswaite. Gets the hand pass to McGuinness, an awkward kick, but it hits its intended target, which is Weddle in the left back pocket. Turns and comes inboard to Jai Sarong, the younger of the brothers, who swings it out to the right back pocket, and Morrison marks. Plays on as he looks for options. Long up the southern wing. Sends it in the direction of Moore, who was dragged down when the footy wasn't in the proximity, and he'll get the free kick. Centre wing under the Shane Warne stand. He veers out to the left and wants to get a hand pass forward to Scrimshaw, who links up to Nash, can give it back to Scrimshaw. At right half forward, draws Caleb Sarong. Hand pass to Warple, into the pocket for Bruce. The man you want the footy in the hands of, he arches the back, then turns back boundary side. Hand passes back to Hardwick. He kicks across the face of goal. They made a mess of that. Out of bounds on the full, and Luke Bruce, I thought, was normally the player you wanted, but not on that occasion, it would seem.
North Melbourne are out by 5 goals.
Good.
16-9-105, 11-9-75. 13 minutes remaining in the final quarter in Hobart.
Are you calling it? Is it over?
Oh, it's over.
30 points, it's over?
Yeah.
Harley Reid's on realestate.com as the kick heads out towards half-back for the Dockers. Newcomb there for Hawthorn, though. Back inside the forward 50. There's going to be a ball up. In fact, Newcomb just colliding with the umpire there as he comes in and hugs his chest and says, "I'll have it." More tackled by Caleb Sarong. That's, of course, unless West Coast win tonight. They still have the chance to do off against Adelaide in the farewell game for Hearn and Shuey.
That's in Adelaide or...
that's in Perth.
That's in Perth. Yep. Well, not without a chance if they play like they did last week.
So we've spent weeks and weeks talking about how both teams want to finish last and the number one pick and everything else, and both teams want to win and nobody wants to finish last. Wooden spoon changing hands. Great ruck work. Reeves down to Newcombe. Shakes 2 tackles. Now he's caught. Holding the ball. Aish rewarded in the defensive 50 for Fremantle. The Dockers by 32 points. 17 and a half gone final term.
I was just checking. I'm in my tipping competition. I'm 3 behind. I didn't pick either of these upsets today.
Oh. Picked Hawthorn.
Yep, picked Hawthorn. Proved to be the wrong call.
Yes.
Johnson at right half back.
It's easy to sound surprised now, isn't it?
And you've got to make up ground. You've got to take a few risks around the southern wing. Flying in front was Jarman Impey, who wins it against Frederick. Out past to Warple, kicks inboard, and Sicily marks. Plays on. Veers out to the right. The Hawthorn captain drives him inside 50. Bruce up against 2. Clark knocks it down to the back. Warner got an awkward bounce. Hardwick sweating on him. Spills back towards Clark. Hand pass to Aish. Links up with Hamling. Kept his composure, but his hand pass straight over the boundary line. Right in front of the Hawthorn cheer squad, but the umpire says throw it in. Fremantle by 32 points.
I think there was players in close enough proximity to not call that one. Need a goal here, though, the Hawks. Got to start piling them on quickly.
18 minutes gone, final term. Time is starting to run out. Jackson up against Meek. Neither with a decisive tap. Aish dives on the loose footy, gets it to Jackson. He's dragged down. Umpire waves play on. A chance for Big Reeves. He can't clear the congestion. His kick ricochets. Ward, hand pass to Moore for the Hawks. Links up with Finn McGuinness. Hand pass to Bruce on the right-hand side. Swings on goal. Hits the very top of the left goal post. Just can't get it to click in this final term. Fremantle's lead is 31 points at the 19-minute mark of the final term.
So Bruce about to win the goal, kicking it at Hawthorn for a 5th time. He's up to 47 for the year, and Jai Amos has become the youngest Docker ever to kick 40 goals at 20 years of age. He's got 41 and counting with 6 minutes and time on to go. At half-back, Caleb Sarong, hand pass back into dispute. Tracy and Newcombe there. Newcombe middle tunnel ball, got it out the back to Jai Sarong for Hawthorn. Hand pass away to Impey, kicks inside the forward 50. Hardwick throws himself at it, no mark, follows up as it hits the deck, kicks across the forward 50. Ward marks, moves it out to right half forward, finds Dylan Moore. So the Hawks have had sort of repeat scores here. They've kicked a couple of behinds in a row. And now Dylan Moore has a chance to try and put one through the big sticks. 31 points the margin. Freo's way. Time on final term. The kick from Moore doesn't have the trip. Lands top of the goal square. Offhand spills down to Jackson for the Dockers. Hand pass to Frederick. Kicks to half back. And Tracy takes the mark for the purple right half back.
Looks up towards the wing where Amos is working hard up the ground. He marks it right half back. Over 40 goals as a second-year player. It's a good season. As that kick's on his best. He missed Ryan, who has to try and slap it inboard to Young, who's tackled to the turf. Scrimshaw locks him up. And the umpire will ball it up. Just on the edge of the centre square, members side. Fremantle by 31 points. 13-9-87 to Hawthorn 8-8-56. No chance to clear from the stoppage as Meek lays the tackle on Johnson, and the umpire will do it all once more.
Jackson hooks it down to Caleb Sarong. Hand pass away to Young. He kicks out in front of Tracy. Takes the sprawling mark. No, he doesn't. Didn't quite complete it. The ball ended up out of play, and the ump says spin it in. So fascinating afternoon to come as there's 5 games on the Saturday. We had a couple of dead rubbers in the afternoon, but it gets juicy next. Brisbane and St Kilda at the Gabba. Saints need a win to lock up a home elimination final. Brisbane need a win to lock up top 2. And 2 home finals. Of course, they almost never lose at the Gabba, particularly in the regular season, having lost just 3 of their last 48 games. Regular season matches at home.
Nick Larkey pops through number 8 for North Melbourne.
That is a bang. 9. So that gives him 71 for the year. Tracy, meanwhile, runs down Sicily and wins the footy here for Fremantle. And then tonight, of course, the farewell game for a couple of Eagles in Shuey and Hearn. up against Adelaide over in Perth and the one down in Geelong, which has ramifications for the top 8, the Dogs and the Cats. To the top of the goal square. Kind bounce for Frederick. Grabs it, took on the tackler and then caught. Young Henry Huswaite in his second game. Double H wins it. Fullback for Hawthorn. Freo by 31. Time on final turn.
Huswaite looks to kick long towards half-back. Newcomb's the target. And a good piece of it, but coming in from the other direction was young Erasmus. The ball spills down the way of Ward. Links up with Day on the outer side. Takes a bounce and kicks up towards half-forward. No one there. And Ryan was waiting just for that kick. He takes the intercepting mark for the Dockers. Back inside the defensive 50. Wagner takes a bounce, looks up towards right half-back, and Aish can receive it. He marks Member side at right half-back in front of the Fremantle bench. The Dockers by 31 points. He's going to go back inside the defensive 50 to Ryan, who off a step kicks around Bruce and out to the left half-back where Cox marks. Freo, of course, don't have a first-round draft pick, having given that to Melbourne for Luke Jackson. So their first pick is pick 20, alongside 39, 57 and 79. As Erasmus drives it around the southern wing, and a big mark from Lloyd Meek as he leaves a player down in his wake. Erasmus in the process of taking that mark. The kick in more, though, as a turnover from Will Day. Intercepting mark taken by Johnson, who kicks to Clark across half-back.
3.5 minutes left in the season for these two teams as Clark floats one forward. Kicked a, what does BJ call him? A wounded duck as it just floats its way down towards McDonald. Hand pass away to Sicily. Kicks back to Amon. Short kick to Warple. In the middle of the G. 31 points Fremantle's lead. Warple. High bomb inside the forward 50. Hamling and Cox in the pack. Spills down towards Johnson for the Dockers. Handball away to Erasmus. Goes along the ground by hand. Warner's at half-back. He kicks down the wing and Tom Emmett takes the mark. 24 minutes travelled final term. Freo by 31. They'll get the 10 wins for the season, so 10 and 13. Obviously an extra game this year than last and 6 fewer victories. In the regular season, you can add another one, of course, after that thrilling comeback in the elimination final against the Dogs. They were a final 6 team. They're going to be a bottom 6 team this year, even with the victory this afternoon at the G. A kick from Brayshaw out to Jackson. He's tackled. He's pushed in the back. He's going to get a free kick. It's against McGuinness. And a free kick to Luke Jackson. High half forward for Fremantle. The Dockers by 31 with 2 and a bit to go.
Jackson turns and kicks in more to Brayshaw. He takes the mark. Still a good 2 kicks out from goal as he veers out onto his right, drives it as far as he can. Tracy doesn't fly. Weddle dropped the mark. Tracy hard against the boundary, wants to see him take it across, and he does. In the left forward pocket, a throw in. Crowd posted as 27,951 in for the final Saturday afternoon of the home and away season. Majority of Hawthorn fans in this afternoon. As it's a shallow throw in, Meek takes it out of the ruck. Hand pass to Day for the Hawks. Away to Carl Amon, off balance as he got his kick away, and it's out on the full. Sicily tried to take the mark, but it's Tracy's shot on goal. He's just inside the 50, so it'll be a tough shot on goal, but goes all the way back up against the fence.
He went pretty close last time, didn't he, from out here?
Have a crack from there. He's certainly got the distance. He makes that very, very easy. It's just the angle.
Just the final minutes of the season, so might as well have a crack at it. Sets it out towards goal, bends it left to right, turns to the Hawthorn fans and pumps his fist. A superb finish from tied up against the boundary from Josh Tracy as he puts through his second. Fremantle with a little cherry on top, a 37-point lead, 14-9-93 to Hawthorn 8-8-56. Meanwhile, in Tassie, it's going to be a win for North Melbourne, which will take them from 18th to 17th. They lead by 30 points.
Hang on, they're probably back within 4 goals with 7.5 minutes remaining here, Gold Coast.
17-11, 113 to the Gold Coast Suns, 12-11, 83.
There's a score review, and I think it's a goal.
Well, might be an inquiry here if they get up the last 4 minutes.
That's a goal. That's a goal. So there it's 4 goals with 7.5 minutes remaining in Tassie.
I reckon Damien Hardwick's thinking that call around 80% of our premiership team sitting in this room. Hoping there's a few more in the injury room.
37 points is Fremantle's lead. Final minutes of the season for both these clubs as Impey squeezes a kick out towards the southern wing. Erasmus will run onto it. The teenager collects, sends a hand pass back to Young. Goes with the short pass. And away to Switkowski, who takes the mark. Maybe some clubs that are thinking about the future might be thinking, gee, if we lost this game, it might improve our draft hand. But clearly North Melbourne not one of those. As the kick heads down towards half forward, spills down towards Impey. Goes back by hand for the Hawks to Day. Day thought about hand passing, in the end runs and carries himself. Now he dishes it off to McDonald. Back flank. Hurried kick down the wing. Bruce flies for it. Cox knocks it back inboard. Warner's onto it for the Dockers. Hand pass to Young. Tackled by Weddle. Ball up. Outer edge of the centre square. We're in the final minute. Fremantle by 37 points. 28 gone in this final term.
Thrown up, Jackson wins down the tap, but straight to Day of the Hawks. Hand pass to McDonald. Slipped over as he tried to cut past Brayshaw. Gives the hand pass away to Moore. Links up with Warple. Is there time for one more? Hand pass to Nash. Inboard to Moore. He's tackled by Young. Dragged to the turf. Umpire waves play on. Brayshaw slides in. Hand pass to Sarong. Links back to Cox at centre half back. Hand pass to Erasmus. Feeds the hand pass to Wagner. He's got Caleb Sarong free. Hand pass to centre of the wing. Nothing further afield. So hand passes it back to Brayshaw. He can chip it all the way back to Hamling. At left half back, having decided not to go forward.
He retreats to Brennan Cox. Meanwhile, for the Hawks, they'll be 7-16 at the end of the year, so probably more wins than many anticipated. Won 8 games under Sam Mitchell last year, 7 this year. It's been the Dockers' day. Luke Ryan shares it with Clark, and the short kick to Liam Henry, who'll end up with it on the bell. Freo by 37. And one final heave-ho to farewell season 2023. The Dockers winners by 37, their 10th win of the season. For the second straight year, Fremantle's season ends at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Not quite in the same way they wanted it to finish as 12 months ago. A lot of work to do over the off-season, but the second youngest group in the competition in terms of games played. We'll see how they go on the other side of the summer. Freo by 37. It ended here on semi-final night last year to the Magpies. It ends a few weeks earlier in 2023. The Dockers 10-13 on the season. They win today by 37 points. They fell 11 behind halfway through the opening quarter, and from that point on, they kicked 9 of the next 11 goals, and the game was a wrap from there. Freo by 10 at quarter time, 29 at the half, 28 at three-quarter time, and 37 in the finish. Jai Amos, the youngest Docker, to 40 goals in a season. He finished with 41. He's got 3 today, and then 2 each for Walters, Emmett and Tracy. Singles for Sturt, Schultz, Brayshaw, Switkowski and Johnson. Meanwhile, for Hawthorn, 2 for Luke Bruce, and then singles for Newcomb, Warple, Amon, Moore, Scrimshaw and Kajitsky. The Purple by 37 points. Their season is done. The curtain comes down for both Freo and the Hawks in 2023.
Meanwhile, in Tassie, Adam Romanascus is keeping a close eye.
Well, they got within,
the Gold Coast response.
3 goals.
24 points is still the margin, though.
And they just kicked one, North Melbourne, through Paul Curtis. So it's back out to an even 4-goal margin with 6 minutes to go still.
Nick Larkey with 8 goals for the match. The thoughts of Adam Romanascus and Nathan Burke, with Fremantle closing out their season with a 37-point win over Hawthorn.
Really good effort by Fremantle, coming all the way over here. Last game of the year, no really effect on the ladder. Started off a little bit shaky in the first 7 or 8 minutes, but I was really impressed with their performance after that. I think their effort, basically their intensity around the defensive side of the game, was far better than Hawthorn's in that first half, and that set up a bit of a lead, which they never really looked like Hawthorn giving the opportunity to run over. Their ball use was really, really good. When Sarong and Brayshaw get up and running and allowed to run around and do what they want, they're such effective players for this team. and multiple targets up forward where Tracy was good. Amos Winnow kicked the 3 goals and he was lively. Schultz is lively up there as well. They've got a lot of guys that, you know, most Melburnians, if you bumped into them into the street, they have no idea who they are, but they can play footy. And they've got a lot of upside in this team, and by no means at all have Freo, sort of the players that they put out there, have reached anywhere near their ceiling. There's a lot of upside in this, and let's hope that Longmuir is a guy that can actually get that ceiling reached, because there's a lot to look forward to if you're a Freo supporter.
Yeah, and I think sometimes, Berkey, you may need to take a step back to go 2 or 3 forward.
Yep.
And I'm hoping that's the case for Fremantle. Like, such a good season last year, and no doubt a disappointing year this year with not playing finals. But you look at it and go, Sam Sturt, tick, fine. Tom Emmett, tick, fine. Neil Erasmus, tick. Matthew Johnson, tick. And then they found their 2 key forwards of the future, Jai Amos and Josh Treacy. So there's 6 players that they weren't probably quite sure about coming into this season that they know now are going to be in their future. So that's the that's the positive out of the season, I think, for Fremantle. But they've got a lot of work to do. They've got to find a couple of more players to go through the middle of the ground. Like I mentioned, Erasmus and Johnson. Now they've got to go and take a step up in the summer and get themselves fitter and stronger and be able to compete at AFL level for a lot longer period. So good result today. I think it's always a good result to go and win the last game of the season, because it takes a level of momentum into your off season than your pre-season. I think if you look at Hawthorn from where they were about the halfway mark of the year to where they are now, I think you're looking at a very different football team. They were unsure about who was going to go with them forward, but I think they're a lot sure of that moving into a new season. They probably want to find another key forward and another key back, and how that may look moving into the future. But their midfield looks really sound. Will Day, Newcomb, Warple, Dylan Moore goes up in there at times. They've got some more options. Cam McKenzie, Ward, Connor McDonald. So they've got a good young midfield that they can really grow around. They'll be disappointed with today, because I thought they were outworked. That's where Sam Mitchell will be disappointed. They were outworked through the tackle count all day. That ended up being 62 to 43 in Fremantle's favour, where I think that's been a hallmark of Hawthorn's game in the second part of the season. They've been able to work teams over with their pressure around the contest and then their spread. So, look, disappointing result, but I think there's positives in the season for Hawthorn. I think Fremantle jump on a plane and then can be happy with the result today, but with work to do through an off-season.
If you were Justin Longmuir, then what are you putting on the whiteboard as these are the things we've got to work on?
I think they need to find more options through the middle of the ground. Like, yep. The reliance on Brayshaw and Sarong is immense. So
is Will Brodie going to come back in?
Yeah, that's right.
Matt Johnson.
That's right. I think that's one part of it. Like you look at their both ends of the ground, I think they're pretty comfortable there now. I think they've got the players that they need, but it's more options, more run. I think they're going to be a contest running type team. So once they can find that, they may go forward.
And it's hard to sort of put your finger on this. What do they need to work on? Just get better.
Better.
As in players get better, get stronger, get more confident, get better skills.
Yeah.
That you get 3 or 4 really step up from being average players to good players, and that can make a huge difference to your team.
They'll certainly get older, which will help them as well. They're sort of the most inexperienced and one of the second least experienced and one of the youngest teams in the comp. Chapman, Darcy, Fife, Jager, the 4 guys really from their best 22 that are absent today.
Averaging 72 games, the team that light up today. They had 13 players under the age of 23. Let's join Lauren Borden in the Fremantle rooms.
Thanks, Clinchy. There's a pretty nice buzz in here, even though Freo won't be playing finals. Plenty of Fred's family, a lot of purple. You can hear as they're cheered coming in here with Alex Pearce leading them in. Even Andrew Dillon's coming here just to have a look at Freo and see them sing the song. So you can hear the applause and the clapping. Everyone's got a smile on their face. They're happy to send their team off with a win. to end the season. It might not have been the season they liked, but they'll enjoy this one before heading off on their break. So there's a bit of sports drink already being thrown around. And they're getting into their circle right now and set to sing loudly now. A nice way to sing the song now. They'll pop into a quick meeting with Justin Longmuir just to see how he reflects on that win and maybe a quick reflection of the season as well.
Thanks very much, Loz. We're up against the clock, so we might record an interview and we'll bring you that later on in the day. The votes for the ABC Football of the Year for the last time. Nathan Burke.
I've given one to a Hawthorn player. I've gone to Will Day. I thought he had 30 possessions, 10 kicks and 20 handballs. Like to see him kick the ball a little bit more, get the use out of his good kicking. So one for Will Day. I've gone two for Andy Brayshaw, 33 possessions at 82%, 8 tackles and a goal. And I've given Caleb Sarong 3 for 32 possessions. And he had 16 contested possessions and 9 clearances. So Sarong 3, Brayshaw 2, Will Day 1.
The votes for Nathan Burke for the ABC Football of the Year. So ours was pretty tight. We had Zach Butters on, I think, around 29 votes heading into the final round. Marcus Bontempelli a couple behind him. So Nick Dacos obviously won't feature in the back end of the home and away season. And the great sight now is the kids get on for a run with the centre square and straight down the middle of the MCG. Fenced off, corralled off, and some of the fans who came along today, the 27,951, get a chance for a kick to kick on the hallowed turf.
What is the prize for the ABC Footballer of the Year?
Oh, it's a beautiful trophy. You should see it. That's lovely. It's engraved and everything. So it's well worth winning, I think, is what we're getting at, Berkey. There's no doubt about that.
Geez, you handled that well for me. The Dockers winners here at the MCG. You touched on what will be on the whiteboard for Fremantle. For Sam Mitchell, is it just another year of maturity? A key forward alongside Mitch Lewis would certainly help, given the fact the last couple of weeks they've kicked 9 goals and 8 goals.
Yeah, Kazitsky's only had the 6 possessions today. He kicked 1 goal. Is he the man? Is he not the man? Granger Barras has sort of played both ends. Is he going to be the guy? Certainly Mitch Lewis is going to be the main guy. But, having that second, not necessarily a key forward, but even a Jack Gunston sort of foil who can take a mark and get up and down the ground and come back down again. So I think they've sorted out their back line pretty well. I love Weddle off the half-back line. Every great team has one of those really hard-running half-back flankers who use the ball really well, and he can be that for the next 15 years. But, the Hawks, absolutely, no one expected them to win 7. And they probably didn't expect themselves to win 7. So that's a pretty good effort.
Nick Larkey's put through another one.
Yeah, I was about to say,
is that 8?
We might not have thought that. I think he's up to 9.
I think trying to refresh my app as we speak.
We all thought North were going to win today, though, didn't we?
Certainly not.
Yeah, no.
That's their highest score, by the way, Clenchy, since round 22, 2019. So they scored 144 that day. They've put 132 on the board here against the Suns.
If anyone uses the word tanking again over the next couple of years in AFL football, they're very, very short memories.
8 goals, 3 for Nick Larkey this afternoon. I think he follows
9 goals, 3. Yeah, they've updated.
My app hasn't updated. Okay. Yeah. So North Melbourne have won. They break a 20-game losing streak with a 35-point win over the Gold Coast Suns. 2012, 132 to the Suns, 14-13, 97. Expect the unexpected in the final round of the home and away season. You just never quite know what you're going to get. Thanks very much, Rama and Berkey, for your work throughout the afternoon and the season.
Thank you.
No worries.
Big finals.
Great year.
Good luck.
Yeah, looking forward to the final series.
Bring on the finals. Thanks, Corby, for your contribution. Thanks to Lauren Borden, to Jules and to Craig back in the studio. The Fremantle Dockers winners by 37 points as we take you to the Gabba to join Quentin Hull and Michael Price, Matthew Primus and Jason Ackermanis alongside Zane Bojack as the Brisbane Lions looking to keep their perfect record at the Gabba intact as they take on the Saints. Wherever you've been listening across the country, stay with us on ABC Sport.